my destiny no more. Nah, this shit is written. Please don't let me down. If you do, then leave. I know my love will fade. Loyalty's all I need. If I forgive you now, regret's all I will see. I know that you won't change. You're so draining to me.
Forgive and regret.
I don't know who I would be if it wasn't for you and me. So I thank you for making me feel alive, feel alive. Need you to rescue me from myself. I'm not doing this for my health. I've been putting myself through hell. I need some help and no one to tell. I'm my own worst enemy, so good luck trying to shoot me down. Already went and lost myself, so please don't go and lose me now. I'm at war with my own mind. I've been ignoring the road signs. I've been talking to my damn self like there's no one on that line. Scars are not visible, thought I was invincible. Stuck in my mind to myself, I'm a criminal. I'm alive and not living, no rest. I don't know who I would be if it wasn't for you and me. So I thank you for making me feel alive, feel alive. I don't know who I would be if it wasn't for you and me. So I thank you for making me feel alive, feel alive. I've been battling with myself, and every day is a war. I don't even really know what I want, but I know I want more. Stop letting people walk on me, had to get up off of that floor. You're the little voice in my head when I'm too confused and unsure. When the road gets dark, and I cannot see, just be my light, come and walk with me. Through every struggle, you are by my side. Found someone that's down to ride. You're the one truth in my life, in a world that's full of lies. I don't know who I would be if it wasn't for you and me.
Yo, 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 what up, chat? What up, what up, what up? You guys ready?
Snipe, has your opinion?
To note, for the first time ever than what we're used to, there is no advanced starting point. You could expect these games to go the distance.
What up, what up, what up?
Let's get started, everyone. Game number 1 onto World's Edge to kick off the action.
Of course, you can see on your screen here the POI draft. This is the first ALGS LAN that we have seen with this system in place. As you said, instead of starting off with advanced standing points, they pick their POIs, and we drop in for the first game.
That's pretty crazy, chat.
The ships have left the building. In this case, they've left World's Edge, and they've left our teams at their POI. And already with Skyhook, where we know where Bleed lands, Sky East, Gaming Gladiators by Trials and Sky West. It can get heated.
Chat, did you see how they landed?
You know that the game state for a lot of these teams, what they understand is that they want to achieve those 50 points first as quickly as possible, even if it means duking it out from the very beginning.
It's going to be kind of crazy. Watching World's Edge, yeah.
The team on this stage most recently to lift a trophy at LAN. It's been a harder route to the finals than it was previously for them. They've got Tyler here in place, trying to fill very big shoes with Effect watching.
I'm not really a football player now.
Unfortunately for them, they're going to be shifting very far over, Vicky. The zone has gone very much to the west, over to
I don't know why my
Mirage
light's not
Etoile.
working.
Could benefit into the way that they like to play these zones, though, liking to take their time, playing by the edge here as they make their move from Overlook. They even have a survey over by No Name. The Alliance having to have that hot and cold experience within in-game, but being in this finals lobby.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
That pressure, Genome.
Well, Complexity starting off from staging with the ring console. They're moving in quickly, and as you can see on your map here, TSM have been afforded a boon in this finals. Yes. They get both Lava Fissure and Mirage Etoile. No one picked Mirage, and that means they can actually loot both POIs. His teammates do come down and join him, so luckily it looks like Complexity won't be getting a first pick early there onto TSM. That would have been disastrous considering the zone is right on top of their heads.
And we know that with a zone like this too.
Sorry, chat,
Furio
my
as
one
well
light is
can
not
come
working.
out on top of that choke north of Thermal, where there's an Evil Harvester
There you go.
on their pathing. But we have early action here for Guild and VK Gaming over by Survey Camp, which could also be a very easy third-party situation for Not Moist.
Yeah, Epicenter Survey Camp teams running into each other early. Not something that we will be surprised about, but hopefully they don't get surprised by Not Moist coming back through Climatizer. As you said, they want to get this fight over and done with quickly if they are actually going to engage here, because Moist have showed you that anything in their path is fresh meat for the team.
God damn.
Meanwhile, Complexity in your feed immediately has eliminated Space Station, the first to go in our first game lobby here, as MT backs away, tries to take a different position for Guild. But
Jeez Louise, dude.
I was expecting
watching ALGS live again? Yeah.
to start things
Turn
up
up quality
to get that early game KP.
What?
No, and it's a charge rifle shot from VKG.
The quality's all the way up. What are you talking about?
Lose a member so quickly as Moist pull up on them, actually closing the net around VKG.
And it was Waltzy who had picked up that first kill here too. Now he slides in. Waltzy, who has just been playing out of his mind, gets another kill. This is the player that we were highlighting earlier, who has just been so on another level.
Did she say Watson?
Honestly, with the way that he's been able to stay not only consistently in these fights, getting KP, but also clearing
a lot of
space
college
for his
football
squad
games. Yeah, I'm
when
not
he
really
gets
into
those
football.
knocks.
And if there was anything else you needed, you know, just a nice little confidence booster at the start of the game, something to get you rolling. That'll do it for Moist. Chasing... will they chase the last member of VK Gaming down? I mean, the zone is very far away from them right now. They're absolutely not getting priority, so if they wanted to, honestly, they've got the time.
Jake, you're going to watch it?
It would work into their game plan, though, with the way that they like to take these fights, slowly going into that next zone. As we know, so many other teams have already found themselves.
Was the quality not good, chat?
The staging side.
So Falcons setting up in the Dorito outside of staging right now. They are dropping from Siphon here as they try and catch someone off guard. Cloud9, wow, an early exit for them. They've really gone under the radar so far in this tournament.
Thanks to E36 getting that, while now How up on the high ground, trying to make a statement here with the rest of Team Falcons. Can they be able to get this with Fury being on the low ground? And even in between the mother load here, they're stuck behind the Newcastle. From the height are making sure
is
that
mic working? I need to fix the mic. Sexy Noodle, what up?
Are also walking
How you doing, brother?
the other side of staging.
Fine for me, okay.
Southeast.
This live, yeah.
The devs there for the new ability of Newcastle's wall to stop the grenades coming in. That you can see them bunkered down behind that. Without that, honestly, I think Falcons would have quite
also, chat, if you guys join my Discord, we have a new bot.
I love it. Gonna be able to see the fuse.
Whoever didn't join my Discord, if you could join it, I want to see if it does a welcome.
A little bit of damage. It is Exo Clan that have the height alongside with Falcons.
Let's see if it actually does the live notification.
By the truck and all the death boxes at their feet.
Did that
they've been seen
work?
by a crypto drone that is also flying and buzzing around their heads. They're trying to look
my
out
kick
for it.
Didn't work.
E36 are in
my
that
YouTube worked.
to the south of Exo, while Exo have the best spot when it comes to this choke.
Try loading again.
I was mentioning, but even with an early rotate, it could be a little risky because you could expect teams to still prioritize a northern thermal station rotate.
Yeah, this rock is just fantastic.
They're
holding the high ground here. You really can just smash these teams in both the village below you, even if they get a spot up on Mirage Trois. You've got great sight lines and you can retreat whenever you need. The risk is that someone can come in behind you from thermal station. VK Gaming, we see that they get a double
Everyone go to
respawn.
kick.
That's happening over
Nothing much working a lot. Nice.
Big Mord.
Very far away here, but
Good morning,
at least
Dano.
we get the squad up while Exo have Pride Rock.
I mean, still a chance that they run into Not Moist again once they come out of the zone, because they're still lurking.
That's true. Again, not Moist taking their time to rotate. They will be going perhaps through tunnel side that would enter into landslide here. And teams like Dreamfire and Fnatic also fighting from the south side outside of zone, south of Thermal Station. As you can see, Dreamfire, 3MZ in the drone. Just
Did I get rid of the Camaro? I'm trying to, man.
And now with the EMP ringing out, Dreamfire could try to engage. It could try to AP. You have to watch out with the nades, creating some space.
Dano, I like this one better.
Okay, Pete walks the mobile shield forward, knows it's about to go down to the EMP and has to back off with the Bang ult chasing them out here. Can they find a safe spot?
By the way, I hate the world's complete stats for this event has been
insane.
Actually crazy. He's been such a heavy fragger, always knowing when he has to be the entry fragger for his squad, considering he's on that Pathfinder, he could grapple in, he could grapple out, backing away, repositioning instead, and he has the golden Mozams.
You wouldn't have thought anyone could come in and fill Roy's shoes. Just such a superstar of the Chinese region.
Yeah, but my my kickbot didn't work.
Name, as he's being called as
weird.
well, has absolutely done that, and then maybe some. Could this be Dreamfire's best tournament ever?
See now with Falcon's full
see if I can fix
skill dropping down as the Fnatic and Dreamfire fight has not ceased. Pete also has that gold shock and choke. Only white extended energy mag for the Havoc. You saw him proc up the reload, tries to see the EMP, he missed the second shot though. They get hit and they don't have a lot of space to back away or to be able to pop a shield back.
I mean, 60 damage was all you needed. The second shot would have stopped them from getting EMP'd. And now with the full send from Fnatic coming in.
Oh no, but then the Thermite too. They had gotten the first knock. Fnatic with the advantage in this fight. Sasuke then follows up and Dreamfire get eliminated at the hands of Fnatic. Nice and methodical here.
Thank you so much for the 5 gift. I appreciate it.
Not trying to be too overly aggressive, as you can see.
No, Devin, no.
Teams waiting with the EMP to then fully engage, and if they don't have that,
well, that's what probably happened. Okay.
To meet them on the other side, they don't want to fully commit until they're able to get that shield crack and find a corner.
In those crypto v crypto fights, you can see if you can get into position to swing just after the EMP hits, the team is as good as dead. And as the back and forth happened there, we saw that Fnatic found that opening, found that timing, and well, that's goodbye for Dreamfire for match 1.
Now, hello to Alliance, finding the crack. Beautiful hemlock shots that we currently see from Tyler. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance as they engage on this fight.
Let's
see if that works.
Bang is only one shot. Above you, next to me. Okay, I'm coming. Can you do?
Alright, let's see if that works.
In the wall. Tyler, go right. Tyler, go right. It's me. Lucas.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
One. Otherwise, what should I do?
I know Sexy Noodles sucks,
I
man.
didn't know you went for the wall.
And with the nades finding
That's why Discord is so huge.
Around on the other side of GG to third party, even if Alliance came out from that fight, it would have been so difficult.
Yeah, if one of you guys could join my Discord, I want to see if it's working.
They don't like the situation. They heard the res, they back away. They know that they're out in the open. And now Gaming Gladiators immediately, with the turnaround, are able to suppress them. Let's talk about the fact that Light has been IGLing out of his mind while being such an insane fragger himself.
He's been so good, but the team in general has just been strength after strength here. Oh, I wondered if Bleed could maybe just roll off the back of that other fight and pick GG up as well. I feel like there's always one team that walks away with that kind of Giant Slayer title. Maybe it's Bleed in this lobby looking for big scalps.
Well, they have an amazing POI being over by Skyhook East. As we take a look at Fnatic, who have still been stuck on the edge of the zone after they had taken that fight earlier on, but being on top of this building, they could afford to take a fight like this. Yuka F still putting in the pressure with the Nemesis, allowing the rest of his squad to get into a different position.
Exo Clan, they're looking for this though.
John.
Two of their members have come
I'll
down.
kick Noti work. Yeah, getting followers on Discord could be a huge for you. I'll keep the Discord servers. Yeah, I could put you a mod as well.
But we are expecting Exo to maybe get involved in this and pick up some kills.
And that could still be very risky, though. You've moved up just enough where you could get called out by Fnatic. They get another crack, and when you gave up that space by the choke, now you're forced to back away to prevent other teams from walking in for free, from taking that from you, because it is now Liquid Alienware that was pinched between Exo and Fnatic, as Liquid Alienware are stuck between the crates.
Because I put a bot where it welcomes people.
Here. We'll go over to Landslide as we see
and birthdays.
To where the circle's actually pulling. It's gone very north, not towards Mirage Etoile, very much towards Landslide. And that's where Guild, you can see set up on the high ground there. We're trying to deal a little bit with not Moist. Looking back at this other fight, I think we're just waiting here. Just a matter of time until Liquid get pinched.
But do you even have time? The circle is about to close in the next 3 seconds. Having to maybe call an evac tower to get onto the other side, because when that circle closes in, you still have to deal with
a lot of good teams right here.
Choke.
Yeah, well, it's Fnatic that actually called in the evac.
Pelicans.
But they're too locked into this. They're too close. They can't take it because
Oh,
Liquid
rip.
is right there.
What?
They take too long.
Fnatic gets taken out. The play from that one member of Liquid has slided at the foot of that evac tower to clean them up, but Liquid cannot res him. They still have to move forward.
I want to see TSM versus Falcons.
Exo looking to pick up the extra kills they do. They get them from Liquid, and that's important how quickly they did this, because despite us saying that they had such a fantastic position, they've now had to vacate that and move further east.
And they're inside the zone. We're trying to attempt to get onto the edge of the zone. They've made it already through. We also saw on the feed, by the way, TSM finding Nox onto Complexity, and Exo Clan have the high ground here, while TSM will be exiting out of Mirage. They'll also use a crypto drone to get a scan on the survey to see where all the teams are within the vicinity of the zone.
Exo Clan.
Yeah, they lose out on 2, and it's only up to K20, keeping the dreams alive.
Oh my.
The crate, but they do
Ripski.
come out from this fight. It is Makers
Rip.
who had the advantage with those
Ski.
Evo shields, waiting for Exo to come into the vicinity.
Not a huge amount of time to reset here. I like that we're getting some vision of Landslide now, because this position will be important. Guild, for the longest time now, trying to hold out Not Moist from the height, but they're going to have to move across. The position that we saw Gaming Gladiators in before is probably the best in the lobby right now. They have the north side of the zone to themselves. They'll be able to move down from there and really start holding out some of these other teams like Guild and Moist.
Can we talk about the amount of fans in the crowd for Not Moist? Hashtag let's get wet here for a team that has been performing out of their minds. But Team Falcons, a team that's slightly been struggling now, finding themselves with 0, having to back away. It's only up to Jen Burden to clutch right between the smokes. It's not going to be enough. Falcons get eliminated.
Even from Siphon, they have been struggling on World's Edge this tournament. I mean, struggling compared to what we're used to from them, Vicky, which is complete and utter domination. But it won't happen here as they go out in 12th spot in our first match.
With some help from TSM, by the way. You saw them on the other side of that fence after they now swoop up and take E36, sending them right back to the lobby. Now, Not Moist, though, whilst he losing out on his shield, understanding the situation, having to back away, sends out a Sky Nade, is able to pick up the battery. Furia get eliminated. 9 squads left.
We should be good on that.
Are still feeling peppered by the team that is right in front of them.
If anyone hasn't joined my Discord, can you try joining it? I want to see if the new bot works.
Have the Watson. But Gilda on the move, they can't necessarily get set up and be able to have that pylon to deal with all the ordnance coming out of Moist.
But so many teams are looking at them from where they are positioned in that corner, because you know that you could see them also when you're on the high ground of the bridge. If you are Bleed Esports, that had a fantastic rotate into that southern side of the zone.
You could see it was a desperate pylon attempt. It lasts for a little bit, but the top of it was just poking out over that box, so the other teams from afar are
Who do you guys have?
to destroy it.
You have a new
now
Discord?
With the EMP, they have to try and retreat behind this smoke.
You could leave it and join it, John. I want to see if it works. Let's do exclamation from Discord.
Welcome to the crypto meta. When you see the EMP and you get caught in it, you're going to be forced to back away if you don't have a defensive
Hey, that's fine.
EMP.
Whatever you feel comfortable watching, brother. We're live on all platforms right now.
Empty finished off. Legacy down. I don't think Guild are going to be walking away with this one. Not Moist. They made the move first from Landslide.
We have 60 viewers on Facebook right now, chat.
A little bit too much attention.
Pretty crazy.
Out in the end.
So listen to the EMP onto Noct. He's lost out on his shield, but he'll have enough time to pop that shield back. Maybe even go for a swap. There was a box right there because it was Makers who were trying to contest them up on the high ground. You see the 2 beacons that are right below the feet of Noctem. They could use that as some cover. Guild too, but Not Moist decide to engage on them, and Guild get eliminated. Noctem with the Kraber. Let's just talk about the fact that Atnam has been on another level with that Kraber, and now Noctem finish off Bleed Esports.
The crowd definitely getting behind Noctum's scan. A little bit of a surprise package for us here in Mannheim. Gaming Gladiators now taking survey of the land in front of them. As we
hopefully this bot works, man.
North to themselves, the zone
It'd be really
is
cool.
to their back. Everyone else is going to be running into each other right now, and GG are just going to look on with glee.
Dude, everyone has Mo's and Beaks, bro.
Blasted, but he gets taken out, and Zap is going to meet his demise right alongside him. Makers playing off the back. BKG still slightly neighboring them, though. It's just a solo. I'll knock them still as a 3-man. Look onto Gaming Gladiators, who have circle advantage.
8 points already they've got, and I'm sure more are coming. Wow, actually managed just to grab one finish, so being a bit of a nuisance to Makers.
Come on. Is Falcons up or no?
And they'll have the gold knock revive.
In the zone.
At their best when they're fragging out, and as you can see,
he won't have time. Will he have time? He will.
For Asia's right now, is this his tournament to prove he's one of the best in the world?
I mean, talk about timing on that res. They needed to do that desperately, and you saw the circle.
Who do you guys have?
Too, but they had space.
MKS, GG, or
and it
I
looks
forgot
like
the other
calling
team.
in a respawn beacon. Gaming Gladiators have sent out the bang.
GG has probably the best position though, and characters to win this.
Clearing up the space in the next 40 seconds as the circle will start to close. Then
I mean, there's respawn beacons everywhere as far as I can see. I think
oh, Discord, yeah, that's why I'm trying to push it.
Unfortunately, but there we go.
Mo's and Beaks are insane, man.
Back to a death box and help his teammates out. Asia's just struggling, might be able to get medkit off behind that smoke, but the circle will start closing soon, Vicky.
All right, if this MK teams push right, they're going to push that one team and get flushed. If they push left, they have some side of, like, rock.
This would be an insanely clutch
I think MKS is going to be pushing left, right?
We saw bleed here originally. Yes, there is
GG's going to fight MKS, and then NOC is going to push straight into him.
Been playing passive most of this game, but for now, they have to start getting involved. You can see them taking up space here. The Newcastle castle wall is down. They've got a couple of rocks to play behind, but how long will this last for? Catwall as well.
Exactly. I was just about to say, with the catwall being available for them, they could slowly inch forward out of the cover that they have already built up for themselves. But you have to be careful with Atnam and this Kraber. He misses it this time, but he has been so consistent since yesterday and landing those shots.
I mean, 4 bullets, he's still got access to that, as well as the EMP, which surely is coming out soon. You can't lose the drone now. That would be such an ugly spot, but they don't. The EMP goes up, and they go in.
And knock them now, try to play for second, knowing that Gaming Gladiators is going to walk into third part of this fight. They come in blasting after the EMP to initiate the engagement. Makers get eliminated, and now this is Gaming Gladiators, who may be taking a little slow of their time, blasting at a different off angle. Love that with Loftus sliding in to take the first dub of this match point final.
What I tell you, chat,
Gaming Gladiators.
Step by step.
They don't even look surprised, Vicky. As if it was expected, as if this game went exactly as Gaming Gladiators planned. 6 kills, 18 points. That's a solid start on their way to 50 points and achieving match point eligibility.
Let's not forget when they had engaged on Fighting Alliance and Bleed tried to third-party them, didn't like the timing to that.
Right.
Not only did they reset off of Alliance,
the quickest that way, any of guns, the tournament held apart. Yeah, it's insane, man.
Side of the zone. They had priority after coming out from Sky West, from Trial side, and they still were able to find themselves clearing that entire side when so many teams, even TSM that tried rotating that direction, had collapsed over to their south side.
Insane.
To think about some of those what ifs, isn't it? I mean, Bleed end up with 6 points. Could they have ended up with the 18 if they'd pushed forward and been able to win out in that fight?
And look how tight after that first game these results have been here too. Knocked them with 8 KP, still set them only 1 point apart to Gaming Gladiators. We get to see the side-by-side team comparison. Even with those extra placement points though, Knocked them had been able to get a few extra kills to put them right next to Gaming Gladiators.
Pretty even there between our top two teams. And wow, okay, after Alliance walk away with a LAN win, all of a sudden there's a lot of EMEA teams up the top of our leaderboard right now.
It's almost like, you know, we're in Germany or something, and it's great to have the home crowd here to give these European teams their support. It's been great thus far after that first game.
Dude,
Still
yeah, it's so
sticking to
crazy.
World's Edge, but don't go anywhere. We can get some more
Imperial
Apex
Hell is on
Legends
Falcons,
finals
yes.
on the other side of this break.
I wanna know if my Discord works. I just added the bot too. Manny, Alex, John, can you join my Discord? Or anyone that hasn't joined yet? Just do exclamation or Discord. Here, I'll do this. Paste. I'll clip it. I'll pin it for you guys. There you go. I'll leave and join again. Okay. All right, there you go. I can't get your link. It should be there. Just joined. Hey, it worked. Hell yeah, chat. You want to see how it looks now when people join? Just joined. What the fuck is this? Oh. Just joined. Don't show this. I need to make it where you can't type in here though. Hell yeah. Thank you everyone. And then birthday wishes. I think if you go...
I got the map first, I got the map. We need to go swing out, right side.
Hold on.
Yes, I'm gonna just use the wall, I think.
If you guys could go here, but birthday wishes, does it have like an application where you could set up anything? Like your birthdays and stuff? Okay. I don't know if it has anything here for you guys. But this where you fill out your birthday, right? And then whenever it's your birthday, it'll pop up and then, you know, we can wish you guys a happy birthday and stuff like that. So this is all the rules. I just kind of like copy and pasted this on my social medias. Just joined. There you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All the notifications should be up here, chat. If I go live on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, or Noise. That's all. And I should put Facebook there, but Facebook is Facebook. But yeah. There you go. And then you guys could join. You guys could join like down here where Hangout, Duos, Trios. I want people to start using my Discord, if anything. We could actually do this. You guys could jump in here. And if we need more, we will. And then, yeah. No, Bill, I've been on. General. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, Captain. Yeah. Trying to have that be like our primary now.
I just need to give a shout out to the crowd. It's only game 2 here, and you guys have been absolutely electric. It has been brilliant to be inside of this building, and we're looking forward to that noise going up and up and up as we get through these games. But let's take a look at these competitors. This is the lobby. These are the players. These are the teams who will be following here as we head into World's Edge.
The Gaming Gladiators, they were in my top 5 teams of this tournament for World's Edge in particular, and that has carried on here into match point finals. The other teams up there, Not Moist, Alliance, Guild, and Exoclan, they're the other squads that should be putting points on the boards when we're on World's Edge. Because when we move over to Storm Point, as I always say, the better teams, they transition. We get to see other squads that actually favor a different map.
Well, let's look at TSM.
I'm back.
Then. They had some really good moments, got towards that end game, but just couldn't win that.
I just need to take it like just focus on, you know,
conversations, and you might see that I'm missing from the predictions graphic, and it's for good reason. Cannot be trusted. But GG, I've been talking to you all morning. Everyone who's asked me, everyone who came and say hello a little bit earlier, I was like, who do you think is going to win? And I'm on the GG train, man. I think they are. I think Eric put it so well on the desk night down. He was like, you can't, they have become undeniable, right? In their performances, not just here, but in recent tournaments as well. And they are looking like a powerhouse of a team now to try and take down in the lobby.
I mean, worth looking at. Gaming Gladiators, right? They're playing from Skyhook West, which is a very desirable POI. It's in the top 5 POI win percentages so far this tournament. And they've just put another win on the board.
It's your birthday every day? I know, right?
Victory
A lot going on. Get it? Yeah, too much, man.
On this map. So as we get further, as we get deeper into match point, if they find themselves on World's Edge, once they've reached that threshold, they may be the team to lift that trophy.
Well, a long way to go, of course, before we do get there. First of all, it's all about hitting match point, crushing that threshold, and the best way to do that is get these points on board as quickly as possible. Placement kills, a good combination of the both, and you are going to get a step closer to being able to close this thing out. We're heading into match 2, everybody. Match point finals, and we're back on World's Edge.
Some other big teams I want to look at this game, the likes of SSG, the likes of Guild, the likes of C9. They are playing from POIs that have yet to find a victory so far this tournament. Landslide, Survey, Tree have not seen a team win from there yet, so you have to try and beat those records, beat those zeros if you want to be able to put big points on the board here.
Interesting to see what that zone actually pulled in the previous game as well. It felt like a lot of the teams, based off of First Beacon information, were playing for the Mirage side, playing for the western side of World's Edge, and the shift back that kind of gave a little bit of, I would say, assistance to the teams who had to travel the furthest, because that was the least busy side of that zone, and that's where GG really came to the fore, having the opportunity to wrap around that side from the north and clean up those kills in those final moments. But speaking of zone down, this is where we're going. Talk us through it.
Yeah, and there was a few murmurs in the crowd. I think there were some cheers in the crowd as well. Maybe for VK Gaming, they're up there towards Epicenter. They will have a brilliant path towards where this zone's going to be going. But it's going to be Not Moist, who are arguably in one of the best positions here. They have a ring console to work with at Climatizer. Climatizer has also been one of the best POIs on World's Edge to find victories from. And then, of course, you have to talk about Alliance Overlook. Also have a ring console. So those will be the 3 teams that will have priority to zone here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Alliance, and I think this is a great zone for them as well. If it does pull back towards those rock formations, you can just see to the north of where they find themselves right now. They're going to have great high ground coverage. They're going to be able to shoot all the teams who rotate in a little bit later.
I'm going to try and get back into Apex.
Put a game together here,
Don't,
all
dude.
The way from
It's going to die pretty soon.
The way to go.
And it's good that we check in with Team Falcons playing from Lava Siphon. This has been the best POI to find victories on World's Edge. 15% of the wins on World's Edge so far this tournament have come from Lava Siphon. And of course, Falcons are a big reason because of that. But can they put one on the board here in match 2 to try and find themselves a little bit further up the leaderboards? Because down in 16th right now, of course, they'll want to be getting to match point threshold first so that they can have that first chance of lifting the trophy.
I think that a lot of the teams who are in this lobby and who have been in this tournament so far have started to just realize that although Falcons have a huge amount of credentials, they have tournament wins that stack up above anyone else's, it's just 3 humans playing the game at the end of the day, and they haven't been afraid to take the fight when they have had to, and the pressure, of course, is something that Team Falcons will be feeling more than anyone else. One team is pretty close to them at the moment, I'm talking about on the map, is going to be Liquid Alienware. They're just rotating at the moment from launch site towards Lava Siphon, and at the moment it's actually interesting to see that Dreamfire have kind of wedged themselves in between Liquid and Falcon, so they might be in a little bit of a tough spot to try and escape.
And how about this tournament so far for Team Liquid Alienware as well? From the elimination bracket round 1, do or die, final game to get themselves all the way here into the grand finals, and now they still have an opportunity to lift the trophy. But we briefly checked in with
new
them.
map and mode for beta was fun for an hour. Yeah, right. That's why I didn't want to like really like focus on it, you know.
Say, look, we need to get on a hurry and let's
Is it really what happened? Yeah, it's just like this game's just doing all wrong moves, man.
Rotation. Looks like Dreamfire weren't poking, they weren't prodding, they weren't trying to get damage down, which means that they're just looking for Falcons to leave so they can hit that ring console that is left behind.
For everyone on Facebook, why don't you guys come over to Kick?
Towards Geyser, and it looks like they're going to wrap for the tunnel, as they sometimes like to do, or maybe it's going to be a play towards the choke. It does look like they're actually going to go for the tunnel, so Old Trusty on the rotation towards the north from Falcons.
So we've already got about 10 teams that are within Zone 2 here and are pretty much settled for a good time and hopefully a long time alongside it. But there are going to be about 6 teams now approaching this northeast area. And Guild Esports is going to be one of them. Oh, and actually they've been able to get a quick, cheeky knock here onto Zonu, and SSG look like they're in tatters.
SSG were being pressured there by NRG. And a combination of not
Yeah,
moist,
Bill, we
Gilda
tried. I tried selling it, but
going down. They see the
my dad said I wouldn't sell for that part, and they wouldn't come up. So I was like, nah.
So your stats starting to stack up.
But my uncle,
even after a couple of games,
he owns Midwest Muscles, MidwestMuscleCar.com.
Maybe Stormpoint could be a better home for them as we switch over to that
MidwestMuscleCars.com,
match 3.
and he's gonna put my
Remember,
car
in
in
the
there.
match point finals, we switch every 2 maps rather than every 3 that you might have traditionally saw in the tournament so far.
So taking a look at now with Not Moist, Walty's going to be brought back to his feet. We mentioned how they were in a little bit of a scuffle with the combination of NRG, Guild, Bleed Esports are also approaching as well. And it's interesting to see what Not Moist actually try and do from this position. Like you mentioned, they did have ring console. You can see that on the top left-hand side of your screen through Guild's minimap. And are they just going to try and play Climatizer for the long game here, or are they going to try and force their way up a little bit further north? We do have a pause coming in right now as we get a little issue fixed on the stage, but just looking at our map overhead right now, Dan, as we have this pause, it feels like it's a lot of teams already.
Yeah, I'll probably get like 40,
yeah, most
40,
people move
42.
very early as soon as it does shift to one of these corners of World's Edge. It's a bit more predictable, but I think this Zone 3 shift is going to be the biggest case of did we do the right thing?
Wait,
because
what?
you mentioned it. Down over towards Overlook, we had Alliance. They started to move a little bit north, but they didn't overcommit. They didn't go all the way up to Climatizer. They are expecting it to pull a little bit further south, and that would really benefit them. The likes of ExoClan joined them there as well, so a few teams that we hope.
How do you play with the ice mat with no freaking
then there would be a real struggle to try and get
sleeve
into
on
that zone for some of the teams on the southern side.
Yeah, it's also there's just not a huge amount of playable space between the inside of Epicenter and Overlook. It's just kind of open ground. We know that that train cart that we saw Not Moist in is going to be one place that, of course, is going to be played towards the end game, but very difficult to hold for the long game. Once again, we get
Bill,
crowd
did
cam,
your
this is a great
friend not
opportunity for us to
want to
reach some of
do
these
it?
signs, Dan.
I mean, Papa Jen's surrounded by Moist fans there as well. I just want to make sure he's going to be okay, depending on what happens in this series. But certainly the crowd has been amazing so far today, and I think it's just going to get louder and louder as the games go on. Because Match Point Final, as we know, is one of the most, if not the most, incredible way to watch a final in esports. How many games are we going to go? That's the real question. That's
How many did you say? You were asked earlier.
asks.
You were asked earlier. How many did you say?
I think that we could go as far as 10 games. Of course, the biggest difference in this LAN compared to previous LANs is there are no advantage points. Everyone started on 0. The threshold is going to be 50, so it should, in theory, take a little bit longer for some of these teams to reach that.
I said 12.
12?
12 games. That's what I
12
believe is going to
games?
happen today. I think
Ain't
we're
no
going to
way.
have one of the craziest finals. And the reason I say that, everyone I spoke to this
What do you guys
morning,
think?
when
How
we were
many
meeting
games?
Some of the awesome people who are out in this crowd right now, is I got different answers from
Got it,
everyone.
got
There
it,
was TSM, there was EXO, there was Alliance, there was Bleed, excuse me, there was GG from me, Falcons. I mean, literally anyone in this lobby you look at the moment, and you could make an argument that they will be the players who will walk up and grab that trophy.
Jacob, he's
lift
playing
it
for
above their
Falcons.
heads when we do get to the end of this finals. It is, in my personal opinion, the most stacked lobby I feel
I
we've
thought that
had
was Watson,
in
chat.
the Apex Legends Global Series so far.
And I think sometimes we will get to match point finals.
I reckon Wig regrets that picture so much.
Wig definitely regrets that. When we get to match point finals, we sometimes see teams who have not been able to find a victory, right? And sometimes we'll have a final lobby where maybe 9 or 10 teams haven't actually found a victory, and they've just got through on points
EXO is
throughout.
freaking huge right now.
The majority of this lobby has at least found 1 win, if not 2, some even upward of 3 to
15
6
games?
victories. And that's why it is so difficult to predict, because it's all well and good getting over that threshold, but can you get the victory afterwards?
I got to say as well, the EXO fans have relocated just into my eye line, and they are making some incredible noise. There they are. Give yourselves a round of applause. Not just for today, by the way, but for the effort that you guys and girls have been putting in throughout the tournament. They were here at 9 a.m. on the first day. They couldn't wait to get in. They haven't stopped.
Well, can ExoClan give them a reason to cheer? They are in my top 5 World's Edge teams with points scored throughout this tournament, 112. But they are very much a World's Edge team. It is a little bit worse when you look over to Stormpoint. They only found around 50 points.
It's fine.
So they need something, and certainly with the way the circle's going and where
that crowd is crazy,
find themselves, there maybe could be a chance.
Teacup, can you join Discord so I can make you a mod? Eric, I have to make a
A
mod.
little bit of silence falls upon the arena just for a second as we get to look in on
Riot,
how
I have to make a mod, I think.
Like Nessie's like a really good luck charm for a lot of these teams.
What up,
It's like a
Bracer?
comforting like moment amongst the carnage that we do see.
I think at this point, Nessie is comforting for everyone involved. Well, the players are getting ready. You can see Unlucky, a little wave to the camera as he locks in now. And everyone will be re-entering World's Edge very shortly, ladies and gents. So thanks so much for your patience during that pause. Of course, have to make sure everything is set up and correct for every single player on this stage. As there's that beautiful countdown timer, everyone.
3, 2, 1. Let's get back into this Apex Legends Match Point Finals, everybody. Let's get back into Match 2.
So we rejoin the POV of Bleed Esports. Arguably one of our best Storm Point teams in the tournament. But can they find the same success here on World's Edge to give them the best opportunity when we do shift over to maybe take a lead at the top of that leaderboard? You can see E36 have taken a lot of damage here. It's going to be C9 on the other side of this.
I have Falcons.
Yeah, dropped. Probably thought he could get invested in one of those kills, but it was going to be Sorcerer who managed to get the final bullets in, having done the majority of the damage, which is going to credit, of course, C9 with that point. C9, again, another sleeper team that made a great run, almost made the miracle play in the winners finals as well to qualify automatically through to today. Just came up a little bit short.
Jacob, did you get my message
in that elimination bracket final to join
on
us
Facebook
here today on Championship Sunday?
On
stream? And they're going to have a point on the board already. Now, ExoClan, you mentioned them within Overlook at the moment and in a very, very healthy looking spot.
Much to the crowd's joy, we have ExoClan on our screens, but it's just to check in because they're going to be fine. They're going to be dandy. They don't really need to worry about too much at the moment. What they need to be considering is getting Swinny in the drone. There you go, he's invisible. And making sure that he keeps the lookout just in case anyone does try and arrive a little bit late. Dive on in and take this position away from them. But they should be able to hold that pretty strong. The Watson, of course, is going to help them fortify this building. But it's going to be about this Zone 3 shift here. This is going to be a big one. If we go up north towards Climatizer, it's going to be great news. But if it continues to trend a little bit further east, then that is even better news for the likes of Alliance, who have hoped that it was going to move towards these rock formations.
So Alliance in a great spot. You can see in your map overhead there, ExoClan, Complexity Guild, NRG, Bleed, Esports, all safe. But it now means that Not Moist will have to move a little bit further from their POI over at Climatizer towards where this end game is going to be taking place. NForce 36 managed to get a respawn while we were checking in with ExoClan, so they'll be up to a full 3. The teams at the moment who are furthest away, TSM, Dreamfire. TSM you can see rotating on the left-hand side of your screen now, all the way to the west of World's Edge, and they're going to be probably thinking their next stop is going to be somewhere around Fragment.
And TSM very happy with their POIs, especially here on World's Edge, because they were able to get the ability to have 2 POIs, essentially. Over from Lava Fissure, there's always that worry that Mirage Etoile is going to be taken by someone else, and then you really are just trapped when you drop. But they've got all of that western side to themselves, and that's why they are going to be arriving a little bit later. As
I'm the Pharaoh server.
Currently at the moment,
is it newer or the same? It's the same.
Yeah,
you, Jacob. I said that he joined Falcons. It's like a dream team, man.
Looking for some big numbers to drop his way, but not going to. Doesn't quite connect with that one, but we mentioned how Moist are going to have to start their travels north a little bit here, and that's exactly what they're being forced to do. Waltz is going to be hit by the EMP, though, which is going to send them back. And speaking, I should say, of being sent back, it's ExoClan who'll be back in the lobby screen because Alliance win that fight, and Tyler is already on the lookout for more.
And I was saying, the building looked fortified. You had the fences down, but Alliance, a team that is so good in those 3v3 engagements, and they're able to break through and take down ExoClan, and now Alliance are going to have a lot of space on that eastern side. But it is going to be Makers who are on the furthest east of this circle, by the way, who are going to have a lot of room to play with. As now we check in with Dreamfire, they're going to be approaching from the south. It's Fnatic they're looking at over towards Geyser. But of course, Dreamfire can head up these rocks. They don't really have to take this fight.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, actually. Fnatic kind of fainted to go the Vault Tunnel way, so Dreamfire have decided they wanted to go the other way. But Fnatic have actually turned around and might be looking to mirror them. Now over into Fragment. Team Falcons. A little bit of a slow game, number 1. As now they move their way in towards Train Station. Now, Furia were to their east. You can see them on your screen right now on third person, and this is what I was talking about
All right,
with
there you go.
Dreamfire.
You should be a
and
mod.
Fnatic were thinking about trying to catch them off guard with the mirror, but it looks like Dreamfire were watching their back, and it's one of those things that's very easy to forget sometimes in the pressure of a match point finals.
Yeah, Fnatic were able to get a lot of damage. Elsewhere in the kill feed, Moist have just taken down Makers. I was saying how Makers had a lot of room on the eastern side, while Moist said, actually, we're not happy with that. We want to make sure this is our side of the map. As now Fnatic, they're being pressured here.
They certainly are. Dreamfire is sending this. They are trying to engage. They are trying to catch them off guard. Peter trying to hold the line here on the Newcastle behind his castle wall, but he's got to pop a med kit here. He's not going to be able to get it off. He's going to go down as well. But while all of this is going on, by the way, Dreamfire and Fnatic are fighting. Who's arriving to third party through the choke? It's going to be Team Liquid, and here they come. Liquid will get the final pieces as we're down to 16.
Yeah, Fnatic's still alive at the moment, but for how long? Because Liquid are pushing in.
Oh!
How's your defense, Fnatic? Can you hold on? Can you hold strong? They're doing well right now, but you've got to go big.
Zone damage is going to be a problem here for both players. Leica trying to clutch up. They've managed to turn this into a 1v1 somehow or other. But Leica chooses to pop the shield battery instead of the med kit. Can he get a syringe off in time? Gonna try and time the med kit. Did he get the timing right on this though? It's gonna come right down to the last second. The med kit is getting closer and closer.
Oh my god.
It's perfect from Leica.
I have never
Who
heard
took
a
his
crowd
spot for
cheer
TSM?
a med kit that loud before, but I bloody love it. Now, Jaguares still alive, but it's gonna be a 2
I don't
versus
know.
1. Gets the res. Elsewhere, Falcons taking the fight.
Falcons look like they have the upper hand in this fight as well. How and Zero get those knocks, and it's Vaxelon
I forgot their new name.
trying to escape here. If I
Snipe
wasn't
down?
mistaken,
No, Snipe down
from
doesn't-
Furia
no,
back over to Fnatic though, and Fnatic have won that fight. Liquid Alienware tried to third party, but it's Fnatic who come out.
That is insane.
Wait, Snipe down joined
An insane
TSM?
hold from Fnatic.
No.
And Liquid Alienware maybe through the day that they did decide to push
I think
that,
his
but they
name is
thought it
Lucky
should be
or
easy.
something.
Leica's just gone down
Who's
against the ring,
Falcons?
but I'm sure
Falcons
they'll be
is,
able to work together to stay alive,
org,
Fnatic. It is going to be a long journey from the
that's
start.
owned
They
by
need to move quick.
Dubai.
Elsewhere, Falcons got kills onto Furia. Furia are now down to 1. As Alliance, they look like they might be pushing again. Here's a little replay of that Fnatic hold.
I mean, it's a crazy, crazy play. We saw, it just felt like Liquid was sending it in. They were going to be able
Ghost,
to get the
welcome
kills,
to the
but it's
Discord.
Leica. The 1v1, you saw him get away. Both players realized that taking this engagement was not going to be healthy for both. They both disengage. They have to pop the med kit. They have to do so just to stay alive, considering the fact that this fight is taking place in the zone. And it is Fnatic who eventually came out on top. We did see momentarily that Alliance were having a look at
Reps
Noctum inside
already
of this
was
truck,
on
but
there.
it looks like both teams for
Verhulst
now
is already
have
on there.
decided to
Then I
disengage.
think it's like
Bravery
Lucky or
to pop that
something.
shield battery first, by the way.
We'll
so
see, we'll
many
see.
players would have probably gone for heals out of sheer panic, but like a new, his exact
Teacup,
timing
can you
was
join
able to get a battery and a med
the
kit off,
channel
and now
called
Fnatic are still alive,
Birthday
but they may
Wishes
run in to Team
and
Falcons
see
as
if
we
there's
saw they were
anything that
hovering
you could
around the
sign
middle
up
of the map.
for?
Speaking of which, here we are. Fnatic taking some damage as well. They've had to go through the skies to get here, and unfortunately, it's looking like Fnatic might be in trouble here. Fnatic
Let's go,
are
baby.
eliminated, and it's
Come on,
more
Falcons.
KP going the way of Falcons.
Falcons need to keep
Did
going.
Hell's
They do
team
have
make
the drone
it?
out at the moment. Jen Burton's
No,
just
did
scouting around, looking for, I
Hell's
think,
teams make it?
TSM,
Yeah,
who are nearby.
it's Falcons. Yeah.
As Cloud9 are being forced away by Enter Force 36 here.
Well, Shuby's going to help him out from distance. It seems like Bleed Esports and Cloud9 are working together at the moment when it comes to End of Force 36. Furia are respawning, by the way. Madness and Vaxelon will be back in the game, so it was in fact Keon, the player, who managed to escape from that fight with Falcons a little bit earlier in Fragment. But speaking of fights, another one should be taking place here. End of Force 36. The second run at this rotation doesn't work for them, and they will be eliminated.
We had a brief look at the zone as Furia brought back to their feet. It is going to be heading a little bit further north, up towards, by the way, Gaming Gladiators, who hold prime position at the moment. Imperial House just gone down, though, and it's going to be them against TSM right now.
Jen Burton's going to fall as well. It's all up to Zero and TSM on their revenge arc right now. Zero dancing behind the knockdown shield, but firing blind can't connect. Falcons are out. TSM will put them down.
What are we, Igor?
Put them down, but
TSM put them down. Oh my god. Oh, Zap.
Looking to
Zap.
see if they can clean up any scraps, but it looks like TSM have been able to get back on board.
They should be safe. I think Noctum don't want to drop from the position on height that they do have over in Overlook. C9 though, done some good damage as Guild will take out NRG, who tried to make a play for the truck that they currently hold. C9 have got to move from the southern side of this zone in towards where this zone is going to be pulling, which is right back up to the north. Guild eliminated in the meantime. NRG will win that fight.
Yeah, Bleed, Not Moist, Gaming Gladiators, those three teams are in the best spots Complexity also with a real opportunity to do some damage here. Because not only are they in a good position to transition to the next zone, but they can pick up kills from all these teams that are going to be approaching from the south here. You can see Noctum's got to move, but I think they're fighting TSM. At the moment, they're above them, though.
Well, TSM are making the play, and you can see they've already managed to find 2 kills here. Zap's going to get 1. Verholst is going to finish it off with a second as well. And Noctum Scam will be eliminated. It's Vaxilon who gets that final elimination onto Remix Powers. So Noctum Scan, after a great performance in game number 1, won't be able to make it inside of the top 10 this round, but TSM look like they're on the warpath.
TSM are on a warpath. Speaking of Verholst, he's feeling confident about their performance. They feel like they found their groove at just the right time at this LAN. And I'm sure they would love to hoist that trophy once more, but there's a long way to go until that could possibly happen.
Well, you see Unlucky is trying to rotate, using that electrified zipline to get back to his teammates of Alliance, and TSM are trying to hunt them down. One player going to be caught off here, but look at the kill feed. It's Sorcerer with the bow who's doing work. GG are going to join in as well, and Zap now left on his own for TSM.
It's such a difficult rotation for TSM, and it should be falling to your demise right about
I have
here,
no idea.
right about now, as
Does
they're
it-
out in
does
ninth
it show you
position.
anything
Fury
to
able
sign up?
hold. But Fury are also being shot by several teams. It's VK Gaming and Alliance. And now C9, they're sending on Complexity.
C9 are trying to get in this building. Why wouldn't you? You've got a Devotion, and you've got a man called Naughty. Can't quite get that damage he was looking for to get that knock, and now they've got to pop outside.
No,
and when you pop
dude.
outside with so many teams alive, it means there's going to be more bullets coming your way.
Dropped overextended from Bleed just to do that damage, trying
Zero
to pick up some
General
KP, but now he
health.
backs off. But it is Bleed from the north here who are doing a lot of real
Pretty
harm to
crazy.
these teams who are trying to approach as Cloud9 also falls.
Alliance now looking to move up onto this Carnage, but Unlucky decides he has to back up. They have to play safe for now. Tyler's going to send in the bang-ult. Rolling Thunder will be coming down, which is going to stutter all of the pushes from the other teams in and around this building. 6 squads remaining as he gets a lot of damage off the bang-ult, but no knocks.
No knocks in the moment, but Alliance need to think about how they're going to approach this northern side. Do they try and third-party this between VK and Complexity? Or do they actually reconsider wrap round on the eastern side, but then you are going to have to compete with the likes of Not Moist, who are currently holding it. But you're only going to have about 10 seconds to make a decision here.
Well, Complexity need to move. 2 shots in the Kraber here for Monsoon. He can create an opening with just 1 bullet. But the less ammo you have, the more pressure on your shoulders as Complexity will slide out to the pylon. As Alliance now set up another zipline. Lou looking to move in. VK Gaming dealt with. There is a mobile shield down for them to try and res Monsoon, but it might just be a case of playing out as a 2.
How about Complexity, by the way? But look elsewhere. You've got Alliance now from the skies trying to find somewhere to play. Not Moist have been holding this position for quite some time. Let's jump into a listening.
I almost get bang. I'm weak. I almost get bang. What is he? Dead. Let's go. One shot. Behind Newcastle wall. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. You can bat. Get a bat off. I'm batting. Nice. He can't res. He cannot res. Yep. Play big here. He needs you. Outside. No, man. He just has Mozamps. No, you don't.
Not Moist cannot.
I don't know how the
Cannot
birthday
get the
thing
clutch,
works.
and
Hold
in
on.
the meantime, Complexity have just managed to respawn Monsoon.
Complexity back into the game. Complexity back on the stage, by the way. We've not seen Complexity in a finals since 2019 here in the ALGS, and they are cooking. They're into the last 3, and they might just get into the last 2 here.
We're talking about Complexity, we're talking about Bleed Esports, who are down to a solo, but who's the other team? Who's the other team involved in this endgame as a full, strong-looking squad? It's going to be GG. The winners of game number 1 are back here in our endgame in game 2.
GG looking to press, looking to try and get even closer to that match point threshold. They're on 29 points, and there is still plenty to be gathered here in this last circle. Drops the last remaining player from Bleed, just trying to survive.
Oh, there you
just
go.
Trying
Okay.
to say, I want to avoid these sightlines right now and maybe hope that GG and Complexity fight so we can maybe sneak a second.
Well, good news for us is he's not playing Crypto, which means that
we can see him.
We can see him, and everybody else can see him as well. It might not be good news if you're a Bleed Esports fan, but for Blast, it means he can send it. He can get that kill, get that elimination, and GG here, who have complete and utter control of this zone, might be looking to go back-to-back.
What does GG have defensively here? You've got the Catalyst, and you do have a wall to use if you need it, but Complexity are getting aggressive.
Lufka just trying to play an anchor position here, but here's the swing from Light. Blast will get the first knock. Light still alive here. Complexity trying to push themselves. The follow-up is coming in now from Blast. He can't get it either, and all of a sudden it's down to Lufka.
Great news Newcastle res though, and now you just got to back
Oh
up.
my God.
GG will go back to back
Holy shit.
in our match point finals.
Dude, he's solid for that.
From unspoken to undeniable. GG are looking incredible on our main stage.
The Gaming Gladiators are here with one task in hand, and it is to win this trophy. You can see it in their gameplay. They know exactly how they want to approach these final circles. Their zone calls have been incredible. And it's the execution at the final of it as well. You see the Newcastle res come in and you think there's two decisions to make, right? You hold it, you take the 2v1, or you surprise your opponent. And just like that, you take the W. And now Gaming Gladiators are closing in on 50 points.
Incredible, incredible hot start here from those three gentlemen you can see on your screen. Complexity, though, in second place. A great game from them, which certainly will put those points on the board that gives them an opportunity to start thinking about how many points they require to get towards match point. Bleed, again, involved in those final moments as well. Was dropped to scurried away as the solo to get them inside of that top three. But again, what a game. What a game of Apex Legends, and it's just going to get better and better.
And I mean, complexity as well, though, getting into the final two. It feels like yesterday when Monsoon joined us on the desk because he was struggling in the tournament, wasn't able to get to the finals, and then suddenly he's here in a match point finals yet again with the Complexity squad, who look like they mean business.
All right. Teacup.
So as we come back on camera,
Eric, all of them.
kind of just discuss
Whoever you guys on Facebook, our Discord, go to birthday wishes, and then
in Europe for this EMEA team who has, it's been a crazy story, right? I mean, if you go back to the split that we
it shows you how to set it up.
The ALGS in EMEA, halfway through the season, they make the team change, and before that, they just looked like they were not going to be able to produce any results whatsoever. But now, you fast forward a couple of events, you fast forward to where we find ourselves now on a Sunday.
Dude, Newcastle's insane right now.
Going back to back. It's incredible to see the performance this team is putting in right now.
It was the ability that we just saw from Gaming Gladiators to kind of avoid any pointless fights up in that northern side, but then take the ones that would actually give them something as a reward. Whether it was utility that they required, whether it's positioning they were able to gain out of it, they just did everything perfectly in that final circle, and they are rewarded with 20 points here on set.
20 points, 8 kills alongside the 12 placements. Complexity with that second place. 5 KP for them. Bleed Esports, 6 KP is going to help them to 13 as well. And looking at elsewhere, when you're looking at KP, Fnatic with those 5, even though they finished down in 15th, means that they will get some more points on the board as well. TSM, we saw them go on a little bit of a run on that southern side as they approach that zone as well. But unfortunately for them, just too many teams in front of them to go through that zone.
Thank you everyone for joining
really
Discord.
To become a problem for them.
And now it means we will be moving over to
the Discord will take a little bit, but we're finally getting everything ready, chat. It's working quite well. We got just joined where we'll invite you, and then it'll push your name out. Birthday wishes is basically you put your birthday in, and whatever pops up, the whole community will wish you happy birthday. In general, basically anything. And then live notifications for Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Noise, and I will be doing Facebook. And then we have Hangout, which is like wherever you want to do. If you guys want to just use my Discord for like gaming with each other, with the community and all that stuff, and then tournaments and stuff. So it's going to be cool stuff. There's more stuff coming as well. A lot more stuff. I'm just trying to do my best, figure everything out. Oh, yeah. All right. My sister's B-Day is 9/3. 9/22, 9/23. 1990. Surprised that Watson didn't jump. He looked close enough. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he didn't. Yeah, so if you guys go into Discord and do birthdays, like it tells you how to set it up and stuff like that. I think you guys could do that. No? Can you guys do that or no?
Right this. I'm gonna kill him. Get kill. Yeah. Got him. Nice. Last team now. I have Bengals. I'm sending I run back. Okay. Nice.
Wait, they're not on match point, are they?
Look at me. Speaking left. I have left ID. I'm looking right. I have left ID. I'm hitting.
I don't know.
What's on? Get the crack. Let's go. One. Actually, one. Nice. He's 1 HP. Kill. Fuck you,
Everyone's playing Mozambique, yeah.
An incredible moment, an incredible start here in Mannheim, Germany from Gaming Gladiators. This is, of course, the stage being put together. This is the people who make it such a special place to be. But we did get some pretty awesome content in the break there. Who do you think had the best pose, Dan? That's my real question to you.
Oh, it didn't. Yours didn't work.
Well,
Any player who is brave enough
Okay, let me see.
pose for us during some of those media days is gonna hold my
Braver
heart,
than
it has
me.
to say. Braver than I.
Do you know
Actually,
who had the best one for me?
Who?
Sykes. He looked like, I imagine what like a boss on Elden Ring would look at.
Let me see
You
if
know
I
what
can
mean?
do
When,
that
like,
for
you're
you.
trying to approach him, he just like terrified, kind of cowering, like I will fight you, but I know how this is going to go.
terrified, but you know
my 450th time here.
you know he's capable of taking you down eventually, so that's what.
Exactly. Scrappy.
Well,
Sykes is a scrappy fighter.
Match 2 has concluded. That means that we are done for World's Edge for now, and we will be moving across to Storm Point. Now, you might be wondering, well, Gaming Gladiators, they are up on, what, 38 points, I believe, at the moment. So they are closing in on match point already. But it has been World's Edge so far. They now have 5 wins across the board this tournament on World's Edge. But
I think I have to do it.
They only
Oh,
have
that's
1
crazy.
win, and they only have around 90 points as well so far this tournament. So it's a far worse map for them. So this should open things up for other teams.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? But I think the thing that's sticking out to me most, and you're quite right about GG's performance and how it feels.
But
like
I don't
it's
know if that's
not
right or
specific
what.
at the moment when it comes to closing out those wins, but it's the word wins, right? We are match.
I'll have to figure it
finals
out.
today. You have to win a game of Apex Legends to call yourself champions, and I feel like every time I see GG in a top 5, it gets converted.
Yeah, I have to
into
figure
a
it out.
win. And that's been kind of the story of this tournament. Every time GG are there, it's no surprise to see them clutch out those final moments and call themselves the champions of this game. And the series results here will kind of back up some of those stats that we're talking about. Only 2 games gone here, but they are just 12 points away now from crossing that match point threshold.
But how long will it take them to get there, right? Because if, let's say, Storm Point is a dud for them for 2 more games and everyone starts to catch up, then they may not reach it until match 5, depending on how things go here. So instead, let's look at some of the teams on Storm Point who have found success so far this tournament. Bleed, Complexity, Not Moist, Fnatic, and TSM. They're the top 5 teams when it comes to points earned so far. In terms of wins, Bleed have 3 wins on Storm Point so far this tournament. Furia with 2 and NRG with 2. Everyone else, only the 1. So we are really changing the direction of the favorites here as we change map. And that's what we've seen a lot throughout this tournament, is it really can affect things on what map we're on.
Well, as we wait for the players to get set on our
see.
stage, Peeps actually caught up with some members of Falcons a little bit earlier today. So let's see what Peeps found out.
What up, everybody? I am here with the CEO, Imperial Hal. I gotta ask, not a lot of people know, how did you get that nickname, CEO?
I think it came from Monsoon, to be honest. I think we were joking around in like my Twitch channel, and we were talking about like, oh, you know, what are our job titles? And I think he gave me CEO, and everybody kind of ran with it ever since then.
It works. It works. Guys, a sovereign nation. So I saw a tweet yesterday. All right, you're the only person in the history of Apex to make every single LAN final. How does that feel?
It's kind of insane to think about, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously there's players right now that haven't been to the like tournaments at the beginning of the game. You know, like
Falcons.
MT and stuff like
100%
that,
Falcons.
Started to play later and they were a different region. But the thing about it, I've been playing this game for 5 years and I've done that well for so long. It's kind of like, you know, I felt, you know, it's not like grateful, but it's more so all the work paid off in a way, right? So I was like relieved. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Deserve it, man. Well, you heard it here from the CEO. He's playing today. I wish you the best. I love you, man. That's it from us.
Always great to hear.
Yeah, I think I have to give everyone the birthday roll. I think.
For Falcons as we move through these games. There's 2 games now on World's Edge where we really weren't talking too much about them.
No, we haven't been. I think the meta in general has not necessarily trended towards Falcons' success. I think there is other teams that have been able to find more success because of it. Certainly it's a bit more frantic. It's a bit more all over the place. There's a lot of Mozambiques, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think that's what I need to do.
Some teams actually thrive in that chaos. But Falcons have been able to find a way.
Teacup.
We'll have to see whether they can do that here.
Try to do it again.
Speaking of Stormpoint, let's take a quick look at where people are going.
Try to do it and see if it works. I want Timmy to win. Timmy's really good, man. He came a long, long way.
As you can see here, #1 pick went to Not Moist.
And in terms of win percentages from certain POIs, Not Moist have the #1. Cenote Cave, Zoo Station is also up there as a #1 pick, and Echo HQ and Devastated Coast have also been 2 POIs that have found a lot of success so far this tournament. You can see that.
Try to do it again.
Complexity actually going to have a chance to maybe do some damage from down there.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
As well, certain zones would have trended
100%.
in certain ways, which will of course give you a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the success that you've had from certain POIs. But mentioning the Falcons story and going back to what we were just talking about there, they do have the mill. Even though they weren't one of the first 2 picks, they have the mill. This is where they're used to playing from. A lot of comfort for them in their rotates and how they want to approach any zone here on Stormpoint. So maybe this is an opportunity here for Falcons to find just a little bit of momentum, because I feel like once they get the momentum going, they'll be very difficult to stop.
And TSM from Lightning Rod, I mean, you mentioned Falcons from Mill. Fantastic POIs that they're going to be able to work with, and Alliance will have the freedom of dropping over towards Ferrari and having Northpad to themselves. So I think that's going to be good for them, because we have seen them griefed a little bit in the past. It was Fnatic actually who were the ones who took it away from them. And interestingly, in this POI draft, we saw it last night. Fnatic went with Barometer, and they went with Barometer South. Now, usually we would see Team Liquid over towards Barometer, and Liquid said, we will fight anyone who tries to challenge us at Barometer. Well, they didn't. They decided, actually, maybe we don't really want to do that in a grand finals.
Yeah, you kind of look at that name, you look at that team, you're like, it's not a, we might win one, might be traded. It's just not worth it. Fnatic's such a good fighting team, and if they do want to take that fight, it's always going to be one that's filled with risk. But good news, everybody. It looks like we're getting closer and closer to our game restarting here on our first look at Stormpoint. And for GG, I mean, I'm going to keep talking about them because they deserve to be, right? The World's Edge performance is unbelievable, but the trend downwards on Stormpoint, it's, stats you've talked about and how that hasn't been their strongest map. But when you go into any map, after winning the first 2 games in a row, they are going to be full of confidence.
They are, and I mean, if they can find a little bit of momentum here going into Stormpoint, then the stats from the previous games won't really matter, because you mentioned it yourself. As much as we look at statistics across Apex Legends, there is always going to be zones that can affect it, and maybe you had bad pulls, maybe your POI wasn't in the best position, maybe you had a bad draft.
Maybe you got
one thing that Gaming Gladiators have had success with was getting a good POI draft for this scenario, and I think they'll be pretty happy with where they're dropping.
Complexity on your screen right now. You mentioned the first time in their finals for many, many years, but they are here. They are back, and they start their day pretty strongly as well, with a 2nd place in our previous game. The 3v3 not quite going their way, but a 2nd place with some KP.
All right, hold on.
Certainly put some smiles. Not that they really need to be put on Complexity players' faces. They're always smiling, but it's certainly a great way to start the day. You can see the Legend Select is coming in as well for all of our teams. Some of the picks being locked in, which means now we are just moments away.
Teacup, when you do that, it will do your birthday, wait, your year, your month, your day, and then space, and then do your name. It doesn't show you like a thingy-majiggy. Huh. Okay. That's something we need to figure out then.
It's Gaming Gladiators who lead the way on 38 points. They have doubled the lead over 2nd place. But can they continue this momentum going into a map that hasn't really been as good for them? And will we start to see teams begin to catch up now? Not Moist already getting a knock here. Wow. On to BKG and Timmy.
Oh. What the fuck?
Take a moment before he reconsiders his next shot.
Rip. Why would they? Yeah, see if that works.
Tough break.
Maybe other person can try. Bro.
I mean, the good news
I would say it's better to hit the 100 plus, get the knock before the pause, than just as you line up. You got to stop hitting that pause button, Dan.
Don't you dare blame me. Well, it means we get our...
It's all Dan's fault, everyone.
It means that we get our daily stare off. He's already blinked, so I already won that one.
I expected more from you, Feuda. Oh, he's back.
So I believe prior to match 3, there was
he's locked in. Don't forget about it. Like, you've got a challenge on your hands now. Feuda ain't...
All right, let's see. Let's see if that works.
Oh, production decided maybe not.
They want to save my eyes. They want to save the whole audience's eyes. By the way, I mean, this is going to be a lobby restart. There was an issue with the POIs, so we will be starting this game again in its entirety.
All right, try that.
So good news for VKG.
Yeah, good news for VKG.
Here, maybe let me delete your...
At least we caught that shot
when I set you up.
The restart.
Still looks great.
That was cool, right?
Nice warm-up.
Cool shot.
So we'll get this one reset. And sometimes that's going to happen, of course, with all the POIs being selected correctly when we do move to a new map.
All right, try it now.
But it means that everyone gets to go through the...
So is there a selection mouse and keyboard they could use? No, they could use anything they want. What up, Nate? How you doing? Yo, everyone on Facebook, could you guys join my Discord? It should be in the pinned section.
Across World's Edge and Stormpoint is Falcons. Falcons aren't up there in the top 5 in either map, and that isn't something that we're used to saying. They are usually the team that dominates the leaderboard when it comes to scores. And it is one of the reasons why they are always up there. And they are one of the best teams in the world. But can they find that same form?
Well, while we wait, for this lobby to get restarted here, Peeps has been doing some good work over the last few days. And he was good enough to catch up with Yanya from Team Liquid Alienware a little bit earlier.
What up, everybody? I am here with Yanya. Dude, I gotta ask. Yesterday, some close calls.
What up, Alex?
Barely making it last minutes. You had the entire arena on their feet. Talk to us about that.
It was a roller coaster of emotions. We thought, like, on the first losers round that we were not gonna make it, but we said, okay, it's all or nothing. We gotta win this or we are out. And when we just won the game and qualified for the next losers round, we felt really, really good. Then the other losers round, we also qualified on top 10. We are on the borderline always, but today I feel like we are gonna win.
All right, I'm loving the confidence. What do you guys have to do to get a win right here and become land champions in Mannheim, Germany?
I think if we just communicate like really good, we play as a team, like I think we can win. Like, if we just play like a team, like, are we supposed to do it? We can do it.
I got faith, man. I got faith. I wish you the best, man. I love you, dude. That's it for me and Yanya right here. We'll catch you guys.
Well, you heard from Yanya there, and you see Team Liquid, what a crazy story it's been for them. I would say just not over the last few days, but, you know, from August to part of Team Liquid Alienware to then fighting their way through the elimination bracket in one of the most breathtaking Game 6s.
All right.
Where you are under
That's something I'll have to fix later, chat.
seen in quite some time.
And I think what's even
Alex, are you in my Discord? Tori, are you in my Discord? Riot?
They were clearly unhappy with, they were clearly uncomfortable with, they were trying to run the crypto, and it just wasn't their style. And they were brave enough going into elimination bracket to say, you know what, screw it. Let's go back to what we know and what we are better at. And they went for a composition that is far more to their style. And they have now found their way through elimination
Riot,
round 1, elimination
can you do
round
me a
2,
favor and go to birthday wishes?
Grand finals. They do find themselves in 16th place at the moment, so still a long
Yeah, I'm
way
starting to
go
push it
if
a
they
lot.
want to try and catch up the lobby leaders. And I am curious how it's going to be from Coastal Camp. We've not seen anyone have any success from Coastal Camp so far, but also it's not often a pick that we see throughout. It is close enough to Barometer that their pathing is going to be somewhat similar, but we'll have to see how they do in these next couple of games.
Let's take a look at the series results. And this is how it stands so far as we get ready to eventually get into Storm Point. This could be GG up at the top. Great start from them, almost as good as you could possibly get. 2 wins in a row. Noctumscan just in behind them as well, but outside of GG, everybody else extremely close. There's only a couple of points between them, but when you're looking right down at the other side,
I need to figure out how to do it.
At the bottom is SSG, who have started beyond slowly. Again,
Where's
0 points from
Falcons? Dude, Falcons is 15th. Oh my god.
We take ourselves back to that crazy fight that they were having with Fnatic.
So demanding.
I mean, it's not one you want to watch back if you're one of them.
Yeah, and for SSG, I guess it's a little bit of a surprise considering their success in World's Edge so far this tournament, but they are dropping over towards Landslide. They haven't really been able to find the same kind of numbers there. I mean, they've not found any numbers at all. Not even found a kill, yet alone a placement point. So they really do need to shift their energy, shift their playstyle a little bit going into matches 3 and 4 here, because it can very quickly get away from you. All of a sudden, we could be into match 3 or 4, and Gaming Gladiators may have hit match point. That's
Should we blast these guys? I don't have a team, man.
Some teams can get there.
Yeah, it's
just sucks.
It's a great point that you make here, and as we look at Noctum Esports, again, just another insane story, right? Like a crazy story of players who have fought their way through from the bottom rungs of Apex Legends all the way into a Pro League, all the way into the LAN environment, and now find themselves not just in a match point finals lobby, which is, I think, just one of the most commendable things that you can do. It should get a lot more credit than it does just to get to finals. But now they find themselves up at the top of the leaderboard, 2nd place in the overalls. Only 2 games gone, but it's, again, a confident start that just makes you believe you deserve to be in this lobby, alongside some of the names that you probably looked up to when you've been on your journey.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that can let the occasion just get a better of them, to be honest, and it's good that Noctum have not felt that yet. Now, I don't know how much you can hear the crowd at home, but certainly the EXO Clan fans are very loud here, as that is a Mozambique. You need another one now. You can't just have one.
Yeah, this is just a few seasons ago.
We'll get him a second. I say we.
That's so weird, man.
Maybe Mark can help.
Wait, the man's got Kimbos.
I mean, it has been an insane tournament, by the way. Mozambique's, this is the most kills we've ever seen from a single gun in a tournament. Like, Mozambique's have really just blown away the statistics. Around 1,000 kills is, like, unbelievable.
So Mozambique's been the talk of the town. Other things that have been talk of the town, especially in the green room, are predictions, Dan. Now, I am going to bring up a graphic. I'm not going to do that, by the way. I'm going to ask for it to be brought up. Let's talk...
Why are you laughing?
How are you feeling?
Why are you laughing?
No, I'm not. What?
Why are you laughing? That's a very respectable score. 371 points, Mark.
Yeah, just sure.
I don't know if it works. Well, you did set Riot.
It's okay. I went quite brave with some
birthday.
predictions, and I'm also known to be a curse. Now, that's bad news for everyone who is a fan of Team Falcons, because everyone I've predicted so far have very much struggled. Even like after Na'Vi had the amazing game, I predicted them and then they suddenly fell off. It's just been one of those situations, but across the board, Graceful at least is lower than me, so I'm not losing, everyone. That's what matters.
There was an interesting conversation between Genome and Snipedown as well, because I think Genome was ahead, and Snipedown realized that Genome was constantly waiting for Snipedown to pick, so then he would pick the same team, knowing that that gap could not be closed. But he called him out on it, and sneaky play from Genome, but Snipes too experienced. Too much of a competitor. He was also asking for bonus points to be brought in at one point, I think, in the green room today, because he just wants to win.
By the way, just quickly, I know I said around 1,000 kills for Mozambique so far this tournament. I can confirm we have surpassed 1,000 kills for Mozambique in this tournament. 1,008 is now where we are here in the grand final. So congratulations to the Akimbo Mozambique for being insane.
It almost feels like the Mozambique was so far down the leaderboards that now it's kind of catching up for lost time, right? It's trying to get as many kills as it possibly can, just to feel like it was part of the arsenal the whole time.
Yeah, that's so weird.
How many EMPs we've seen this tournament, by the way, from the Cryptos? We've had 1,000.
Wait. Okay, I was going to ask the crowd.
200.
Okay, 1,200.
And 23 EMPs so far this tournament, which again just shows how strong Crypto is in this meta and how heavily picked he is at the moment as well.
How many Mirage ults?
Yeah, we'll have to figure it out.
None.
I wish it was like an auto thing.
A couple of wrecking balls. We did see a little bit of Mad Maggie. We saw a Horizon on a contest as well. But we're not going to see this in this lobby.
Dude.
I have some wonderful news for everybody who is watching at home and who is patiently waiting in the arena as well, by the way. You want to know what that news is?
It's literally crazy, man.
It's time to get back into the game, everyone.
Match 3.
Match 3.
Hell yeah.
It's finally live here on Storm Point. It's taken us a while to get here. We thank you, of course, for sticking with us as we made sure everything was perfect and pristine for our players on that main stage. And now that it is, we're into match number 3, and the question stands.
All right, chat, let's see if we can do this.
Get over the line in 3 games?
Only they can truly tell that story now.
If they win this one, they get...
Momentum is very much on their side.
This is real feed. This is real feed.
Last game when we had a contest, because it just shouldn't happen. True. VK Gaming now will be back at their actual drop location, as will Not Moist. So Not Moist down at Cenote and VK at Cito. Now, zone-wise, we're going to be heading up north. So this is a good opportunity, again, for Alliance, who are going to be near where this zone is landing. But another team who is up north, Gaming Gladiators, dropping up towards the wall.
Yeah, this is a really, really good zone for GG as well. It's looking like it might be going towards the Trident spawn, maybe pulling out towards the rock formations. We do see that zone that kind of gets a little bit funky, to be honest, and kind of just essentially ends in the open in the sea, but would be somewhat of a surprise to see that. Cascade is going to be left here by Guild, which gives the indication with the ring console they're hitting that they're going to be heading towards the north, and they don't think it's going that way. Fury also have ring console over at checkpoint, so they're going to have a good prio to this zone. Looking elsewhere over at Down Beast and at Force 36, Team Falcons are going to be able to get there pretty quickly as well if they hit the Trident that will be in their possession. But GG, again, I mean, you mentioned it, Dan, not the greatest of stories for them when it comes to Storm Point, but 2 wins back-to-back and then getting a zone like this.
2 wins back-to-back.
Who knows?
Takes the pressure off a little bit as well, or some would argue adds extra pressure depending on which way you look at it. And now they have ring console, and now they can move from the wall to this northern side of the circle. Now, the only team they really need to be concerned about is Bleed. Up towards Zeus, they also have a ring console, so they're going to be moving fast. But if there is a possibility for Bleed to get past Gaming Gladiators, they'll probably take it. There's also a chance that maybe GG hold up Bleed here and take the fight.
Quite interesting to see where GG choose to play here, actually. They're going to drop down and do a little bit of scouting, understandably so. Are they going to play the egg buildings in front of you? Are they going to look to see if the armory is open, which is always a little bit of a risky hold, or do they think they've got the timing to get one of the more established buildings where actually they're going to find out that Furia will be inside of? VK Gaming also flying in as well, and you can see that it is probably going to be a case of them playing those egg buildings towards the back as the one thing that is available for them. NRG, though, having a little bit of a conversation, shall we say, on their way towards zone at the moment. It's Complexity who will be on the other side of this.
It's not a one-on-one conversation either. There is someone eavesdropping, and it's SSG. As NRG run from Complexity, they will be running past SSG as well. But of course, the Dark Veil is going to help give at least a minimal amount of cover from that one side. And now they just need to keep going, and I think they should have got past SSG here as Reptar just about survives.
Now you know it's Complexity. The charge rifle. Always a good indication that Monsoon isn't too far away. Zainu's going to find out the Complexity here as well, as a nice shot is going to be stinging but not tearing away at the flesh of the fuse. And SSG now deciding that they're going to continue on their rotate towards the north instead. So NRG safe for now. Everybody has escaped the clutches of Complexity. As we now head towards a couple of teams who are a little bit closer together. It's going to be ExoClan and Noctum. And speaking of Noctum, it's going to be Fuda who gets the knock on them.
Fuda knocks him, and now, does take a lot of damage, just needs a little bit of help here, but was just in the middle of nowhere.
Swinny's going to set the EMP in, but now it becomes a 2v2, or it might even become a 3v2 if they can stick this res in time. Players trying to take the high ground, but they do manage to stick that res, but...
Chat, be back 2 seconds.
To get the first knock. Fuda went in a little bit too aggressively there. Swinny's going to even it up once more from a distance. And it looks like they will be able to get the banner and get away, and now Noctum are going to find the VKG behind them. Remix powers. Unfortunately, he's going to have a lot of time here to think about what went wrong in that fight.
So Noctum, who were in second place, who are in second place, may just be about to be eliminated as they will go down in last place here on Storm Point. And that will open up the leaderboard yet again as VK Gaming arrive from behind here. But that will and should allow ExoClan to get back up to a full 3. Let's just talk about it. Slayers takes the height just to make sure that his teammate can crawl back so they can get that revive a little bit later.
E36 having a little bit of a fight here towards North Pad. It's going to be Team Falcons who are controlling the building at North Pad at the moment. And you can see that DNAP is going to have to pop this Phoenix kit. Lost a lot of heals, lost a lot of shields and some flesh damage done as well. So most efficient way to get that back for them. 14th overall at the moment, although only 2 games gone. A long way to go, of course. Falcons looking to maybe hit a survey beacon that is available here at North Pad, but instead Haven't hit it. Haven't got some ring console information as well over at the mill. They're going to be on their way a little bit closer to the zone.
Yeah, what have they got to work with? They've got a few rocks that they can play on the northern side. Alliance will be aware of them thanks to their crypto drone, but now we're getting a little bit congested up here at the northern side. Gaming Gladiators will be at the very tip. They didn't get pushed by Bleed in the end. By the way, Bleed ended up going a little bit further south and then put themselves dead center of this current area. We take a look towards Team Liquid now on their rotation. It's going to be Fnatic next to them over towards Jurassic.
Part 2 of that fight. Now we go on board with Moist. And not Moist getting some more damage. Oh my word. Waltzy is a walking turret at the moment. Timmy will finish off the down. And now they're just looking for the final members. Makers are eliminated, and it is the man on your screen who is not just a huge human in real life, but he is playing like an absolute animal in game.
I mean, Not Moist arrived so late to this party, so late to this zone, and probably catch Makers off guard a little bit. Maybe didn't realize there was going to be a team arriving that late, but now it means that Not Moist can move through checkpoint if they would like. They may be pushed a little bit later by NRG, but we'll check in with Complexity and SSG quickly.
This is happening just between Stormcatcher.
They're going to have the momentum.
Do we want to rat? I don't think they're aping you guys right now.
We need to go. No, we need to go over to the northwest.
You want to play duo? You don't want to go for banner?
Nah,
I think
they're gonna sit on it.
All right.
I mean, if we can, that'd be great.
Circle.
My camera froze. What? Shout out SOLTEK, who's one of the me into watching streaming during the early days of A. Hey, what up, young?
There, and you can see, unfortunately for them, Kimchi has been taken down, and they don't have the banner for now either. So Complexity have kind of been shadowing the rotations of SSG. And now going to have to wrap back and think about a different plan. Maybe just looking to rescue that banner of the crypto. A little bit more difficult when you aren't, of course, the crypto yourself.
So the zone's going to continue to pull north as expected. It's not going to be any sort of dodgy shift. There's, well, Not Moist again. It's going to be Timmy and Waltzy working in tandem to shut down Nocturnal here.
I mean, every time we see Not Moist at the moment, they just seem to be picking people off so comfortably, so easily. And it's NRG who are going to find out next how difficult it is to fight against this Moist team, playing in the way that they are.
Oh my God.
Guild's going to find another one, and it just feels like Not Moist.
You need a
They
team.
just want to kill everyone in the lobby.
Yeah,
NRG will fall
I know.
as well, and Not
It's
Moist
just
winning every
bro.
fight without even taking damage at the moment.
I don't think it's a secret that Not Moist came into
It's
this
just,
finals
I don't
as
know,
the
man.
favorites. And
It's
sure, Gaming Gladiators
this game
might have
takes a
taken the
lot
points
of
so far
like
with 2 victories.
patience
You
and
better
time
believe
and
Not
stuff like
Moist will
that.
be
If
there
you have a
with the
family, it's
conversation of
difficult, man.
potential teams to
It's
be
very
lifting this
difficult.
trophy. As Monsoon, the last remaining player from Complexity, will just try and survive here. He's going to have to go all the way far east. But sadly, I think SSG are on the chase.
Yeah, SSG are always already ballooning on him, and Monsoon might try to play this one slowly. Don't want to give this away too much, but it looks like he might have just evaded the attentions of SSG. Monsoon, you sneaky beaver.
The old gypsy doodle from Monsoon, but now can he get the banner of Lou and maybe get them back up to a 2? And give them a chance to at least get some placement points in this game. 17 squads remain, so no placement points earned thus far.
What a slippery pickle. Going to get that banner. He's going to have an opportunity now to get Lou back into the game. So that's one of those plays that... Oh, he's found himself a Sentinel as well.
My God.
Yeah. Sentinel's nuts.
Everything's looking up for Monsoon right now.
In a crab? That's true,
Someone is
that's true.
watching over
I was
him.
going to say, not for SSG if he gets to line up a few of those shots.
So kudos,
maybe have
yeah.
a bit of a revenge tour onto them, but of course
I don't know
there's
if I
still a
can
lot
do
more work to
that.
do to get Lou back
That
in the
takes
game
too
and
much
play this
work,
one
man.
out as a duo. Back towards the zone, though, and you can see the Furia inside of zone. Falcons have managed to work their way towards one of those donut buildings as well. GG still on the north side of it, but TSM are inside of the wall itself. So GG will have some work to do a little bit later on. Fnatic, they're going to be outside of Command Center right now, and SSG are going to be holding inside of it.
Yeah, Fnatic actually saw SSG cross there, so they'll be well aware of their presence. They'll probably, both teams will move in different directions here, and I imagine this will amount to nothing. What is interesting on the map is that Gaming Gladiators have been able to hold all of those nut buildings that you were mentioning earlier as well. No one else has been able to take one, but TSM would be that team closest to potentially compete with them. As we look into EXO, they're a little bit further ahead of the likes of SSG and Fnatic.
Over towards the north side of things right now. And this is happening outside
Dreamfire.
of the wall. Dreamfire showing a little bit of presence themselves. If they do choose to rotate through the wall, remember the TSM are inside of the building connecting where this end zone is going to be and the wall itself. The Dreamfire will be safe inside of this next zone. I don't expect them to have to do too much at this point. They're just trying to see if anyone rotates in late and clear their back. They know Fnatic are there. They also know that SSG are going to have to leave. And ExoClan have just spotted
All right, I think that's
them out. Shots starting to ring in from numerous teams as SSG inside of the zone. Luckily for them, have just spotted out a member of Fnatic. But with the zone closing behind them,
that should be
and
good.
their health meds
We're
being
good,
chipped
chat.
away, this is looking like a rough
How's the drag racing going?
Very difficult indeed, just taking so much tick damage. They will have med
I think I'm gonna get. What do I need to do in Discord? I don't think it's working right now, brother.
One med kit didn't quite work out. Fnatic now looking to move up onto this. You saw the drone going out as well from Fnatic. Sasuke doing a great job to just collect information, and that's the frustration, right? If you zone wrap and someone's got a drone, they get that information, you're never going to catch them off guard. Damage coming in, Bangalore coming in to try and stop things, but Fuka, he's looking for KP, but not going to find it as Phony. Will at least make things interesting.
We know full well Fnatic loves to send it into a fight, but when Fnatic usually sends it, there is often a third party afterwards. So I'm just looking across the map. Maybe Liquid Alienware, again, could get involved in this one, but we remember what happened last time.
Well, SSG's still alive, but only just. Sinu's gone down as well, and this might be the end of things. Lyca's got to change to that syringe to get that popped,
The
but here
birthday
comes
thing,
Team Liquid now. We remember what happened last time. Well,
Dude, the freaking Mozambique is so stupid. Like 100% is so stupid. Holy shit, dude. It's so stupid. They're using the monitor I use, only I have the white one. Oh, nice. James, did you join my Discord? We're making moves over here, brother. I love it personally.
How have SSG survived here?
The dual no. That takes no skill, bro. You just run, shoot.
TSM have been able to force their way into the one farthest north.
So TSM moving from the wall into the egg that you can see on your screen. ExoClan are going to have to make their way towards the zone as well. And we're going to be looking at some of these chokes that approach the Trident area as extremely busy. In just a few moments' time, 42 seconds until that zone starts to close as ExoClan start to move their way towards that choke we're talking about.
Well, Dreamfire have gone over the top of ExoClan here, so actually they're going to be okay. It's SSG are the closest team, but we know they're going to be a team that are struggling at the moment, so Exo should be able to walk in, but it's about what they find when they reach this choke, because we've already seen VK Gaming holding this position.
VK Gaming also have the drone out, so they're going to be aware of the position that ExoClan are having to be forced to rotate into. Moist, by the way, are now approaching from the checkpoint side. Complexity, they're getting shredded on their way through the choke just to the left as well. And even though Lou is back into this game, when they do get back up to the duo, it's looking like it might be a tough rotate for them to just survive anywhere near this endgame.
Cloud9 should be able to do the final bit of damage here onto SSG. And that's going to be the cleanup crew ordered and delivered. 15 squads now remaining, so no placement points for SSG. As we go back over to the battle that's happening here, there's like 4 squads here right now.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to find a spot to play, but it's not looking comfortable for NForce 36.
All right, Teacup, you could try it again. See if you get permission. No difference than 5-shot TTK and cut. True.
But it's not going to be enough. NForce 36 arrived just too late and found that the
100% you're supposed to use what its advantage, you know?
The same way as well. Jaguares will get the armor swap. But here comes that man again. Wolsey has his shields broken, but not without exchanging damage.
The human turret has entered the building,
Teacup,
but
that should work.
have a little bit of support, which he's found.
That should work for Discord.
Zero's just gone down. Falcons are getting pushed by Alliance here.
Jim Burton goes down
if I did it right.
left on his own.
Yo, Alex, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Things, but through the smoke, so difficult to find any way to connect with these shots, and it's looked like, or should I say, it looks like Falcons will be eliminated, and indeed they are. Another dud game for them.
That's freaking crazy, man.
But it's another big performance from another EMEA team as Alliance push themselves into the top 10.
Yeah, Teacup, try again. I think that should be. I think it should work.
All this commotion are going to get themselves back up.
Well, not Moist down to 2 here. Timmy's left on his own on the Crypto. Also, you saw the Liquid Alienware somehow still alive in this building, but it was Furia who were on the other side of this. And also, Complexity were somehow or other looking at it, but Complexity have been eliminated in the meantime, so you forget about that. But GG, #1, back-to-back wins, now under pressure themselves.
Yeah, it's TSM on the other side of this one, and if Gaming Gladiators can win this fight, they're going to put themselves very close
oh my God.
to that match point threshold.
A little bit of trigger discipline coming in there. As Gaming Gladiators looking to deal with TSM. Blast looking to live up to his name. And will
Wow,
do indeed.
dude, they're actually
TSM
fragging.
And GG are finding this easy.
Yeah, GG now hold that entire northeast side. But
I know, Tori. Tell me about it.
GG. Elsewhere, Cloud9 have taken maybe too much damage here, but they will have smokes just to protect themselves.
Tell me about it. And it's still freaking low.
Sorcerer has gone down. It's going to be Bleed who are on the other side of this. Naughty's trying to go crazy. Newcastle Shield being a problem for him, and unfortunately not going to happen for him. C9 will be eliminated as Furia join them. Bleed Esports looking to get that res. Here comes Team Liquid.
This is carnage, because Guild are also here as well. Liquid trying to do what they can with the Mozams. Bleed get eliminated in 8th position. But Liquid are still a 2 here. They can still fight back-to-back if they would like. Maybe they'll even have a chance to get back up to a full 3. That's Niesel doing his job as the Newcastle.
There's the res coming in. No gold knock, but it's good enough. There should be some shield swaps around to get back up to full health, or at least be able to fight. Guild up on that high ground. Alliance firing in on this fight between Guild and Team Liquid. ExoClan and GG still exchanging fire. And look at the kill feed. It's going to be GG who take down Slayers, take down Furia, take them all down. ExoClan eliminated and GG.
Wow,
GG's Gladiators are only 3 points away from breaking that match point threshold after 3 matches. They just need to win one more team fight.
This might be a super early game, chat.
And they hold the entire northeast. Their main problem is going to be Dreamfire, who can watch them from the northern side of the water. But it seems like at the moment, Gaming Gladiators don't care who challenges them.
One thing to note, by the way, where all of the fighting was happening on the south side, you might
That's
have just
crazy.
caught it. Timmy hit a balloon, he hit an evac and managed to overtake all the teams while the attention was taken away. And that's got Moist into a position to not only survive, but also maybe to thrive with all these other
Oh
fights
my
that are
god,
taking
this
place.
nade.
Big damage coming in from Unlucky. Now he grapples up into the height. It's Team Liquid pushing, but it's Tyler who's shutting it down alongside Unlucky.
Good use of the shield though from Unlucky. Maybe needs
What
to
up,
go
Zach?
for a shield battery whilst the
How you doing, brother?
push. GG are approaching. GG are close to match point, but will they get there here?
Blast looking to do what he can. Mobile shield goes down as well. They only need a few points here. Light has decided this is not my time to fight. He's going to try and get there through placement.
Yeah, he wants to get up into that top 5, maybe even a little bit further. It is still doable via placement points here. Bangalore has the smokes, a good character to try and rat with. Alliance are taking damage.
He's looking for the KP.
Light could find KP
He's
here.
looking for the KP. He's firing in on this fight. Nades are going to go.
Oof.
Sends one up towards the skies. It's big damage. It's been knocked. And oh my god, Light, you've just put GG onto match point.
Gaming Gladiators will be the first to cross that line. And maybe Light still has a reason to do some damage here in this lobby for the remaining 3 squads.
Dreamfire
Oh my god, Zach, I'm done with you.
Still alive as well. They're trying to hunt him down here. Light, you've done your job. Can you do something miraculous? It doesn't
Yo,
matter. GG
Garth,
eliminated and
thank you so much for the
Dreamfire
13 month, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Position, though. I like this from Guild, and they have utility and potential shield swaps.
And a Kraber. Now, can you hit the shot? MT's got one as well.
Oh.
We've seen 360 no
Oh my god,
scopes.
so clean.
The drone is good practice, but now it's time
Come on.
to take
It's
it
your
from
shit,
the
dude.
firing range to the live environment. Legacy looking to move up here. He's got the turbo on that Havoc as well. Can't quite get some damage, as the shield will be good enough from the Newcastle to stop it.
Good EMPs, and actually the Kraber shot onto that drone might have been a shot that was very important to hit as well. It didn't allow them to push up on what could have been potential damage from an EMP.
Well, like I mentioned, MT, he can hit this when he's spinning in circles.
Oh, come on.
Legacy looking for the off angle. Oh!
What?
If a Pathfinder had hair,
Wait,
it
he
would
has
have been
2
removed.
freaking crabs?
I mean, trying to hide from 2 angles, from 2 Krabers is not going to be an enjoyable experience. Another EMP arrives, and maybe that will be the call for Guild to send it.
And Legacy managed to break that drone once more. The Newcastle finds those rocks are slipping, but also finds the Mastiff is good enough to get that first knock. Guild Esports cannot hold.
Wow.
Dreamfire will close it out.
He threw his freaking headphones, dude.
Dreamfire step up here in Germany to win the game on Stormpoint.
Much to the crowd's delight, as
GG.
Dreamfire put their names up into the top 5
GG.
in the overall standings.
I don't know
right
why
now.
he was so serious, though.
And look what it means to them.
This place is rocking.
Can't blame him, though, chat.
Dreamfire fans, they travel from far, but they travel in packs. And they've always been here at ALGS. And now they have a reason to scream and to shout. But of course, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. Gaming Gladiators cross the match point threshold and will have the ability to win this tournament from the next match onward.
And that boy Light, my goodness. The cojones on that man, right? He sees the opportunity, and sometimes Apex Legends is about sensing opportunity and taking it. A lot of people would have put themselves in that position and thought, I'm just going to try and survive. I'm just going to try and exist. I'm just going to try and get the placement points.
What's cracking?
Everyone else
What up, what up, what up?
But Light saw the opportunity here.
Oh yeah, we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more people to join our Discord chat. Hey, that's 7 more people that are going to get notifications. So, we're good.
I think he's probably the most relaxed person in the building.
I mean, Gaming Gladiators, 2 wins, then getting themselves across match point, going into match 4. Now, granted, we were saying Stormpoint hasn't been as good as for them when it comes to victories. But if they could just get 1 more match, then suddenly they're going to World's Edge, where they are the most winningest team in this tournament on that map. I don't know, things are looking pretty good for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, things are looking great for Gaming Gladiators, full stop. I think you could put them on Kings Canyon right now.
Enjoying the hell yeah, Zach. I'm going to
on the board. It's been an absolutely incredible performance from them so far. They have managed to cross.
We're gonna go and pick some
3 games. This might be a day where we're talking about GG.
pumpkins
we're
tomorrow.
Send it back to the desk to break it all down.
Oh,
just to do it with the family stuff.
GG. It just is only going to be determined if it's GG's in 4. That's what we are waiting to see. It is possible. Match point in 3 games. It's only maybe been done once regionally, and that was online, I'm pretty sure. I don't think at LAN we've ever seen this as a match point format, and it's unbelievable to witness the
Gonna cook the seeds?
that Gaming
I don't know.
displayed.
I don't know.
I mean, we talked about their consistency heading into this series, knowing that they were definitely a contender to be at the top. But this consistent in this level of a lobby on the global stage right now is absolutely unprecedented. They look untouchable right now. Hitting match point in 3, they can kind of do whatever they want, wait for that perfect time now.
Yeah, Jamerson, it's not always what you expect when you go to match point, and some teams handle it differently, especially in this crown dynamic, but GG have risen to the occasion. It's probably helped that they were in the similar situation 3 weeks ago as well.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to say that at this point for GG, in this tournament in particular, here for ALGS playoffs for split number 2, that a large majority of this tournament, it was Moist that was shining.
It was.
GG, though, that entire time was continuing to chug along and perform so extremely well that they were just being outshone. But now the tables have been flipped.
Completely flipped as we see our match 3 results. A big notable performance from Dreamfire at the end. Without talking about Light's heroics earlier on to get to match point from GG, it was Guild and Dreamfire who made some huge movement into the final series results that I think Guild might be top 3, top 4. Dreamfire may be top 5 after that, a 21-point game. Biggest thing, too, was their fans celebrating with them as well. Liquid Alienware finally getting into the mix. Snipe down on the other side of this, though. You know, some teams not doing too well.
Yeah, I think, you know, there were 2 teams coming into this game that had 0 points. One was Dreamfire and the other was SSG. SSG was actually able to at least put a couple kills on the board, so, you know, at least that's something. They don't go into this after 3 game with no points on the board. But how much momentum did Dreamfire just gain from something like that? It really does only just take one game. And I think another team that we need to talk about a little bit is Bleed.
Yeah.
Bleed has just flown under the radar a little bit, and they're up there. They've kind of performed better and better and better every single series throughout the whole tournament, and it's exciting for me to see them because I did get a chance to play with that team a little bit before Noct came back.
Yeah.
And it's a great team. Dropped has shown a lot of just overall how talented he is and how much experience that he has, and it's exciting to see them do so well. 3rd place overall.
Juby is a shooter, man. Combining that with Noct and Drops IGLing, it's so good to see a team like Bleed shine. But the thing is, you're right, they are a little bit under the radar. And will we see some stories like that keep occurring? I have a feeling that's been...
Why is this guy wearing a vest? I have no idea.
What this tournament is. We're paying attention to the big dogs. We're looking
I have
at
no
this
idea.
major pop-off. But then these teams are sneaking into the conversation, Lauren. And it's showing you that anybody can actually win. That's the whole point of match point. You can actually be 3 games out, but then obviously have that final moment. Let's take a look at these final circles, Lauren. Let's start talking about game number 1.
All right, well, obviously we kick off the day with a GG win. First match out the gate, they decided to make sure they got some points on the board. And this end zone was actually really cool. Obviously, match number 1, people are just trying to kind of feel out the lobby, see what the plan is, and also just get some points on the board. Now, Gaming Gladiators had a beautiful position here. They were the only one on this side of the zone when they had both Noctum and I believe VK Gaming across from them, debating how they were going to handle this back and forth engagement. Once Gaming Gladiators move in, what happens is Noctum, and we heard Vicky talk about this on the cast, Noctum realized that they were not about to be able to win the game, but they wanted to get those points on the board. We've talked about how important they are, and Noctum end up playing for second, going into their fight purposefully with VK and kind of helping GG get that win, but also helping themselves get those points on the board.
Having a perspective like that, you understand that there's so many good things you can do by just having the spot that forces other teams to fight for their lives, knowing they're not going to win. The cat wall also
I think helps,
and that's the thing about this legend.
We have basically everything right now,
They
chat.
create space, and they own that space. I love this iteration on the current meta, and Jamerson, it led to that win.
The bot's going to be the best spot that we have right now.
In particular, because of their performance,
What up, Cool Dan?
being able to get that Skyhook West priority pick for themselves allows them to continue to play their play style that has been so good for them. We get a zone pulling all the way over to Climatizer this time, coming from Skyhook West. You know it's going to take a while to loot up, and so they get all the way over here with some fights along the way, and they are so extremely healthy. They've got all the utility in the world. We're seeing why a lot of people are now saying
DG's playing really good, man.
IGLs here.
No idea how
I'm
getting
slow and methodical. That's how they take
I'm
it
so
here.
bad.
He baits out the peak.
Oh,
He's
Teacup.
got someone in that close
You might be able to do it
waiting
now.
for it, and then the drop down in from Lufka. I feel like Lufka hasn't gotten enough love either. This entire squad.
This was a
has
really
been
good play,
firing
chat.
on all cylinders.
When you talk about Lufka, you talk
Really
about
good play.
moments where he was one fight away from claiming a match point finals against TSM. That one fight put him in a position to now be on match point finals yet again with this new iteration. And look at this, Dreamfire would steal the show in this final game snipe, and it was a great hold from them. Guild also vying for that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of those 3v3s where it's so fun to watch, and everyone's trying to figure out who's going to make that first play and that first push. I think we saw it was the opposite team had 2 Kravers at the end of the game, Guild, and they were the whole time kept trying to peek for angles, and you got to say, Dreamfire did such a good job holding them off. You had EMPs going off, their drones were getting destroyed, they're all holding their off. Honestly, when we were watching this from Guild's side, it looked like they had the advantage the entire time. You saw the Newcastle in the end up falling off the rock right here, but this is what we're talking about. These shotgun metas is so much different than what we're used to. You know, we're not in an automatic meta
That's
anymore.
crazy,
We're
man.
Mastiff pops off, Mozambiques pop off. The other team was using Havocs and Flatlines with Kravers in the back, and if you don't get that big opening with the Kraber, then the Mastiffs right in their face. We saw how much damage they did, and they were able to get those easy picks.
It is so far removed from the meta we were just at with Havocs. You mentioned that. If you have been watching Apex Legends over these last few months, it's been unbelievable the amount of changes these players have had to adapt to, and they've done extremely well up until this point. Some teams may be hitting their limit here. Falcons, we'll talk about that in a second, not looking great so far. But for those who are excited about what's to come, I got to tell you, today we already told you, we're telling you where champs will be. We set up some teasers all along the week, and here's another one for you right now.
What a beast! 360 Kraber shot! There is no way he clutches that out! He beats them both! He's just better!
NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see!
And the question on everyone's mind is, where are we going for the Year 4 championship?
I mean, my time is right. That's today. So stay tuned. You may, in the venue, want to keep your phone with you if you leave, because obviously
everyone
this is
on
information that
Kick.
you gotta have.
You guys
right
here?
as it drops. So keep.
Or you guys just
paying
lurking? 42
attention
of you
and
are just
hanging out with
lurking?
us, especially if you're watching from home. Keep a tab open, even if you gotta go
Facebook,
make a grocery
17.
run. Make some
You guys
food. Now,
good?
here's the deal.
And
If you're
12
at
people
home,
on
you might be
Twitch.
watching
Are you
at
guys
home.
good?
A lot of you at home. Twisted Humanoid, I'll give a shout out to her. Her son loves Oxygen Esports. Sad they're not here, but always tweets at us as a family. People are the backbone of not only Apex Legends as an esport, but the game itself, the people who made the game. And what's maybe more important are the people who shine is the ones in the background who are doing the supporting, allowing them to take it to the next level and present us with moments and opportunities that mean
12 a.m.
to us. Of course,
and Doctor, are you guys in my Discord? What up, Joel?
He's been super supportive. I've always believed in him. We used to game together all the time growing up.
As much
Timmy's
as he
brother?
Played, I just never realized the level of gameplay. I mean, I recognized right away that he wanted this so badly.
He was all the time, you know, in front of screens, playing video games, and he's very competitive.
There was definitely a point as we got older that he just started just whipping me.
D'être avec lui, de pouvoir parler d'Apex tout le temps, et puis maintenant de pouvoir venir au LAN, c'est magnifique.
Ich bin sehr stolz auf ihn. Es ist erstmal, dass wir live das anschauen. Uns hat es gefreut, dass wir da reingekommen sind.
He does mention that I had to make my dad and my parents proud, you know? And he's put himself.
To see him finally competing on the biggest stage in the world, it's something special.
It's the best feeling, getting to watch my little
What up,
brother
Big? How you doing?
go out there and just kick butt and take names. And we get to sit here and watch them and cheer them on.
It makes me want to cry when I think about it. How proud we are. There are just no words.
Macht mich richtig glücklich, dass so glücklich ist vor allem. Ihn zu sehen, wie lacht, wie Freude hat, dass das macht, was ihm Spaß macht.
The best way to support him is, you know, just to be there for him when he needs you.
Wenn man immer unterstützt, gesagt, wenn das machen will und es ein Traum ist, bitte. Wir waren immer auf seiner Seite.
Es ist auch schön.
There you go, chat. There's the Discord link.
Ich bin sehr, sehr stolz auf ihn.
I think it just elevates everything. If you've got a family there, or anyone, just to come and support you.
Je suis fier de mon fils qui réalise ses rêves.
No matter what, like, me and the family always are going to be supporting him.
Et cette équipe, quoi, c'est vraiment une fierté, une très bonne communauté. Surtout, ils ont une très, très grande communauté. Avec beaucoup de cœur, et les fans ont beaucoup de cœur.
I think he does love it. To have that family support there. I recommend people, if they can.
Well, it's always better if you have family supporting you,
So
man.
I'm super proud of everything he's accomplished, all the hard work he's put in.
Just win, baby.
Ich werde ihn auch immer unterstützen. So gut wie es möglich ist.
I mean, we are incredibly proud.
I'm proud of him. What can I say?
Ich bin unglaublich stolz. Ich kann es nicht einmal in Worte fassen eigentlich. Es ist
Matafe, I love you very much. I'm very, very proud of you and all of your fans.
Shout out to all the esport family in
Pretty
the
sick.
crowd who have always believed and supported these amazingly talented players on the stage. With their support, they're the reasons why they are able to keep it going. Your support, you have no idea what it means to these players, what it's allowed them to do to accomplish these dreams. And now, as we get set up for game number 4, Gaming Gladiators, the only team on match
Wait,
point
they're on oh yeah,
eligibility.
they are on match point. Holy shit.
Verhul's brother there, just win, he says. And Gaming Gladiators, they need that just one win to walk away champions in the Split 2 playoffs at Mannheim.
I was looking at the player chat, and Blast said, I'm having a lot of fun. As he should, right? When he's got like 10 KP, evenly spread out damage amongst his team. It's like a 20 or so difference between themselves and Not Moist, who have 29 points. But Gaming Gladiators, they woke up this morning and they meant business. Love being able to highlight what Light has done.
Yeah, they've been
as the
playing out of their
IGL for
fucking
this team,
mind,
how
man.
he's been able to coordinate this insane squad.
Now, Storm Point, we're over at the wall. That's where Gaming Gladiators stage yet another fantastic game. 3 out of 3 for them. Of course, bringing up that match point eligibility. And you got to remember, this is their second
DPR,
pick.
thank you so much for
getting the zone
following
so close.
the Discord. Appreciate it.
Rotate, you know, just from the wall over to the oranges there to the left. Super
Appreciate
easy for
it.
them. Is something that they're going to be happy about. But Vicky, they still need that win. And if there's one thing I am superstitious about in Apex, it's like don't use your wins up too early in a match point finals. Okay?
Damn, the Falcons not doing too well, but they always start a little bit crazy and then
because you know you don't want to use up all the dubs that
do
you've
really
already
well.
been able to
But we'll
acquire.
see.
But you know you don't have to worry about that if you're the most consistent team in this lobby, which is what Gaming Gladiators has displayed to us. And
Lots
they
of
also have the ring console over
bangs
by walls.
still meta.
That the fact that this circle is going to be pulling up towards the north. They can
I would say
absolutely benefit
the
off of their
smokes
position.
and all that stuff. Yeah,
At the start,
the ultimate. Yeah, 100%.
Echo HQ and Coastal Camp. Often they're fighting over the Trident. It spawns over at Coastal Camp. There's one to the right of Echo as well, I suppose. But either way, it's Liquid Alienware and Complexity right now.
And if you could clean up some KP very early on here between both of these squads.
Eddie Daughter Day. Hell yeah, Rumble.
To
That's
capitalize
what's up.
off of a counter rotate into being able to suppress
Oh, Rumble.
two losses. They are gonna go
Is
for
that
a slow
still
rotate in comparison to Complexity? That's something
good
we've
to
seen
go
from
with
Complexity before, right? We know
BO6?
that they like to take these fights versus neighboring teams. While we look at Gaming Gladiators flying up from above, who've already made that rotate from wall, who found that building here closer, or rather closer to the hilltop, outside of the command center building. They're looking at the teams that will be over by Cascade Falls, who we know by this hilltop, if a circle does end up pulling more so towards the north side of Cascade, this is a better rotate for
Because
Gaming
we
Gladiators
have
in the
time,
end
brother.
game. You just have to worry
What's
about your
new
backs
to
for any teams that
what's
come
new
out
on
of Command
Apex?
Center.
Haven't played in almost a year.
Talked about
Damn,
that
dude.
in the tournament and how
A lot
it
of things,
interacts
man.
with the current meta that we have
I don't know
here.
if it's good or
Newcastle
bad, but it's
makes
like
this spot even more playable
it's-
than it
it's
was
stuff.
before. Because previously you were really just playing around these
Newcastles
boxes a
are
lot, having to use them
nuts
to
right now, man.
cover. But with all the time that they're going to have to both set up their castle wall and then also regen that ultimate, Gaming Gladiators hopefully will be set up there for quite a while, if that is indeed where the ring continues to pull. Because it's centralized on Cascade Falls right now, and it feels like there are still some options on where that could swing.
Very true here. As we take a look at Falcons, out with that ring console scan on the fuse. Some of these teams still utilizing the crypto, even if they aren't the most experienced genome. What do you think about the squads that
Now that I'm back home,
may not be
where
able to
were
find
you,
their
brother?
footing on the crypto, but still force it anyways?
Yeah, well, look, I was having a chat on Twitter with Tech, one of the best cryptos in the world, or at least someone who's been a long-suffering crypto player, someone who's really admired and tried to pioneer that play style. And some of the things that he noted was that people were getting their drones broken too often, too
It
early.
looks like Hal's
But
more
I think
comfortable.
The point I really liked was
But he's
that
more stressed.
The EMP pushes, they're very hard to coordinate. And sometimes, you know, you're looking for that, as we see,
Chat,
we got
I
one
think
coming in here might just be for a little bit
his-
of kick damage, I think.
His mind is not in the game right
You don't
now.
want to take too much damage before the EMP
And hear me out.
because all of a sudden, then you're just trading a bat for bat.
Hear me out, but this could just be I moved out of my mom's house and left my setup for my little brother. I'm here for Oh, nice. Okay. I think Hal is not. He's still kind of like hurt, and his mind's not very straight because him and his girlfriend broke up, right? But I feel like she helped him a little bit because when I broke up with my girl, like my ex, when I was professional PUBG, it kind of affected my gameplay. I'm not gonna lie. So I think, but we'll see. Give him a little bit. This is what, third game? Fourth game?
Fire. A bit of miscommunication
We'll see.
here has now granted out to get that free knock.
And that's so rough because it's their Newcastle player as well. If the Newcastle player was still up, they might be able to drag the teammate to safety with that retrieve the wounded passive. But it's not, and so Pete actually goes down. A nice pickup for Falcons.
You know who's giving him a haircut? That charge rifle in the distance. I always assume it's going to be Complexity, who are probably to their south, but they still were able to get that early KP. Very necessary with
Hell
Dream
yeah,
Fire
dude.
Force to
What
play
up,
this
Paige?
out as a duo inside this building here, too. Well, the fighting has
Hey,
not
Paige, do you have
stopped
Discord?
all the way over to the south.
What is your
side of
Discord
Score
username?
Point. On the
Just
edge
do,
of the zone is this
here.
fight happening by Echo HQ. It's like Liquid can't catch a break. If it wasn't Complexity, now it is Fnatic.
Click that
who
link.
rotated all the way around through here, too.
Yeah, Complexity have made their way well.
Dude, crypto's
inside
good,
the
man.
ring, but Fnatic popping over from Barometer have decided to compound Liquid's woes over here at Echo HQ. They're trying to get away. Fnatic on the chase, just like Falcons are with the rest of the Dreamfire squad.
I like the call to overextend and actually find the duel that was left for Dreamfire here, because they knew that there was that Moby that's over by that top of the hilltop that they could have utilized.
Downloading
even if
it?
they felt
Hell
the
yeah.
pressure from Complexity.
Make sure you have the app
Extra KP and an entire squad wipe
on your phone,
for Falcons, as they desperately need to start racking
because that
up
will give you
more
guys
points.
all live notifications. We're doing tournaments through that. We're doing giveaways through that. I have to figure out what I want to do.
That we talked about, plus the Mozams, means this is very much going Fnatic's way.
My goodness, Yuka is dancing like he's in the Matrix. He takes out
Jeez Louise.
Liquid Alienware. Nice display of movement from
I might do
Yuka.
like a $20 Discord giveaway,
Pace out those shots in between, even with the Mozam, and before
like
swapping
a
over to the Nemesis.
Amazon
That is
card or
Fnatic,
something,
who has been trying to take that fight, now completing it, and still being very slow on that road
to get more
south
people
side.
into
Maybe
Discord,
they
you
need
know.
those points just to tick them up a few points on the leaderboard here.
And then
Vicky,
through the
'cause look
Discord,
at
we'll
where
do the giveaway.
Gladiators are the team that we will continue to keep our eyes on. The one team on match point currently. And they've got a nice little spot up that hill. Still sitting at the spiders where we saw. But as we mentioned earlier, the question really was, where is the ring going? And as it shifts up the hill, it gets better and better for GG. They have to worry about their back with Bleed Esports, but that's a little further down the road.
We'll take a look at that team and continuously keep track of where they stand in that next zone, while Not Moist forced their way over from the south side after taking that fight versus Complexity. They've taken out Monsoon and Walty again on another level, while TSM see the mother load by the spiders, and they've pressured out Alliance.
Oh no,
only
Alliance
Unlucky
is
alive. Huge nade earlier from Verholz to start that engagement.
Has to pull all the way out into the zone. Says, hey, you're going to have to waste some meds if you want to chase me. I'll try and get through the other choke back through checkpoint.
Yo, thank you for the follow.
Not Moist.
Or thank you for joining Discord. Appreciate it.
Kills as we saw before. TSM, they were mentioning how good they were at their EMP pushes, actually, when I was chatting to Verhulst on the way in today. He said, Walty is so good at finding these little assassin positions where he lies in wait, the other team doesn't know he's there, and he will immediately swing upon Timmy popping that EMP.
It's great communication, too, from Walty. It's about leading not only with that info from Timmy, but also the space that he's built whenever he gets those initial knocks, being that entry fragger for the rest of his team. To see Verholz getting that finishing blow onto Hawkins in the ring, while still that one member of Alliance is alive as he's forced to wrap around. TSM, we're looking for him, as you could also take a look at Command Center, and it's not just Makers, by the way, that are inside of this. It's going to be Bleed Esports waiting on the outskirts of Command Center.
Bleed Esports is the new
struggling with double bagel points.
It's the new
on that south
team.
side of Command Center. So we're able to now pick
There
up
were
a
a
little
team
bit of
before,
points
but then
this
they got
time
bought
around,
out by
but they could
Bleed.
get squads that do opt to rotate from the south side of Command Center.
Because there's a couple inside right now.
This team's on match point,
Bleed,
which is
SSG.
insane, man.
And depending on how they decide to work through Command Center, do they want to go south or do they want to go out west towards Gaming Gladiators? There's a couple of options, and they probably won't have all of the ring information they would like to have right now in order to do that. Alliance get the double respawn back in, just like Kimchi did for Complexity not too long ago down near Cedo Station. We have had an uptick in respawns in this entire land just because of how prominent crypto is and being able to throw that drone in.
And also being able to have a Newcastle, so that way if you have to craft those banners, you have the opportunity with that support legend. See Falcons, Kraber in Zero's hands, having to make it work. We know, very consistent at times with that Kraber, but trying to see an angle. Doesn't like his position. I do know now that
gold,
with
nice.
the biz resetting, they also are going to be able to have that assault bin to get some extra Evo shields.
See, this is cool. I like this stuff.
Tiny bit of extra
but I feel
Evo,
like
but
it's
oh my Lord,
the Evo shield's a little bit too crazy, though.
Everyone gets a
I think it's just too crazy.
For the whole team. But I have to wonder, you know, what's in Zero's mind right now? How is he thinking about the Kraber shots that could have cost them EWC? Or is he thinking about the Kraber shots that won them so many other important points and finals throughout his history in ALGS?
Listen, let me tell you something. That was like, what, a 300K or so? Like, missed shot, I'd be seething. But this is why they need to get this KP with only 9 points to their name. They have to get a little aggressive. But at a circle like this, it's hard because this circle is shifting away from Cascade Falls, more so towards the north, closer to Gaming Gladiators, where Guild is also positioned by the buildings. But this is very open for the teams that have to get out of Cascade. They will be out for the likes of Gaming Gladiators to just take free shots at them.
Okay, so now we have to start to wonder, how much do these teams know their macro, especially in a POI draft meta where it's not as predictable and as well known as it was in previous times? Because when you get to match point final,
Chat, do you think they're gonna win this one or no?
Match point eligible and working out where they are likely to be in a certain set of zones becomes incredibly important. Bleed, Makers, SSG have gone south. Those two teams, a lot of this lobby's hopes could be riding on them. Can they come in and remove Gaming Gladiators from the lobby?
That would be crazy. I mean, somebody having to match Gaiman's freak at this point, because the way that they've been playing, Bleed now engaging finally as the circle closes in.
Oh my god, that was good nade.
Forcing this fight, backing away, not having to watch out with the arc star to his back. And this is what I'm talking about too. It isn't even from Cascade only. It's also from this bunker as Gaming Gladiators pepper into the fight that we just saw between Makers and Bleed.
But Makers, they're going to be coming in off the back of this in no time at all. We can see, actually, they're getting the kills. Onto dropped, onto knocked.
And now with Makers, Dexter popping this medkit, Asia is going to be able to give the suppressed fire, survive at one
1,500 days, jeez Louise.
And Gaiman don't want to overextend still, though. They're still looking for an opportunity, and too much time has passed. They've backed away.
But do they realize it's only a duo on their back right now? Because Makers can get the respawn in here. They are a threat to GG. If they're not...
I mean, the fact that they don't have a crypto is the reason why they couldn't overextend. They didn't have the information that it is just a duel because they don't have the crypto in that legend composition of theirs.
Looking forward, looking back, the zone has shifted
Oh
away
my.
from GG slightly. They'll probably have to go up and fight a team like Guild at some point, but I
Falcons just took down Timmy.
Spots that they can play up the north where no one can really contest them unless we see some
What up, Christopher?
evacs over the top.
By the way, non-stop fighting in Cascade. I just saw Falcons get a knock onto what looked like Timmy. Yes, it was.
Why waste all your nades, bro?
On the north side,
save them a little bit.
Is going to be able to feel some pressure with the knuckle cluster. Zainu's got the bow check.
Okay, they're coming on from around near the waterfall, and they're on triple reds. The one thing that GG do not have going for them right now is that they're on blues. They rotated quickly and don't have much of a chance to upgrade their armor. If SSG can get down there, a team that has, what, 150 more shields than them, that could be a big deal.
Oh, and they just saw the res happen right before their eyes. At least from this fight, they could get to purples, but that would mean having to get aggressive to move forward here. As we take a look at what they want to do and see the res, let's jump into a listen-in with Gaming Gladiators.
My Wolves game winning, so...
You look doesn't have busy as fuck.
I'm low.
I smoked you.
The behind is low.
Head of nading. Look, there's a door.
I use the tool. I need tools.
Okay, I'm bangled. Okay. Looking back a bit.
They can peek.
Wow, they let them get that stuff off.
I'm dodging inside the crate. All you, blast, all you. Coming. Don't die.
Can I get it? Let's have a stun. One. I'm ready.
Okay, yeah.
Play bar, and we win. Let's swing your light.
Yeah, rest me.
One shot, bank one. I can't do it. Oh, I got one more. Oh, fuck, I died. Okay, he's here. They're both cracked. Oh, lost to me. Finish me. Keep in them.
Oh my god, dude. Heal that shit. Oh.
Yeah, go down me. Show me. Now we need to slide down. Why are we fucking pushing?
Oh my god.
We got some more Apex Legends here in the split two-player
Jeez Louise,
finals.
chat.
Gaming Gladiators get taken out in a very intense fight. Even though they came out on top, they were worried to their backs. They got poked
I know,
out
right?
from afar.
It was almost like an infinite respawn glitch there with the Newcastle staying alive and just continuously rezzing the teammates back to half health with that gold knock.
Come on, they gotta do something, Falcons. They need to do something, bro.
One of the reasons why Newcastle is just so good in this meta.
You know, Captain America coming
That
to save
voice?
the day here when it comes to that Newcastle. I know we've all been in that position where we get frantic, seeing an enemy Newcastle just res before your eyes. It's almost like a taunt. But Zero, no way!
Oh my.
He misses the shot and then has to run into zone after getting peppered and gets knocked. It's fine. They're under some cover. Hopefully they don't get bombarded by nades. It's not like
Yeah,
they have
what
a
the hell's
Watson
on
or
this
a
back,
Jen.
Cal?
They will be able
The
to
fuck
get the
is
res,
that?
and because they have the gold knock, they can reset even quicker.
And this is VKG that are looking at them as the zone closes. They only have to take a few steps back and they're safe. But Falcons are coming towards them, and one Kraber shot could even things up, but not with Jen going down so early. The Devo pays dividends for QQ.
I mean, moving in the line of sight of VKG with no smoke nade to help you.
Yeah, I don't know why
in the
they didn't push
process.
without no smoke.
Right there in front of VKG now as they're playing around the Newcastle wall, but they were also pinched here. If you try to move from that position, not only are VKG looking at you, but you have to worry about TSM, who are also playing
A good spot,
off the
man.
West side. TSM clean up what is left of Falcons.
Again?
Going into
Holy
the
shit.
zone. No energy. Get eliminated in 5th. We have Guild, TSM, Space Station, and
TSM just
VK
killed
Gaming
Falcons
alive in
back
this
to back.
game 4.
Guild kind of farming right now, and they've got a good spot on the high ground. They've got the building for cover. They are also in 3rd position overall right now, poised to take over, not moist. You got to remember, after they've just had this roster swap, MT and Waltzy no longer together.
Oh, VKG!
Jeez Louise.
Space Station get eliminated. They're still playing nicely off of this Newcastle wall. The thermite pressures them out just a little bit, but no one is going to push out
3
their
teams
position.
up
Our
right
last
now.
3 squads now.
TSM just behind them. None of these squads anywhere near making match point. Gaming Gladiators still very much firmly in the lead, but Guild and TSM starting
Let's
to
see
do
where the
some
zone
work
is,
to catch
because
up.
Guild has a really good spot on top,
Chanting
looking
for
down
their
at both
favorite
teams.
As Guild have high ground, TSM looking to see what plays can be done.
Can they get match
Remember,
point?
TSM do
No,
not
I don't
have
think
a
so.
Watson, and you still have to worry about at least one other Bangalore from Guild.
Oh, 100%. I love her.
It's disgusting for Guild. It
her,
finishes just
tightness.
below the high ground that they control. Everyone has to walk up to them. It might actually be better off, honestly, to get under them early so that they have to expose themselves to peek over and hit them. But most likely, VKG and TSM will be getting into it and playing for second.
It was riskier for VKG.
Oh, this was so bad for them. So bad for them, chat. They need to get under.
Found a little corner to play off of. They have set up.
TSM could actually get behind. Yep, here we go.
Now jumping into the line of sight of Guild.
If TSM gets in,
to be able to play
it'd be really good for them too.
that you mentioned.
But bad because now they have to drop down.
By the way, too, with the Kraber, he got a huge knock, but they can't fully engage on it just yet.
That's insane that they got the reset there for VKG. Now they move up a little bit further, taking away some of that high ground from Guild that we talked about. They're playing from the roof, but sooner rather than later, they'll have to drop.
You know, Legacy in the comms are like, it's safe on me, it's safe on me. He was able to
getting
reset.
inside?
TSM got inside for free. Are you serious? I mean, they had to, right? Guild felt so pressured, and they had to reset on top of that.
It's just such a smart call, though. Zap has been doing so well after the first day here for TS.
I don't think it's a good play. I think they need to play outside of it right now on that ramp.
Lots of confidence within the new IGL for TSM. The props for Verholst with the circle starts closing in as they're stuck in the corner.
The way VKG have set up the fences down the bottom now means you're almost certainly going to fall into their web as you come off the high ground.
Yeah,
MT tries to pop the EMP.
No way! The EMP timing slowed down TSM so much. It took a lot of circle damage, but it's fine. They still have a sliver of this corner.
Now go play on the ramp. Go play on the ramp. They need to go play at the ramp, TSM.
Oh my god! That Kraber shot was huge, but Guild cannot clutch at VK Gaming. Walk up for free!
TSM needed to play the ramp, dude. They needed to play the ramp.
BK Gaming Only one of them with any LAN experience before playing at the Split 1 playoff.
They needed to, man.
And they look like they've been here the whole
Because what I was saying, if they played inside and then moved back into the ramp side, that means that they have the left and right to clear, right? The right team that was playing against the wall was getting hit from the top. The team on the top wouldn't shoot the people that are at the ramp. They would probably jump where the ramp was, right? And I think TSM would have outgunned them, but then I think they would have still won it. This is how the position was. But
when it came to going into that next zone, we saw them holding that slight hilltop, looking at the teams that had to come out of Cascade Falls right behind that new castle wall all set up. But honestly, a little thank you to Guilds. After they dropped down, they were forced to engage with TSM that were in that corner. Reps, it looked like he got a hip fire shot on the Kraber. We weren't watching his point of view, but you saw it in the feed. And then after that, we already knew that TSM was so in low. So VKG just
man, that's crazy. Good games though.
It seemed like TSM were done for. I mean, they got the double EMP. You saw VKG pop theirs first. MT, his drone's going to get destroyed, so he has to use his immediately. The drone dies short, but the EMP still goes off. That means minus 100 shields for everyone.
What up, Blood? How you doing?
But the VKG fans, we just saw them pop off. I mean, we've been talking about Exo's fans, Navi's fans, everyone else throughout this weekend, but there's been a little sleeper cell over here just waiting for their team to give them something to cheer about, and they've done just that.
That's crazy, bro.
Second place
That's crazy.
overall as well.
And off of that last game of Stormpoint 2, because we are going to make that transition onto World's Edge, where we saw Gaming Gladiators pop off and go nuclear. With that game done and dusted, though, we are going to be heading over to a break. On the other side, we'll see you for game number 5.
Battle Beaver, the official
Battle Beaver
of the Apex Legends Global Series.
All right, chat. So on the downtime, what should we do our first giveaway on Discord? So everyone could join the Discord. What should we do? Should we do like a $25 Amazon gift card? That's their Battle Beaver? Yeah. Amazon gift card? What, like 25 bucks? I need to look up some things after the stream though and get everything locked in. Because the more people that we have in Discord, the better it'll be all around. Left Pinky, did you join my Discord? I think that would be really cool. I've been for a while. Okay. Yeah, for the giveaway thing, I think after the stream, I'll set that up. Chat, you know what's so fucked up? Look at this ad, chat, right? Alienware, right? His Alienware headset, right? Hold on. I don't think that's Alienware monitor. Or Alienware keyboard. Bad advertisement. Horrible advertisement, chat. Hold on. Alienware curved monitor. I don't think this one was it though. It didn't look like. Hold on. Didn't look like a black base though. This one's so thin. This one's thick. Oh, it could be this one. No, that's still thick as shit. I think it is Alienware. Never mind. Alienware keyboard. Let's see. I care too much. Let's see. Any side profile? Damn, they're killing me, dude. They're good, bro. They're good. Alienware burrito. Nope. There's no alien logo on that shit. Fuck you, Alienware. I'm not gonna lie. Alienware is a good monitor.
Because I want some more good.
You care too much,
especially with how hyped this crowd is. There's
it's the Virgo, yeah.
Very big gap between Game Gladiators and VK Gaming after they took that win. But then you look at VK Gaming all the way down to even not moist, and the gap.
No, they're good.
So small for
good
these
gaming
teams.
monitors.
But the gap between
but
them
their computers are fucking overpriced junk.
Eligibility still kind of there.
Because it's Dell. Dell owns Alienware. But they only, like, when it comes to this good of a monitor, all of them are basically going to be the same. If you're going to spend $500 above, they're basically all the same.
Closing it out, or we've actually, I would say we probably need 2 or 3 games for any of the other teams to start playing a part in the end of this LAN.
I hadn't thought Game 8 is where we're going to be able to crown the winner. What about you?
I mean, I said 10 at the start of the day. But is that still going or not?
Love this flyby as Gaming Gladiators, the only team in white, the only team currently sitting at match point. They need a dub. And let us not forget, for our first 2 games of the day, they won both times on World's Edge as we make our way back to the streets that we all know and love. World's Edge here. VK Gaming, your winners of our previous game on Stormpoint as we get this nice flyby over by Epi.
I'm also a Virgo. Yeah, Virgos care too much.
Look, I know over on the
in relationships and all that stuff.
We definitely highlighted VK Gaming a few times throughout our regular split and throughout this year, Vicky, but to be this much of a threat, I don't think there were many people counting on that. But VK, they're out here to show everyone there's something special. There's something different. And after winning that last game, propelling themselves into the second spot, they now have to make their way to the west side of the map. All of a sudden, a circle that looks eerily familiar.
It does, and a familiar zone that we know and highlighted before when we saw it for game number 1 that could benefit TSM.
Dude, I want some tacos right now. Not gonna lie.
If it is the same circle as last time, who won
Maybe
this
I'll buy
one,
some
Vicky?
tacos.
Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, okay.
Which land over by SkyWest / Trials. They're going to probably go for a similar rotate if they hold that northern choke south of Countdown. Could be lights out. Although I will say, though, this circle could shift slightly over to the south side. We're going to have to wait and see because TSM splitting that loot over by Mirage and Lava Fisher. They'll get information at the ring console over by Mirage. Again, it's getting a little hint of deja vu because Complexity, instead of wrapping, though, around
Pick up some
to the
tacos,
south
bro.
side of that
I'm
big
gonna order
rock,
some tacos.
exiting out of staging, they're actually opting to go from the north side, holding by the rails.
And you remember there were a couple of these what-if moments last time where teams could have taken those positions away from Gaming Gladiators. Bleed was one of them, the other team landing in Skywalk.
You want a Steel Series mouse?
And you have to wonder
I have a code for Steel
look
Series
for Gaming
at like
Gladiators
25% off.
if they try to hold up a similar position around the bin south of Countdown.
Go to Steel Series and do promo code SOLTEK.
A lot of open cover, but you also at least still have the rocks. Depending if you want to hold that high ground when you exit out of Landslide, where Space Station are going to thrive. saying that they have also a beacon that they take their time
Tacos
to
or
scan while
Chipotle,
everyone
chat?
still is in the process of rotating, making their own moves. But we've already seen Furia holding on that south side of staging, exiting out of thermal station because they have a ring console there, so they went for a quick rotate. Gaming Gladiators, all the focus on this team as they're going to be able to get looted up before rotating through countdown side where there's another ring console waiting for them.
Yeah, because they didn't get the ring console in
expensive.
Skyhook this time. So if GG wanted to make the fast rotate, which seems like that would suit their plan as the only team on match point,
I get a burrito.
they couldn't quite do it. They have to look for another one first, and the fact that Countdown is the closest one means, that's got to be the path. They don't go through Lava Fissure. They do have to go there to get that info.
He's space station already by landslide. Complexity perhaps in the back with a charge rifle, wondering, seeing how so many other teams are opting to rotate from the eastern side of this landslide zone. See, Gaming Gladiators, we are going to still stay on them, and they are going to keep looting. A lot of these teams not trying to fully engage just yet. Again, so close for the overall series thus far.
Hold on, chat.
I mean, it's the negative rotate right now for Gaming Gladiators. Do they have that Vault Key? Is that why they're going back towards Skyhook?
Or it could be to get some extra points, because there was a ring console over by the far east side, but didn't contest early on because Bleed Esports likes to linger, and they've already rotated by this timing. Even if they do have that Vault ring, though, or rather that Vault key, that would be amazing for them because they'll get extra loot and still play into their strengths, into slowly rotating and playing by the edge. The chance now as the crowd gets a little crazy and Complexity up on top of the tracks that we saw teams play off of earlier before in game one.
It feels like there's at least a few teams who think this is going
21
to be
bucks
the same
off.
circle, and so they take up similar positions.
So 21 bucks off 180 bucks.
Get a peek on out at
so it's like
else
15 to
is
20%.
around them. You can see
I think
GG
you get
going
free
through the
shipping
tunnel.
too.
It's going to be a very different game for them. So they did have the loot key, the Vault key. I
never
guess,
had
to get
Chipotle?
the loot, and it's going to be a very different game, Vicky, because last time they were playing for Godspot, playing for that position that they're just going to lock down. This time, they have to be the warlords in the lobby. They have to be the gladiators if they want to push through and find a position that will take them all the way to that #1 spot and the trophy.
Living up to their name, and look who's right behind them. It is not Moist. Again, maybe trying to prioritize this rotate, since you can see in the mini-map there is also a server beacon right there getting information while trailing right behind Gaming Gladiators.
I know that, right?
Maybe coming up
I think I'm going to get some Chipotle.
Guess who's waiting for them up this hill in Countdown? It is Bleed, and Lufka knows he takes some shots with the Nemesis, but they still have to keep their wits about at their 6, knowing that not Moist were trailing right behind.
Like a shark in the water here. Not Moist said they're not scared of a single other team in this lobby, and they've proved it throughout
why
the
is food
entire
getting so
land.
expensive, chat?
Doesn't matter how good GG
Why it's been
are
so
playing.
expensive?
I bet you Not Moist will
30
back
bucks
themselves
for 2 Chipotle sandwiches?
against this team in a 3v3. But will it be an isolated fight? You've got NRG.
That's fucking nuts.
Over to the right of your screen. You've got Bleed as well. A couple of teams thinking, hey, is this a countdown circle?
I do steak,
or
I think.
Are they all just waiting to try and get access to that ring
No,
console?
chicken, steak.
Have they been?
I don't even know. It's just pre-order.
You know, maybe
Let's see.
debated into thinking it was a countdown zone because there's so many teams
Chicken.
in the
I do
area.
chicken.
It's one of those weird situations sometimes where you get false information and you make inferences that.
I ordered Papa John's last night and it was 90 bucks. Did you order Papa John's? Like Papa John to come to your fucking house? Goddamn. What the fuck? What the fuck you eat?
Through Skyhook 2, chasing right behind them.
90 bucks for Papa John's?
You saw Blast had already put up the catwalk earlier, the EMP to slow him down, but they still
Did he
get a little
personally
bit of
deliver it
safety.
to you?
Moist
Goddamn.
want to keep this going.
Signed
They
his
wanna
pizza and
get
shit?
aggressive, but after that Newcastle wall was put up, there's another team taking shots at them. We know that NRG did have height on the southern building of Countdown. They were the ones that I think with the triple take were shooting at Gaiman earlier.
It was a life-saving Dark Veil by Blast there that gets them back up into the safety
Yo,
of this
Blood, did
room
you join
where
my
their catalyst
Discord?
can reinforce the doors. You saw Moist throwing out the EMP to try and grab them.
Yeah.
The rest of the lobby would have
Did he
cheered.
specially
Maybe
make it for you or what?
The crowd
Goddamn.
would have cheered.
Signed the box, made
knowing
it.
That would lock in,
Pound
of
the
course,
bread.
yet another game of match point finals. But GG
Crazy.
survived. They're too wily,
For
too
4
wary
years? Okay,
of
okay.
that attack.
And not Moist now have
I just
wrapped
want to
around
make
from
sure
the north
everyone's
side of Countdown
joining
After everybody
it.
saw that this circle was continuously shifting over to the south side, Bleed have given up that northern building in Countdown.
we're gonna
So this
start
allows
making
not
moves.
Moist to wrap around, take this spot for free, and we're also able to still put
Sucked
some
his
shots
toes.
onto GG, but still no opening available for them to engage on. Even with the crypto and them having the EMP, waiting to see if they'll have another
I have a serious
opportunity
question.
as everyone will be forced to move.
Do
soon in the
girls
next
like
20
getting
seconds.
their toes licked and sucked?
NRG won't be forced to move, and they're the team ahead of both Gaming Gladiators and Not Moist. They're not ahead of anybody on the scoreboard, unfortunately. Dead last with 20th spot at the moment, which is a shame because they really did well in the POI
Actually, yeah.
draft, in my opinion.
Been a difficult time here for NRG. And Bleed also haven't moved away from Countdown, even when they had that ring console in front of them. Definitely very
Because
difficult.
my wife is,
to even
when
try
she's
to
on her
take that
back
when
and her
you have
legs are up
NRG
like this,
looking
she
at you with
always tries
snipers.
putting her feet
Gaming
in my mouth.
Gladiators now just taking a roundabout rotate, looking at VK Gaming, who wanted to see if they can move
I don't
into
know.
Countdown themselves, but still having to be careful of Not Moist. Again, they're mirroring them constantly.
If Not Moist have worked out that this is Gaming Gladiators, then yeah, I agree. The mirroring is exceptional, and they really are doing the rest of the lobby a service here. As you said, it's a roundabout rotation though for GG. So
I don't
will
know
they
if
go
I'm like
all the
I'm
way
touching the
around
spot or
through
what.
Lava Fissure and then continue
You know,
to go
those
south
dogs.
from
If you
there.
scratch the right
Too many
way,
teams in
the
Countdown,
feet go like
a little
this.
too hard to push through.
I don't know if that's
without,
like my
you know,
wife.
taking a big risk.
Every time,
and
it's just
risks
like
are not what Gaming Gladiators want right now.
At least
just
Lava
goes
Survey
towards my
taking care
mouth.
That they could scan at the very least with Lava Fissure and this rotate. They'll be able to note where other teams are within the vicinity, waiting for them on their
I'm trying to
approach,
catch
while
hands
seeing the teams
and
waiting
pop
by
out past
landslide in the
that.
space station, looking at makers who are so
Oh,
low.
man.
Huge nade
Not
inside
just girls.
the truck. They can't fully engage though. Alliance are waiting on the other
Hey,
side.
we don't
They'll
judge.
easily third party this, but they're not the only ones, because then behind Alliance, the fourth party waits. It is also Not Moist who are looking at VK Gaming coming out of the tunnel.
Hey,
side,
Matthew, we
exiting
don't
out of Skyhook.
judge.
Still Moist lurking around, just waiting to be a part of something. We saw Gildan Moist get into this situation over at Landslide in the last
I do that to my
game.
boyfriend
the last time we
too,
had this
but
circle in
I don't
game
like
one.
it. Just playing
And
around.
similarly, we've got another couple of teams locked
Well,
in
all I
with
gotta
it
say is,
here. And
if
it's
my
really
wife
tough 'cause you can play
wants
on
to
that
suck
platform and it's great,
my
but as
toe
soon as you
and she
wanna
doesn't want to
leave,
suck something
all
else,
of those other
there's a
teams
fucking problem
are
there.
going to take that opportunity.
Was that the zipline put down by Alliance actually
There's a
right
big
behind
problem there.
Moist, so that way they can get closer and now completely suppress them? They have the advantage and they've also committed here.
Oh, Alliance are just going straight for this. Makers get it taken out in the meantime, and Alliance have not taken much damage at all on the entry here.
You let it blast between the zipline and EMP. Alliance take out Not Moist in 19. Talk about an amazing call of repositioning from Alliance to also find even more kills in their pocket. They had gotten one knock, I believe it was from Unlucky, onto one of the members of Maker inside the truck, and then completely diverted his attention when they noticed Not Moist.
Now we have to get a look at the circle at some point here, Vicky, because it's
My feet are very, very,
different.
very well
We do not have the
kept.
same one as last time.
I guess
Guild
it's
are
different.
set up where GG were, but they'll be a little bit sad to find out it actually goes down towards Mirage Voyage.
And with TSM having
Eric.
the POI advantage, we know that they split up between Lava Fissure and Mirage, and they were up on top from the very beginning.
And I think GG have just used their drone here. Oh, sorry.
I just
not
don't
their
understand
drone,
sometimes.
of course. That was VKG Gaming from the north. But there was a survey beacon, as we mentioned. And if they could have got that information, it would have been so helpful for them going further south. Because if we get a ring that a couple of teams don't expect, then all of a sudden GG could just find their way straight into a great spot. As it is,
I have to
it
send
looks like they might even be playing for points, looking behind them
Eric.
towards the zone.
Oh no, but with
I have to
VK,
send Eric
you saw
a
him scratching
clip.
his eyes. Let's jump into
I
a
just have to
listen with
prove it.
VK as NRG are peppering from above.
What up, Average? Yo, Average, are you in my Discord? Yo, Eric, you're about to get some toe pics from her only feet. I joined, yeah? Okay. Just now?
我身上有10个小血包，我身上有10个小血包。
没用。
你操，真进不了了，算了，走哪都不行，不行。
啊，没3塔，有个3塔好了。
Or you've been in it? Yesterday? Okay.
Very tough for VK Gaming there. Unfortunately, they'll go down in 18th, which doesn't help their chances. Still in second spot at the moment. Let's see if any of the other teams just blow them. Guild, TSM can get above. Not Moist, of course, also out on 32.
See, Unlucky trying to give surprise fire, even though he's hitting that Newcastle barrier, just in case.
Yeah, morning fishing is amazing, man.
Newcastle don't have that
morning or
barrier, while GG on their rotate. Nice
sunset
once again from Blast allows them to get on top of this building.
Nothing's more relaxing than those two fishing, man.
Less than a minute. It was
morning fishing, and then you make some food on the grill, or sunset.
There is 4 to 5 other teams that will be rotating from the north side.
Blast does pick up the Dark Veil again and again, saving his team from almost certain doom, and you can see how much they're investing into that ultimate right now, popping multiple ult cells to try and enable their next rotation south. So many teams. There's teams on top of Mirage Voyage, there's teams underneath it, and Enterforce 36 are also waiting in the building ahead of them. So GG have got a very tough path here to make this next zone. I don't know if they can do it.
I'm getting deja vu seeing Bleed in this fight out here too, with Guild also recreating a bit of a memory here from game
Night
number
fishing
1.
is my favorite.
Eliminated in 17th. The Space Station had sandwiched them from the other side, and Guild recognizing that, back away. Back towards the rocks where NRG were playing from the north side
fishing,
of that building area.
Night fishing or like sunset?
Fences, trying to ping and seeing where that team is to their right. They call it an evac tower, and they're not the only ones.
BQ last night was nice.
Probably
weather in Texas.
Is
it super hot over there, brother?
It's the evac for Guild as well. I like the way Guild were playing that, looking for a few kills there before they make their evacuation route.
Can we talk about the fact it is like 3 different squads up in the
air, what the hell you got?
Finding a spot and Gaming Gladiators.
Average, are you trying to like
on top of Mirage.
catch a mermaid or something?
Oh, TSM get jumped on immediately, and they get taken out. It was
damn, they just got taken out.
Different teams that were shooting at them. It was Team Liquid, it was Guild, and now how? Blasting
Catfish,
away
my
at
man.
Space Station, Guild get eliminated.
Well, mermaids can be catfish.
GG somehow do. Ultimate height, I guess that's what you would call
One
this.
could be, you know,
right on the
making
top, but there's so many
cute
other
calls,
teams
and then they show up in their the size of the beach.
Unfortunately, be part of this party with NRG, one of the ones up the top.
It's the fact that NRG and GG, who had came up from the evac tower to find the high ground on top of Mirage, late now into this rotate. Dreamfire get eliminated. All the action.
You guys eat your catfish?
This could be
catfish is so goddamn bony, dude.
They have just evicted NRG from here. C9 get eliminated as we jump into a listening with Gaming Gladiators.
Dude, there's 8 teams. Shit.
I'm coming. Coming, chill. I have the bot. Coming.
Oh, Eric knows all about that.
Right. Shoot.
What the fuck?
Yeah, take nice. Three flags.
Why? What happened, Eric?
I need heavy.
Just loot. I'm looking for kills. Someone's dying. I'm looking for...
Got Thomas.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
Back in the open.
One. Nice.
Hey, look, evac. Someone evac.
Where evac? No.
Okay, never mind.
I need heavy. I really need heavy.
Okay, look.
We don't.
Yeah, but like I couldn't find any.
Well, did you smash Eric or no? You just close your eyes?
Yeah, doing.
Just look at her picture.
My ping is 3 kills.
Okay.
It's literally 3.
Solid.
Frantic comms communicating that they need some extra ammo. They have been fighting and they've been rotating this entire time, but this could be a game-winning moment for GG. This next circle still is part of Mirage.
I want more,
as they're the only team
more games, dude.
uncontested on the high ground.
Everyone else down the bottom is so preoccupied with each other. No one's going to be looking up at Gaming Gladiators. This is an incredible opportunity for them to win here in match 5.
Dude. This could be really bad for them.
Up. Even Team Liquid, who was so low now, forced to get through the other side of this catwall, while Alliance are looking at them.
Shit.
They lose out.
I'm here.
GG. It is just free firing on
might feel the same.
in their line of sight
Close my eyes, baby. Yeah, this is actually really bad for them.
Alliance Alliance down to 2. NRG, who they evicted, are playing underneath them right
This
now.
could be really fucking bad, dude.
To make this go another.
Could this be it? Did somebody tell Gaming Gladiators that this was a speed run? Because right now, they are looking to be your winners. They still have height. This is game 5, and it is crazy to see the position that they're sitting in right now. There is only 3 squads left, and Energy, by the way, are still underneath them.
Alliance do get the res, though, so they're back up to 3. It was such a incredible rotation by GG to win this high ground spot. And now it's 70 points, almost doubling the rest of the lobby. They look for the win.
It would be crazy. Crazy moment.
Oh man.
If Alliance
I think
make moves with a zipline, we're gonna have to see. But even if they try, they would be in the line of sight of NRG from right down below Gaming Gladiators.
I think NRG is gonna stop
in the next 10 seconds.
GG.
Our last 3 squads: Gaming Gladiators, Alliance, and NRG.
Alliance hide behind the wall. A Kraber in the hands of hackers. It stopped teams winning tournaments before.
It might.
So
oh my god.
Responsibility in this man's hands. EMP is ready to go. The drone
Shoot through a fucking
not
crack, bro.
risking it until now.
They're gonna.
Before the storm, the Newcastle though! Gaming Gladiators need to finish this fight quickly! They push in with the Newcastle wall. That is the green light for NRG to come up behind them. Gaming Gladiators didn't know! With NRG coming up behind them, that is a lackluster information from not having a crypto drone!
Blast gets the wall off, but Lufka is not going to be able to get the res onto Lights. He gets finished. Alliance go up against NRG. I don't think GG can pull this back.
They didn't have to jump that early. Now that is Alliance who have taken the height. NRG stuck in between both squads. Are you kidding me? Gaming Gladiators, they originally have height and now have swapped places, but it's still doable. Blast, Lufka, only up to Lufka. He's the only one left to keep the troops alive. And we're going
They didn't have to. They jumped way too early. What the fucks, bro? Why the fuck go there?
So they take out NRG and win match 5!
Why did they do that? Oh my god.
Until that final 3.
They knew a team was right under.
GG looked
They knew a team that was right in front of them.
Of Mirage.
They should have. They should have jumped on the zip and went directly right and then went behind them. That's crazy,
never
bro.
Gonna happen. I'm never gonna have a moment to celebrate with the team, or maybe never say never, because Alliance.
We're only in match 5, Vicky.
Yeah,
there could be plenty of Apex left today.
Can't believe Gaming Gladiators rotated so early with the Newcastle
Too early.
wall. They set themselves up to get pinched the moment they committed to it, but it is even better news for Alliance because now they are at 44 points.
I mean, so often we see those teams make the last-minute plays, though, where the zone forces them out. Perhaps the other 2 teams wouldn't have been expecting it that early. GG.
That's crazy,
I guess
bro.
my question is, were they going to actually commit to that fight, or were they trying to carve out a
Dude,
space
Falcons
for
needs
themselves
to
in the
do
graveyard
something, bro.
and then force the
They
other
need to
2
do
teams
something.
into each other?
Didn't work out because 16 KP go in favor to Alliance, 7 points away to find themselves in that 50-point match point eligibility, and that is with a complete
Also, chat,
side rotation.
have you guys ever got your daughter or son into power wheeling drag racing?
Line that is off to the side of a landslide, and it was T-Law that was right in front of them. So many
I think I'm gonna get Ella into it to start her off, bro. Just imagine your power wheeler going 40 miles per hour.
from that north side of zone.
Congrats to NRG, though. It was a good game for them. 14 points.
I think I'm gonna get Ella into it.
Doesn't that far up the leaderboard, but all of a sudden they're amongst it. A lot of the teams on the sort of low to mid 20s And now we can see they push even further in the rest of this tournament.
My dad had me
With
racing
another
go-karts.
third place,
Bro.
Gaming Gladiators
I have a racing
is
go-kart in my
getting so
garage I
far
want to sell.
ahead now. It's a little ridiculous. 70 points. And Alliance with a banger game, 28 for them, means they move the closest out of anybody else to match point. 44 right now.
Getting a little closer here to that finish line on match.
Shit went pretty fast, yeah. So basically, what you do,
like you mentioned, Dino, it's getting very
you,
tight for a lot of
it matters if it's like a 48 volt or whatever, but
and if you've ever wondered about
if you do that, you need new motors because then it'll fry it, right? Because those can't take that much power.
Right now.
So if you get new motors,
and they are still currently,
it'll make it a lot faster, probably like 13 to 15 miles per hour, right? But then
getting some hometown power is just beautiful to see within our top two teams. Alliance.
Oh yeah, that's why I want to do with my daughter. She loves my car too.
Another level when it comes to his IGLing skills, the way he helps enabling
but then
his
if you want stronger motors, they sell metal plates that you put against the gear system, so the torque doesn't break the plastic.
Let's go to a break. On the other side of this, we got some more World's Edge action.
Really cool stuff. But here, I'll show you. I'll pause this real quick. I'll show you. Hold on. Watch how fast these fuckers go. Like, there's different classes, right? So this is probably like default class. Because they're slow as fuck. Might be a little bit faster. Yeah, these are defaults. Oh, where's that kid? Here you go. Oh, that's not it. These fuckers fly, dude. Like, look at. These are outlaw class. They're fucking fast, bro. Here, this one's the fastest in the world. His car goes 40 miles per hour or something like that. 30, 40. Damn, she smoked him. Good shit. I would love to do this with my daughter, though. Oh my god. It looks so fun. Good for her. $300? I would love to do this with my daughter, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I would love it. It's like you buy one, right? It probably costs you like $300 for a power wheeler, then for the other stuff like 300, 400 bucks.
You thought we were done here at Mannheim?
Oh.
Well, think again. We've got more games of Apex Legends to bring your way. Match point was so close. It was so near for GG in those final moments, but it's an EMEA powerhouse of their own who snatch it out of their hands and send us into another game here.
Teams who are not yet on match point may begin to tremble though, because Onset has appeared, and if you've been watching match point finals for quite some time here at ALGS, it somehow always ends up with Onset being on that call. However, it
I would
is
love to
still
do that.
only Gaming Gladiators on match point. They've had 2 chances Two very good zones to try and win this tournament. Will they
Or
with
chat,
another?
I could set something up. I could be the owner of the one at Great Lakes, because they have like a drag racing strip for RC cars that we could definitely put at for Power Wheelers.
When Lufka got that res though, I was like, wait a minute, this could happen. However, it doesn't happen, and we keep on going here. That is just history at this point, which brings us to that conversation that you kind of highlighted, is we still have only one team on match point. So GG are the only team in the lobby at the moment who can still get this done.
Well, the good news is for Gaming Gladiators, we're still on World's Edge. It's still their best map. They still have had 5 wins across the board throughout this tournament, so I'm expecting them to have a good opportunity here of still winning it. But there is going to be plenty of teams trying to take them down. And I think it was a good point what you made, right?
Yeah, I think I will think about that. I think that'd be really cool.
Very good, very knowledgeable, very much aware of the
Do it like
feed,
a summer
and
thing.
probably keeping tabs on who is alive, and I think they maybe had an idea of GG still being there.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. And now, you know, we talk about this conversation, we talk about the chasing pack and who is close, who is almost over the line. Well, that's what it's all about, right? That trophy right there, to become a champion, is what everybody fights through the Pro League, fights their way through the brackets, the group stage to get to this point. And as you can see, only one team is going to be able to lift it. Dan, we are getting into the business end now. This is kind of what I feel like is the midpoint of our match point finals, where teams start to arrive and hit match point. GG were there early. It was a record-setting pace from them to hit match point, but now there's so many teams that are within striking distance who could well join them in this next game.
Let me take you back to the World Championships when Optic Gaming hit match point in just 3 matches. And where did they end up? They did not go on to win the match point finals. In fact, there's a team that you might remember quite well that went on to win it in that scenario. Will we see some of our
Do you
big
think this
hitters
is the last
get back
ALGS?
into the game here in match 6, or can Gaming Gladiators close it out?
Well, match 6 is live, and we're going to jump on board with Alliance on their loop.
Well, you got to think of it like this. If there was no pro scene, this game would be dead already. To be honest with you, the pro scene's actually keeping this alive. Like, how many viewers are on watching this right now? 23,000.
Just 6 points away from joining their fellow EMEA compatriots.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
What a story it's been for Alliance.
I think
Amazing the trials and tribulations.
I think Apex has one more year before something else better, different comes out, or Apex 2 comes out.
Not
But
only would he be proving a point, but he'd also be putting himself on the map.
Yeah.
Everyone would want to get Tyler on their team if Alliance want to do it themselves, but of course, we know Effect is worth keeping around. I'm sure if you could have 4 of them, they definitely would.
That's very, very true. Let's take a look at the zone then. Let's look where we are going.
My.
We're going down south, everyone. We are going about as south as you can possibly go. And for GG over at Trials, that looks like a long, long way away.
Even though Skyhook West has turned out to be arguably the best POI to find victories on World's Edge so far this tournament, it is arguably one of the hardest zones to get down toward. Because when you look at playable space, when you look at the areas that teams are actually going to start to position themselves here very quickly, there is going to be little room for Gaming Gladiators to work with when they arrive here.
Well,
it was a lot better when it
still
was simple. True, true.
Have already moved up. Look how quickly they
Very
have
true.
rotated over from Harvester. Really, really quick from them, and trying to scope a few players out. Maybe
Very
they realize
true,
they've
bro.
got the timing.
It's just I feel like it's like
loop path here to try and solo someone out.
too much
But
going
now,
on right now.
It looks like
You know,
Falcons have managed to regroup together. Liquid Alienware, by the way, have moved down to the platform and are kind of overlooking this. And if you're wondering if they had the timing, well, the answer is no, because Jim Burton has got the 30-30 in his hands, and he has spotted out Exoclad.
And I'm sure that Falcons actually have ring console information right now, but the arrival of ExoClan maybe tells them enough that they need to know of where they're going to be. Oh, well, they do have a ring console there. They just need Hal to get onto blue. Once Hal gets onto blue, then they can get that ring console information. Of course, how are you going to get onto that?
Well, for now, it's a very slow game from Falcons. Exo overtaking them. You can see the position taken by Team Liquid, exactly what I would have expected them to do. Move down to this building.
This feels like
overlooks
too much is going on and stuff like that. Mostly all the games are so much better when they're simple. You know what I'm saying?
Rotating in from the north, but potentially towards that end game as well. We've seen finishes on the platform itself. We've seen them just on the lower side as well. So Liquid, who have been through a lot, I would say, during this tournament now, have a chance to make this game their own.
And you talk about teams who are very good at playing zone and holding a position when the zone comes towards them. Team Liquid is one of those that turns up and can put on a show for you. Furia, they'll have to transition a little bit further east and probably work their way through complexity if they want to find themselves in zone. You can see a beautiful aerial shot. Shout out to our observers, by the way. They've been phenomenal all tournament long. But Furia will have to pass through that choke and then challenge complexity, or they can try and go around if they would like.
Interesting zone, this one, isn't it? Because it's one of those where if you arrive late, then you're probably going to have to fight for KP on edge and then hit an evac to try and land in zone as it closes. Playing the center of this zone, if you aren't one of the first 10 teams or so to arrive, is essentially a death trap just because of the angles that could be taken against you. Furia, though, with the evac tower in, are going to find a safe spot here within launch site. So they're going to be in a pretty good spot for the long game. I imagine they will be very interested in trying to move up a little bit towards the Cloud9 position, which is just to their south.
I'm sorry, Eric. What did you send him?
That's the building they're going to
What
be
did you
holding
do?
in as we beautifully, artistically move our way down towards
What did you do?
Skyhook. You can see what GG are doing. They are moving through Countdown right now. They are completely on their own. But like we mentioned, the only team right here who are on match point have got quite the path to tread.
That does mean, though, that they can be very patient with their approach to this zone. They can maneuver their way around the map just to make sure they get as much Evo as possible.
Teacup.
Hitting any beacons on their way. Well, not any beacons, it'll be any ring consoles, excuse me, with Blast on the Catalyst.
Okay. See,
They will be biding
Teacup,
their time.
this,
There's one last
I
line
don't
so they can
I
actually
don't
hit that for
approve
zone 3
of
information.
you playing with my friend's heart.
Gain a little
Okay.
bit more Evo and send themselves up to purple.
One, you're gonna send him
there is
pictures
still
of you.
bleed for them to
Two,
worry about, 'cause
he
Bleed
asked
were,
you
of
plenty
course,
of times to go out to dinner as friends,
Fnatic currently
and you denied
laying
him.
down some damage here
You're
at
fucking
Dome.
playing with him. Don't play with
I
him.
wonder if the zone would even pull this far. I'm thinking it'll
Stop
probably
playing
be
with
a
his
little
heart.
bit further towards
Okay?
launch site when we get there, but this could be a big fight to win.
EMP is going to come in, which is going to slow down their push. White Armor's here for Fnatic as well. And if you get EMP'd with White Armors, it really can be a problem, as we are seeing Leica almost be taken down, but not quite taken down. However, the first knock is going to come down, and it's going to be Dreamfire, who found themselves now, I believe, down to 1. The grenade from Leica is good to take down Peter.
Yeah, Nocturnal also getting involved.
Come on,
from
Blood.
distance,
I know how you are, bro.
NRG will start to
You
approach
get your
perhaps,
girl's
Fnatic
feet
need
and
to
you
be
look
aware
at
of
it,
that.
and then if you see
They're
there's like a
keeping an eye
little
on the
bit
kill
of
feed.
fuzz,
They'll
you
know that they didn't get that second knock.
Come on
That's
now.
probably why we're not seeing
You get
them
but
too aggressive here, as NRG are very close by, but far enough away that Fnatic could finish this off if they wanted to.
her ex sucking her toes.
Playing the outside of the dome. This rock formation, one of the most difficult places to play.
Well, that's better than, you know, her ex shitting on her chest.
Certainly not to play.
So I'd rather pick that
To
one than the other one.
approach, if you're
Okay.
coming in from the south side, really, really solid position to hold down. If
So
you do see that
I
shift,
think that's a good
a
choice,
little bit more to
brother.
the south towards the dome and the surrounding areas. So many options for you to rotate. So many rocks which have great elevation to fire down from. But Fnatic, for now, are still trying to chase down these two remaining members of Dreamfire. NRG are still there on the other side of this shell.
Ah, shit. Sorry, Riot.
For Fnatic, it might be just about forcing Dreamfire into NRG
I didn't know that, Riot.
and just clearing them out their way.
And Fnatic will probably want to go deeper into Dome to get the ring control that's there just in
Eric,
the zone as well.
it's better than her ex
Because of Dreamfire
taking a
being around,
donut
they were probably reluctant to actually
on her
press
chest.
in. But the zone is going to continue to pull southeast, so it is good news for Fnatic. It is edging a little bit closer towards that lava. It's bad news for a lot of teams, though, in buildings. As Alliance, they might come across Dreamfire here. As NRG also in the area, there is definitely a fight that could happen.
Well,
I mean, this is
you know,
Dreamfire gonna
Teacup,
be dealt with. That's them eliminated from the lobby, and it's another point on the
is that the
board
one that took
here
a
for
long john on your chest?
That gets them
Or
even closer to match point now.
is that one that you probably scared or murdered?
Might be the second team to hit it, and that will be two
Because you said that like you fucking murdered him.
themselves on match point. One team who's chasing a few
I
more
told
points in
him I
this game to
missed
get to match point
I
is
missed
TSM. Let's check
that
into the
man.
comms
He
and see
was
what their
very,
plan is on
very
this
loving
rotate.
and showed it. Like only a psycho freaking female says that. Like
Team in tree, team in south side pen.
like who words that? Who word?
Hit this map room here.
Eric, don't. You go missing.
They might get that map room. They might not even
She's
see it.
like
Not
that.
over there.
She's like that one girl that killed her husband and got away with it. Gypsy or something like that. Don't, Eric. Don't go out to dinner.
They're going to launch. I see them walking towards launch right now.
Okay.
I just beacon must go. Drop this up.
You got the XP?
No, I'm just saying. Teacup, how you just worded that. And I told him I missed that man. He was very, very loving and showed it.
And one of them does involve Alliance, but it will not involve Hackers anymore. He's been taken down.
I don't know. If a female ever says that, I'm banning her shit.
And to exit here.
Before I was married.
So detrimental for their chances.
Or in a relationship.
Catch up with the likes of Gaming Gladiators, but
I'll pass.
Hope, Unlucky and Tyler, hand in hand, they've done a lot as a duo in the history of ALGS. And they have a chance still to find those extra points.
So the good thing is that Unlucky is on Pathfinder, so he can grab this banner and he can get out of there. 20 seconds till that grapple comes up again.
Definitely a red flag. Eric, don't go. If she offers you dinner and it's at her house, you're gonna eat her ex body parts and fucking blood and all that shit.
But back on board with GG.
Oh. And if we don't hear from you, then I will definitely send the FBI over by her house.
Boston Fence is slowing him down for a second. They're not going to push this too aggressively. Because for them, it's not so much about the points. It's all about the win.
Fucking Jeffrey Dahmer looking ass.
Gaming Gladiators are not scared of a fight. They're not going to avoid every contestant they could potentially have on this map. Instead, they try and put their best foot forward. They've got great shields to work with here. Two of them essentially on red, with Blast getting the extra from the controller. And they really want to take this fight, but there is other players maybe involved here.
Last will get the
oh, where's my food at?
Allow the line of sight to be denied. He gets them away. It's beautiful use, but no! There's a flank coming in, and welcome to the party! Space Station Gaming. Lufka tries to stick the res, but he won't be able to, and GG are gone. We will have more Apex Legends coming your way.
Oh my god, dude.
Here in Mannheim. There's nothing like match point finals. Furia eliminated as well. They won't be able to get any closer towards that threshold right
we
now.
have 15 viewers. Can you guys come over to my Kick or Twitch?
Can they reach 50 points? Because they are back up to a full 3 and they are back on the high ground.
Great job from Unlucky on the Pathfinder. Use that grapple to get the banner, get out of dodge. And then the Crypto on the drone sends that banner over to the respawn beacon to welcome Hackers back into the game.
I don't understand your language. Okay.
And the situation now remains the same for Alliance. They
Ask any guy.
This next zone as well.
And that's a red flag.
But the pressure on a fight at the start of a series like this, 3v3, very different to the pressure of a fight when you only need 4 points.
All right, Pax. Listen how Teacup sounds, right? She's speaking about her ex.
That does take a little bit of pressure off of
I told him I miss that man. He was very, very loving and showed it.
There's how it looks in the overalls. Alliance only 4 away.
Is that a red flag?
Also only 12 away, and VK Gaming in 4th place, 13. Very achievable.
What female says that?
Under a little bit of stress, a little bit of duress as Verholz dodging, diving to stay alive.
The swing was big from that balcony, but Verholz just about managed to catch it.
Is that a red flag, Pax?
That should buy him the time to pop the battery. The only problem here for TSM is that N4 36 keeps
the other man. I know, but still.
From distance as well, and here coming 36. They want a piece of TSM.
I need the backstory.
About this. The zone will be rapidly approaching as Verholz has gone down.
There's no backstory. He's dead.
Moving forward as well, but there's a player in the corner, and now the numbers get evened up. Cino's going to try and find knock himself, and will finish off TSM. So TSM, who are close enough to think about maybe reaching match point in this game, unfortunately will have to wait to the next.
Well,
yeah, she killed him. It said in the sentence. I miss that man.
Are going to be down by this dome side.
He was so lovely
on the other side of this.
and showed it.
Remember, they started over towards Fiverr, and they find themselves at the far south side of this map right now. They've had a fantastic rotation.
Dead.
Well, as you can see on the map overhead as
There's no backstory. Only story you're gonna know the truth is her story. He can't fucking open his mouth.
Earlier on, so NRG are in a fantastic position, whereas Complexity
Eric, don't go.
under a little bit of pressure. They are inside of zone.
Maybe. Oh, Eric, that's why she won't go out to dinner with you. Because she's worried to get caught again. Or being caught.
Final elimination, final kill.
That's why. She's so tempting. She's like, I want to kill a guy. I want to kill a guy. Ooh, Eric is a mod for SOLTEK. I want to kill him. But if I kill him, there's going to be too much negativity on me and put me in jail. I don't want to be locked up with a female. Then I have to eat coochie. That's what it is.
One team is in a really good spot here. Is not Moist as well when we look at the overall zone. But before we do, we've got to turn our attention to Team Liquid.
I'm going to be stuck in a room and a girl's going to shit on my chest, and then I'm going to be forced to eat coochie and lick toes.
To control this platform, but the thing for Team Liquid is it's now pulled away.
You gotta take your
to where
mod
we mentioned the position of NRG was earlier. So Liquid tried to play for what they believed an endgame was, but the problem is
Eric,
the zone, it fooled them.
And with this zone, if you are not one of the teams that is already on kind of dome side, stack side, it's going to be such a rough journey from you. But west to east is going to be treacherous as Cloud9 look to try and put some damage down here, but they've already lost one.
Cloud9 versus Complexity. Lou, he's going to find two, and Lou does a huge amount of damage in that 5-4 Complexity, but even though they won that it all just opens the door here for Makers to move forward. Monsoon goes down, last player alive is going to be here, but Lou finally will be eliminated. Complexity will go down. Makers should be able to get this res pretty comfortably, as Enter Force 36 will also fall in those final moments.
And Makers needed that opening. They needed some way of approaching this eastern side now. But they're going to have SSG ahead of them, Bleed are going to be ahead of them, NRG arguably holding them out as well. Now Fnatic, who have been down at Dome for quite a while, they can obviously move further into Dome and be safe, but they were actually forcing Bleed back. They weren't letting Bleed into Dome at all.
Damn, this could be kind of crazy. Voice is still up. Damn.
I mean, you've got to ask
Liquid
the question,
got
did their feet even touch the ground before they were eliminated? But speaking of eliminations, speaking of teams who are desperate for points, it's Alliance. They only need 2 points here. This team fight could be it.
This could be it.
Tyler laying down some damage. Unlucky gets one, but they need a bit more. Unlucky gets two.
This could be really bad.
Been crossed, and Alliance will be the second team to reach match point.
Nice, nice, nice.
And with Gaming Gladiators eliminated, they will have a shot at winning next. Now, Guild Esports, they're doing damage in the Vault Tunnel.
Oh, Noctum Scan will be eliminated. It'll be Guild who win this fight, but are they able to creep their way towards zone for Jesco to be able to get a res? That's the question. One of them, the answer is no. Do they have a Moby they can use? Maybe on the outside of that tunnel. MT will be brought back to his feet as Makers will be eliminated, but the big story from the last few moments, Alliance join GG on match point. Two EMEA teams here in Germany have a chance to close it out next game.
Can you imagine?
We have 10 viewers on Twitch. That's not bad, chat.
Recent international LAN and then coming into the ALGS Split 2 playoffs and doing it again with a different third when the hand was forced to make a substitution. It would be unbelievable. But they've done the first job, and that is reach match point. Cross that threshold, but now can they put a victory alongside
how's
it?
my...
I'm renaming Unlucky to Mr.
driver
Mozambique,
freaking taking my
he has
food?
been electric.
Why did it go from 13 minutes to 14 minutes, and now she's driving away?
Ever missed the
Stole my
speed
food
at
or
which he can
something.
eliminate players in team fights has been a real standout for me. But SSG have a good amount of points so far. 8th in the overalls, but 34 isn't too far away from hitting that match point threshold as we see a res coming in as well. Bleed Esports eliminated as we see this res come in. And the res will mean that Guild Esports can now play as a 3. Let's jump into the comms and see what the next plan is.
Driver ate your food, yeah.
Okay.
Thank God they have a picture of her.
Yeah, we gotta kill right, and then we play for the
She looked like she does eat food.
Send us. Get down. Going back. Nice. Joe got broken, we gotta focus right. Not gonna have a gen now. No gen. That's fine. Full team on the right. Full team, close right. Get back to down.
They need... Oh man, yeah. They're gonna lose this. They're in a really, really bad spot. Yeah, they're done for. Done for.
Guild eliminated, Alliance continue to win team fights, but maybe this is just one fight too many for them. Tyler, the substitute, maybe he's going to change that though. SSG go down, Alliance will follow, but those KP, they hurt SSG
they're in
more
match point though.
They credit Alliance.
But now we're down to just 3 squads, Not Moist, NRG, and Fnatic. A chance to
So if you guys don't know, I think you need to get 50 points to get match point. Match point means if you get 50 points in your match point, you have to win that match or win a game to actually win all.
Can they be the 3rd team, or will we see a team like Fnatic, who have been down at Dome
And it
throughout
would
the
be
majority
over.
of this game?
So
Really
any
take
team that's
advantage of
on
their
match
position,
point
but
can
they
win a
have to
game,
push out of this
and
eggshell,
the
right?
tournament will
There
be
is
over.
so much focus from both Not Moist and NRG towards that direction.
Not Moist have full control of zone here. You can see it's going to be pulling right towards them. So Fnatic are probably going to be the first team to be exposed. NRG have a few rocks to play behind, and you have to wonder, Fnatic knowing this, are they going to try and play for second here and send it on to NRG? That looks like what they're trying to line up right now.
Fnatic looking towards NRG. The shield, though, will maybe make them double think this one. Second guess themselves ever so slightly as Fnatic maybe approach on the
Moist
right side, but look
might
at
have
the
this,
shield
chat.
on the side of not Moist.
Moist has to win this.
He just got absolutely ripped
Oh,
by
no.
Nocturnal on that devotion. You have to wonder though, is
I
there
think
an
Moist has the
opportunity
best
to push off of it?
position right now.
Nocturnal's trying to swing on it, and Nocturnal, he's gonna find two. Nocturnal with 3.
Wait, where's the third?
That is a play to remember.
NRG deny not Moist, but it will open up space for Fnatic to push out here.
Wait, where did their third go? Were they two the whole game?
To take a
The
little bit
fuck?
high over NRG. Yuka, Suzuki. It's one to go for Fnatic.
Christ, dude. He's nuts.
Themselves in our match point finals.
He is fucking nuts.
Well, they dropped down towards Stack. They took control of Dome, and they held it for the entire game. But it was how they were able to manipulate other teams' path. They forced Bleed away. They said, no, you're not allowed into Dome. They made it a fortress. And then that one knock, that NRG push, just gave Fnatic the opening that they required to get out of those
Insane.
eggshells, avoid those sight lines of not Moist. And then boy, did they capitalize as they find a victory and push themselves up to 42 points.
All the credit goes to Fnatic. Of course, the champions, but there's a moment in that endgame we need to highlight. Nocturnal, with that devotion, gets the first knock onto Timmy, follows it up and gets the second, and then all 3,
Shield's not a good
if I was
IGL.
not mistaken, will be credited to
I
him.
just think-
He single-handedly took Moist out of that game and denied them a match
I
point
just feel,
opportunity.
hear me out.
But of course, during that game, Alliance did
I just
cross
feel
the
like
match
Hal-
point threshold, which means we have 2 teams. And there's a man from one of them, Gaming Gladiators. They've now had 3 opportunities to try and win this tournament.
I
And now
think
they are
Hal's not
alone.
in the like
Alliance joined them on match point.
a good mindset
Fnatic,
after
of course, with
his
those points are going to shoot themselves up the leaderboards, and
he
they
broke
will
up with his
themselves
girlfriend.
Maybe with another good game here as we change over to Storm
Is
Point
that-
within a chance
bro, that's-
of hitting match point themselves. We're starting to get to that
when you
stage
guys
of
are
our
with
match
each
point
other,
finals.
because
Team
this
after
happened to
team
me too.
is going to be joining
When I was in a
match point players,
relationship,
match point
when I was a
teams with an
professional
opportunity to win
PUBG
this
player,
tournament, but for Alliance,
and we
I mean,
kind
there's
of
a
like
lot to talk about how they got those points.
broke
right? I mean,
up.
the Rez that came in, are lucky who manages to just about get the
that
grapple
person's
win
kind
to
of
get
like
away with it. But this is so much to talk about. Do you know what?
your-
We're not going to do it. We're going to send it to Des to do so
your
because you do it better
support.
than we do.
Like
no, not at all.
when
guys.
I'm
You do
in
it fantastically
tournaments and
on
stuff like
Gas
that now, like
banger
I think
of
about
a
my
Gas
wife
banger
and
of
my
a game,
kids all the
especially if you're
time
an
when I'm in
APAC
it.
North fan.
You know?
I know we had some in the house as well.
With
whether it was
Facebook and
Dreamfire
Apex
earlier
tournaments
on
and stuff like
or
that.
Fnatic
But
just
like,
now grabbing
if I didn't
a
have
win
them,
as we
my
come
mind would
back
be kind of
after
crazy.
6. Traditionally, if we were in a normal bracket of Apex, we'd be done. But this is match
Now he's
point, so
being
we keep on
sensitive.
going. Rain Day on the desk. Joined
Okay,
with
Teacup.
Jamerson sniped down yet again.
I killed a
Jamerson,
guy
just to
and I
kick
have an
things off,
ex-husband.
Scintillating
I'm
ending there,
sensitive.
but this entire thing has felt tense once Gaming Gladiators got to match point so early.
Yeah, game number 3. That's where they secured match point, and
I'm
it was absolutely insane.
kind of a guy
It
where
was
I'm
a
choking
moment
her.
where it
All right.
shifted in the crowd, right? Everyone became a fan
Not
of
sensitive,
every other team
okay?
at that point. As much as you want to root on GG and Gaming Gladiators for everything that they're doing so far, you still want to see some more Apex Legends because it's been high octane, incredible aggression across all stages of the game, and it's been so much fun to watch with so much
Teacup
drama.
is like, choke me, spit in my
Blast on your
face, shit on my
screen from
chest.
Gaming Gladiators
Fill
there,
my
walking
belly button
around.
up
Lauren,
with your
that is
hot
kind of the
jacuzzi
truth
cum.
of this.
Like,
Everyone becomes a
calm
fan
down,
of
Teacup.
anybody who can keep it going longer.
You frickin' weirdo.
Usually you might have 10, 16 teams on match point, and so you become a fan of those other 4 teams. You might, I don't even know who's on that team, but I'm rooting for them to win.
And we see it happen every single LAN. I mean, the crowd doesn't want to let Sunday end too early.
No.
So we want to see these games keep going. But you know
Poke
that
my button
every
in the
single
back.
time that GG gets this close and
Come
then
on
doesn't
now.
close it out,
I know,
they start to
I know
stress a little bit
Spicy is
more.
like
I
that.
love
That's why I
the
named
stories we're starting
fucking
to build,
Spicy
though, and I'm going to
Teacup.
send it to you now, Snipe, to walk us through these final 3, because 3 versus 6, everything was at a moment of ending when Gaming Gladiators being on match point. The first round, though, doesn't go there, where VK Gaming get things started as we go to Storm Point on game 4.
Yeah,
At
this
this-
was actually a very
Teacup,
exciting
at this
meeting. We saw
point,
GG
I
was in a
don't
great
think it
spot,
was
and
your
honestly, I think if they
ex-husband's or
took the
ex-boyfriend's
initiative to take the
problem.
fight on the res
I think
behind
it was
them, clear out their
more
back, they were in a
you.
position to possibly end this tournament in 4 games, which would have been insane. But we had VK, who's holding the side
Because
of the
you
building.
literally
and
said,
this is so good for them right here, because
I'm
you have a
not
team
just
on
with
top
one
and you have
guy.
a team below, which was TSM. And you know that if you just hold this, the zone is going to come pull to you, and those teams, the team on top is going to have to drop into TSM. So they saved their nades. I'm sure this was the comms, is hold your nades as long as you possibly can, and we're just going to throw them in the air. And one of my favorite things about this is Reps, I played with him, he's one of the best cravers in the game.
Yo, Eric, if you go
together. And
with Teacup,
when he dropped down,
just get an air tag
get a kill,
from
and then
Apple.
VK just cleaned up the rest.
And the intensity of that moment
Get
was
like
only
3 of them.
surpassed by the intensity
Put one in your
of
shoe,
this moment, Lauren. It felt like we had our
one
own
in your underwear,
separate drama in here in
and
this fight as Gaming
glue one
Gladiators
in
and
your hair.
Alliance down each other, get picked back up. Oh, they're still alive. Wait, they're dead. No, they're alive again.
And you know, there was a lot of back and forth in the green room watching this as well. What could they have done differently? Did they Newcastle in too early on behalf of GG? From the top of Mirage was Alliance.
Bro, where
obviously,
is my food?
Had they had enough time here behind this wall, they had the best safe space, energy there on the low ground, and these fights kind of got really chaotic. Reptar was actually able to stay alive for a long time for NRG, while GG was down back on the low ground trying to survive whatever they could, but Alliance just had too much positional advantage here that they were able to close this one out. And like I said, when GG gets this close to getting match point, and then the team that ends up taking them out is the next one that gets match point, they start paying attention to that stuff.
They do, and it also started the run for NRG, who have been doing quite well. Kind of a sleeper pick for a lot of people here. Hodsik, and obviously that squad, being coached by him, having to keep strong mental strength heading into this, because that's one of the things that they can struggle in, Jamerson, but they found a way to be in the right spirits, the right mentality now. Heading into Game 6, it would obviously turn a different direction. You'd see some big plays from Guild, you'd see some big plays from Gaimin, but you'd also see some big plays from Fnatic, who would close this one out.
Yeah, importantly, you have to note that the position that Fnatic is in right here at this moment, this was where NRG set up early on, but with the shift on over, that left space for Fnatic to be able to move in, NRG move over to the eastern side. They did have the angle on the third team here on the northern side, which they were able to expertly keep out. But you saw Fnatic, they had so much utility, and I love that we were finally able to get another winner here. Surprisingly enough, after 6 games, EMEA.
A lot of guys like a lot of kinky
North,
girls.
They have a win, and now APAC South have a win, or excuse me, APAC South, and then
It
APAC
spices
North
things
have a
up.
win.
We're looking
Spicy
for North America
teacup.
to rise up to the occasion, but Snipe, as we kind of track over this Fnatic dub and they start jumping up, you can
We don't
see
want
that
a fish in the
SSG,
bed,
even a team
you know?
that started, we had mentioned when we first got back on the desk with 2 points or so after 3, now at 36, they're like in 7th place.
Yeah, Dreamfire had just got a win in that 3rd game, and SSG only had 2 points and dead last, and now we see them right there in 8th place with 37 points. It's impressive. So when I was talking about the leadership, I don't know what the comms were after those first 3 games, but they obviously got it together. I know Don was probably a huge, big part of that. And to see them at the top of that leaderboard, they're in a position, one more good game with the pace that they're at, they could put themselves right into that match point.
That's actually what is scary about the position that Gaming Gladiators have now let themselves be in.
It's true,
There's
though.
been multiple opportunities to close out this match point, and every single moment that they are
No one
not
wants a dead
winning,
fish.
they're giving teams chances for these miracle runs. We even in the green room for a second, Lauren, saw Falcons hit top 5. We said, is this the beginning of that run? Still hasn't been, but here's the overall match results that we've got after our 6 games played coming at you. Lauren, Fnatic.
Dude, where's
obviously,
Falcons,
this is our
bro?
Game 6 results here. We'll have series results in just a second, but Fnatic's
Falcons
with 17
is
points
16th.
there. NRG right behind them. Maybe
Bro.
making a move. Maybe there's enough time.
I mean, Energy
Wait,
looks like they've
that's
got some
not-
really good momentum going right now for themselves, like you were just saying
That's
before.
not overall.
So this is an opportunity for them
I
to
think
really kind
Falcons
of
is
grab
like
that with as much aggression as
fifth.
they can. Keep pushing.
I would say
Whatever's working right
12.
now, continue doing that. Don't back off anytime soon, because now the more teams that end up on match point, the less time you likely have. Not to mention, not Moist just going out a little bit earlier than they probably would have liked there in that final fight, because had they been able to clean up both of those teams,
Oh,
they would
Teacup,
have been
can you try the
on
Discord
that
again?
Match point situation, that one has to sting a little
The
bit too.
birthday thing?
What about VK Gaming, Jamerson? I mean, the fact that they're showing up so far, it's impressive.
Yeah, VK Gaming, it's this really weird outlier when it comes to tournaments, right? You have a lot of teams going
Oh,
overly
now she has an
aggressive,
attitude,
and that creates
chat.
a lot of
She
openings for
said
teams
K.
that want to play center zone. And all tournament long, whether it was in group stages or in bracket stages, VK Gaming have been able to take advantage of that extra aggression that comes out from the other teams. We heard it earlier in other interviews. I believe Matafe was like, yeah, we rotated into a spot. It was free for some reason. VK Gaming are actually the beneficiaries of that right now.
You know who is also the beneficiary of some pop-off plays from Tyler FPS? That's Alliance. Guess what? They are already a team that in this month, well, actually it's September 1st, so in the last month, but about 3 weeks ago, have lifted a trophy. They earned some crazy prize pool. Are they in the position
hopefully
to
it works.
have another win? That's what
Be
I'm
kinda
so
cool.
excited about to see, because we start telling that story. Tyler FPS, unlucky. Hockey's doing it again with a new team snipe. That starts to me, that spells dynasty.
You want to know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Jen Burton getting COVID at one of the lands, having to pick up JMW
in Sweden.
Zero, carrying that team to a win, and then going to the next event, getting Jen Burton back and winning another event to get that back-to-back. I mean, Hawkes, give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and they're right there in that match point. So, Gaming Gladiators got to look out. They play a unique comp as well that's very easy to spot. They don't run the crypto. They're running the Catalyst, so other teams are obviously gunning for them.
Lauren, you've picked Not Moist a lot this weekend. It's why you have so many dang points in our talent predictions, and you're beating everybody. You picked GG today.
What up, Josh? How you doing, brother?
But with Moist's performance today, are you
I'm doing all right,
impressed?
man.
Are
Just
you
trying to make
hitting
it again.
expectations with them?
Had some
I think they're a little
really
bit slower
big ups
starting than I would
and
have
a lot of
initially
downs,
expected, but they are a team
but
that can handle that.
it's just
type
hard
of maybe an
getting
under-
notifications out, man. And Kick has been lacking in that. Facebook has been lacking in that. So, that's why I'm making a new Discord. So if you want to join Discord and know where I'm live and stuff like that, you guys are more than welcome. It's just I think it's there you go. If you want to join that, you'll get a notification every time.
Alliance's numbers. We saw a lot of counter rotates into Alliance, and this time around, Alliance, dropping over at Overlook on World's Edge, are just completely avoiding Moist. You can see that Moist are trying to find timings on other teams around them, and so Alliance are just kind of avoiding the biggest threat that happened to them on World's Edge, and of course, not having Fnatic near them, which was their biggest detriment when we were over on Stormpoint.
One of the greatest times I've actually ever seen has to do with match point, because the emotions that we feel on the desk, they're huge. I remember tearing up after champs when we first got back in Raleigh, right after that Sweden land. One of the best things about it, though, is emotions are flying high everywhere, especially with people you love and care about. It's cool when they send you a FaceTime or a picture. It's even cooler when they're in the crowd saying, I love you, and they got your back. And we've got someone in the crowd with a very big TSM fan base, maybe the biggest fans in the world, standing by with Peeps.
Wait, Teacup.
Rain, thank you so much.
Did you do the slash?
With TSM Squad and the Verhulst brothers. Dude, I gotta ask. Listen, you're looking at your little brother travel the world, become a world champion, living one of his dreams. How is that as an older brother?
It's the best feeling in the world. I mean, he grew up watching us play at our football games and basketball games, and I feel bad for him. Because look at what I get to experience when I come and watch him. We've got the best esport in the world, the best players in the world, best casters in the world. It's an unbelievable experience, and I wish everybody could enjoy it. If you're not a fan of Apex Legends, it's because you haven't watched the Match Point Finals yet.
You heard it there, man. I mean, crowd, how we feel about that? So, dude, I gotta ask, right? Gaming is something that has come up recently in the last couple decades or so. When your brother told you he wanted to be a professional gamer, how did you and the family take it?
It wasn't even about when he told us. We knew it was going to happen to him when he was way young, super little. So we knew it was coming. He didn't have to tell us anything. I mean, this is what he's done since he was like in his teens, everything. So we knew it was coming. We expected this.
Just born to do it, born to do it. Some might say levels. Well, listen, we got another interview in the crowd. Tiff, take it away.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hi, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Pete.
Teacup. So it's not like giving you. It's not giving you like
Verhulst brothers, but
it's not giving you like a little fill out.
Sisters, hear me out. We were watching from the crowd, Gaming Gladiators, the top 3. Your face, I saw the emotions. How hard is it for you to be here and watch them?
We'll get it all set up.
Close to cinching their dreams.
Pretty hard. I mean, like, I end up getting way more nervous than they do. I sit here with almost like a heart attack and my heart's going, and it's just, but I'm so proud of them, but my heart...
No, you're good, Teacup. We'll get it set up.
Especially at a match point, you just never know what's going to happen, but I think we're doing all right.
All right, so I got to know, are they going to do it here? Are they going to close it out? And if there is one thing you could say to him and he could hear you, what would that be?
First of all, they're going to do it. I know they're going to do it. And what I got to say to him is...
That's a cool accent. What is that? Australian?
And I'm so proud of him.
She is so proud. We're all proud of him. But let's get back into the action. Onset and Gaskin, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tiff. And yes, indeed, always great to hear from the family, the friends, and the fans that have traveled all the way here to Mannheim to support their teams and players and everybody that they love. So it's great. I'm supporting you as well. Just so you know.
Stop doing this. He's being too nice. It's always worrying when he's being that nice. All right, Gaming Gladiators, they are on 70 points. Alliance are on 57 points now. They are our two teams on match point, but they are being chased. Guild, Fnatic, and Not Moist are all in touching distance here. If you want to win ALGS Split 2 playoffs and you are GG or Alliance, boy, do you want to get it done now.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at that chasing pack. I mean, you go down to TSM, who are down in 10th. Even further, you put Liquid Alienware in that conversation. A win
17th overall?
KP, and they probably
oh my
will
God.
hit match point. It's very likely.
That's not good, chat.
You see on your screen there that there's going to be not just one more team that's going to join Alliance and GG on match point, but also probably multiple teams who have the chance to do it now.
The bad news for Alliance fans is we've yet to see Alliance find a win on Storm Point as we move over away from World's Edge. And similarly to what I was saying about Gaming Gladiators earlier, they've only found 1 out of their 6 victories on this map. So it is
Teacup, hold on. Let's try this one.
For all of the other 18 teams
Let's try
that
this
have yet
one.
to achieve match point.
Well, here we go then. It looks like the game is ready to go. It looks like it's time for us to get back into watching a little bit of Apex Legends. Match number 7 is live. And it's only right that we start it off with Alliance.
They have earned the loot POV. And what an incredible story it would be if Alliance were able to win this tournament. Not only with a substitute, but across 2 entirely different metas. A new patch that has arrived, and they have been able to play unbelievable on both sides of it.
I want to talk about Tyler as well, because when he's had previous LAN experiences, they've not been great. Let's be real. He's not had the greatest experience, not the greatest of placements, and hasn't managed to get to a position where he can say he's been part of a championship Sunday. But now he's part of a team that is finding themselves potentially 1 game away from becoming a champion. It is a fantastic story for a young man who has been through a lot and had to prove himself numerous times. And for GG, well, they could probably say the same. A lot of stories on this lineup that we've heard throughout this weekend as well. But Europe at the moment, EMEA region, is certainly stepping up and being recognized.
And of course, if GG or Alliance were to lift the trophy here, it would be the first EMEA team to lift an ALGS trophy. And that would be quite something for the region. Zone-wise, though, we're going to be heading southeast here. It's looking pretty good. Down at Pylon, or if you're an Echo team like Complexity, they might be enjoying this one as well. But look at Cloud9, they're moving, they're grooving. And Liquid Alienware also very quick to arrive here down the southeast.
Yeah, you can see Echo HQ is going to become very busy very quickly. A lot of teams already banking that it's going to be pulling right downtown towards the south side of that zone. Noctum Scan kind of doing a little bit of gatekeeping at the moment inside a Pylon, but they're hitting an evac themselves, so they might be trying to leave and get a little bit closer to Echo. But that is getting very congested, and you can see VK Gaming firing some shots off onto Noctum as they take that evac tower. And now they try and chase them down. They might be thinking of doing something similar themselves, but seeing so many teams overtake them at this point becomes a little bit more risky if you're the last, one of the last ones to evac in.
Easily.
Of course, it wouldn't be an ALGS tournament if we didn't have an Echo HQ finish.
It's true.
Always seems to happen once, when you least expect it, and pluck one out of nowhere. The VK Gaming will be moving through Pylon here, as will EXO, as will Noctum. And it's getting very busy. And there's going to be a lot of teams that will want to avoid all of this gunfire and actually just surpass them. Move down towards Echo.
Well, EXO Clan looking to get a little bit aggressive right now. VK Gaming still down below them. EMP is going to go off, and maybe that's going to be the signal for them to push. It's 20 who activates it.
Maybe that's why.
The castle wall is down. Now they've expended that. But is there any opening damage for them to play off here? You can see they want to be aggressive, but just not really finding any openings. We'll move our attention towards the north side of the map, though, because Bleed Esports and GG are very, very close to each other.
Yeah, Bleeder now approaching GG, or should I say the other way around, but GG taking a little bit of damage here. Try and answer back with some shots of their own, but I think Light's probably going to back off of this one. GG going to be reluctant to take this fight right now, but we've already seen in previous games, once they have a little bit of an advantage, once they sense that a team is backing off, that's when they usually strike.
Alright, Teacup, I think we got it.
Players who, you know, a lot of talk was obviously about Imperial How and his switch from mouse and key to controller. Well, Blast is a player who's done exactly the same thing.
I think we got it.
So to be in this position shows that he's been putting the
Zombie, thank you so much for joining.
On a completely different input and certainly having some success up until this point. But GG decided that best thing for them, knowing that they just have to win a game, is not to try and take this engagement too early. They're going to back off. They're going to rotate a different direction to what we saw from Bleed.
I mean, we talk about EMEA as well and the chance for some British pride. We've already seen JMW become a champion on the main stage in the ALGS. Well, either Blast or Tyler, of course, hailing from Great Britain. A chance to put themselves on the map alongside JMW and, of course, the team that they'll be playing alongside. But
there you go. I think we got it.
Still a long way to go.
Did you fix the? Yeah. See if it works.
I mean, match point. We
for
got
you.
all the way to like 12 teams being on match point. We still only have 2.
All right, my food just got here.
That have been
Hopefully
able to find victories throughout this tournament that could really steal this one away and keep us trotting throughout this tournament.
I'm not going to say what I wanted to say because I feel like I was jinx it, but I was going to say I feel like there's quite a lot of... Anyway, to play. Guild Esports rotating at the moment. Down on the southern side towards Coastal Camp. Going to go through the tunnel, and you can see that Waltzy and Co are probably looking to do something pretty similar. They've taken a little bit of damage as they're to boost into this position themselves as Guild looks back. Have to take the time here on the Trident just to pop some shield cells, just to get healthy again before they think about what the next play is going to be. Now, there is a survey beacon in Barometer if they wanted to go and hit it, but also arriving in Barometer right now from the skies. It's going to be not only one team, but 2. Alliance are one of them.
Yeah, Alliance and Enter Force 36 were both approaching, but I think Enter Force 36 saw those dive trails and decided they're going to get out of there, and they don't really fancy it. I do think it's worth noting what the desk were talking about. Compositions that can be spotted, that are a little bit different. And whilst we do have a couple of Pathfinders, there is only 2. I believe it's only Dreamfire and Alliance. No, actually Furia as well. So we have 3 Pathfinders in the lobby. So you are hidden at least a small amount, whereas when you look across on the other side and you've got a Catalyst involved, we've only got a few of those as well. So it's definitely one that could be called out when you are making your rotation.
Well, Moist at the moment just holding out Alliance. Alliance had their drone broken as well. You saw that from the POV of Alliance, so they weren't able to get the info. They weren't able to scout out how many players there were. Think about using that EMP. One way to deal with the drones, but now it's back again. So we'll have to see if Hackis can show off a little bit of drone skill here. A little bit of up and down, give them the wiggles from distance. Looks pretty good.
Imagine if drones could shoot as well.
No,
Maybe that's the next.
Don't get the devs anymore.
You don't think so? Then Crypto would really be the best character. Then we get the 100% win rate.
J Beebs' his notepad's out right now. He's like, ooh.
Sounds good. Well, Alliance, they'll probably be on their merry way, and they don't really fancy taking a fight against Not Moist here, especially with the zone approaching shortly. And then past that, you've got the likes of Guild. Now, Not Moist and Guild both closing in on match point. We check in with Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be Makers on the other side of this one. And actually,
Teacup, try again.
Pulling, of course, we are expecting it to go down towards Echo. I don't mind this position from GG, because they'll be able to wrap round on that eastern side as it continues to pull.
The GG will be
missing
safe
permission.
It's a very difficult balance for GG, though, of kind of showing enough presence to force teams away from your position.
That's so weird.
KP, but also not showing too much presence that your composition can be spotted out, like you said. And all of a sudden, people start to focus you a little bit more and stop your rotation that might have been a bit more comfortable had you not been on match point. And there's your map overhead, and that's where the zone is going to be going. So a great shout from you down towards Echo HQ. We get our allotted Echo HQ game. C9 in a really good spot as well towards the back. NRG in that, what do you call it, the cranny position?
Ah, see?
Or a cranny, depending on how you're feeling in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, NRG, we've seen teams win from that position as well, where NRG currently reside, especially if you have the composition to hold it. And NRG do have the Newcastle and the Catalyst on board. Of course, 2 incredible legends to lock down a position. You can make some deployment with Newcastle, and then you can, of course, pop out that Dark Veil if you need it.
Bleed Esports need 20 more points to hit match point. And they're currently taking a zip line past, a scenic one.
I love how it's just not even worth shooting people on the Pathfinder zip anymore.
Just leave them.
Now, because of the charge, it's just like, we don't even need to shoot them. And also, if you're GG, you don't really want to bring any extra attention to yourselves.
All right, try it again. Hold on.
Just want to go about your business. Allow everyone else
Let me
to kill
delete.
each other, and then you start to get involved later on. You can see Guild need 5 points.
All right,
Fnatic,
try it
8
again.
points away,
I think we
as
got it.
are Moist. But we do have several teams here who could definitely reach match point here if Gaming Gladiators or Alliance do not make it and win the tournament here.
Well, it's interesting how this game feels a little bit different if you're one of those chasing packs as well, right? Because you're not really thinking about winning the game, so to speak. Obviously, you're trying to be involved in an end game. It's the best way to get points, but if you need 3 or 4 points, like we saw with the Lions,
Yeah, I think we got it now. I think because I'm giving you guys commands to do slash in this channel only.
15, 20 points on the board, as nice as it would be, and stay in that rhythm. But if you have an opportunity to find
Alliance could win this chat.
that will get you across the line, you have to take it.
Well, elsewhere, Bleed Esports just got taken out. And it was Dreamfire who actually did the damage.
Do remember birthday.
Falcons and Moist are currently scrapping, and Not Moist have already lost one.
Teacup.
Not Moist who need 8 points from the position they started in. Find themselves having a fight against one of the best fighting teams that you could ask for, but Zero's down. Jim Burton's going to leave Guild on his own, though, as he will find another.
This is really bad
knockshot
for
onto Wells.
Falcons,
Now,
dude.
what do you do here? Guild looks like he's going to try and back away from this situation. Maybe thinking about wrapping back around that mountain range just to keep their game alive.
Several teams struggling a little bit, one of them being Alliance. Tyler will get the bat off. Him and Unlucky, we've already seen them get Hackis back up before. Can they do it again here? TSM pushing in and getting aggressive.
Tyler left on his own. Good shots coming in from him, but unfortunately E36 are just behind him as well. So this could be a match point team leaving our lobby. Alliance eliminated. TSM still just about alive, but it is a very weak pulse.
Well, we hand things back over to the Gaming Gladiators then. As TSM's Verhulst now just needs to escape and try and play safety. They are 13 points astray from that match point threshold, and Enterforce 36. It doesn't look like they want to let him escape.
Yeah, they want to cut him down. They want to find another KP themselves. And they're going to spot out Verhulst. But on the Bangalore, just makes it a little bit more difficult to hit those shots. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, as we see E36 chasing him down.
Dude.
Couple more fights starting to break out. Waltzy is back on his feet. Guild has pulled off a miracle. And somehow or other, Not Moist are back in this game, everybody. 3 players back on their feet, ready to fight again.
Team Falcons out again. No points scored. Down in the dumps, down in the bottom 10. You have to wonder, can you even recover from that with teams now so close to match point? As Gaming Gladiators have just taken to the sky, by the way. This is a huge evac that's happening. Blast is going to be the last to land, but have they found a spot to call home? It looks like the answer is yes. Cloud9 were here, but GG is safe for now.
Newcastle is down though. They're trying desperately to punch him back, but they're not going to be able to. They will get the banner. Light gets the armor swap as well to keep them alive. But alive is one thing. Kicking maybe not so much, because Lufka on the Newcastle will have to be respawned here. They do have a Moby.
Do have a mobile respawn beacon though.
C9 are pushing this. C9 recognize this. EMP goes down. Blast trying to pop that battery. In fact, it's just going to be shield cells.
Damn, I have no idea. GG's out, baby.
It's GG for them as they will go as well. It means we have more Apex Legends. Neither of our match point teams will close it out here.
Match 8 will be here, but
got it. All right, try again.
Teams are going to be on match point. Not Moist.
It's crazy too.
5 required here. Fnatic are on the other side of this, and they've already dealt with one of the best fighting teams
I have
in the
to
world.
figure it out after.
How good Fnatic can be. Not Moist are really gonna have to try and force themselves out of this one.
I mean, Leica's just burning them. He's singeing them. Not Moist are crispy around the edges as well. It doesn't matter how moist you are. With that kind of flame down on the floor. Trying to get the finish onto the knock. Guild will go down as well. So even though they are so close at the moment, Not Moist now, it feels so far away. But look at this again. You've got to finish them off, because Not Moist will rise from the ashes if you let them. Finally, Fnatic will send it, and Not Moist will be
That's
eliminated.
crazy.
Not Moist will not cross match point, but Fnatic are closing
Rip.
in. They only need a couple of more. Imagine if Fnatic were to go on and win this tournament.
It's crazy because you're a mod.
But they're currently scrapping here against Furia.
Fury looking to push this advantage. Arcstars are going to go in. Swing now comes in from Keon. That's going to be good for 1. It's going to be good for 2. And it will be the end of TSM's game.
But where do Furia go from here? Well, they've got to try and get through Exo Clan first, because Exo have heard all this commotion, and they've said, we fancy a bit of this. This could be some KP that we need.
Well, Furia did have an evac tower, but now are they going to have the time to use it? Because Exo have decided they want to try and take this fight. Maybe they thought a bit more damage was going to be done by TSM in that fight against Furia, and they could sweep in and have a comfortable third party. But instead, Furia already Evos, but Evos don't matter when you're hitting shots like Slayers.
One down on either side.
Something's in the settings, yeah.
To join the fray. Furia's been able to do a lot of damage, but can he do enough? Yes, you can. It was an isolated fight.
We'll get it situated. I don't want to keep on bothering you, though.
Will be an evac on those bodies. Remember that they can rip if they need to get closer to that zone. Back in Echo HQ, though, Fnatic 2 points away. Another fight taking place here is going to be between SSG and C9. Phony hits some good shots, breaks the armor. Koifel comes in, and Koifel sweeps up.
And this is isolated right now, but remember, ExoClan, Dreamfire, they're all going to be trying to arrive in the circle.
Just joining is good.
Time? It looks like yes.
Oh.
As Fnatic still holding off all these teams that are trying to arrive from the west.
I mean, as soon as this catwall goes down, Fnatic are going to be licking their lips. There is an opportunity for them to look over all of this carnage that's going down. Dreamfire eliminated and maybe find the KP that they need. They're on 49 points. It's one more point for Fnatic, and they will be on match point.
Just one more placement as well, and they could be there. I think if they just play this patient, which they do, as they move up now to 7th place, it secures match point, and Fnatic will join Alliance and Gaming Gladiators.
Noctum scan gone, Liquid Alienware gone as well, as we find ourselves now with 6 squads remaining in our endgame. Make it 5 as ExoClan will be eliminated as Guild Esports announce themselves as another team who will fight.
It's gonna be kind of crazy, chat. There's a list of links that make it
Next up
easy.
is going to be VK Gaming and SSG. They're both only 3 points away from match point as well. We may go from just
There's a list of
teams with a
links
chance
that
to
make
win
it easy to find.
If this plays out correctly.
They have the
Now
pound.
VK Gaming will be on the northeast side. They arguably have to
What do you
go
mean the
through
pound?
SSG here. So maybe only one of them could reach match point.
Because I have a new bot, I don't know how to like fully work it yet.
It's a really tough rotate for them to make, though. You can see they've got to walk down that hill towards zone. Fnatic at the moment are having some fun, though. Yuka going to come back to his teammates after taking a little bit of damage, quite a lot of damage actually, as NRG now move to have a little look at things. Nocturnal's in that feed once again, and this time it's the Bocek, not the Devo, that's making Guild feel the pain.
Where do VK Gaming go here? The drone is going to give them all the information, and with that information, let's jump into a listening with VK Gaming and see how they feel.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Oh hell no.
It's a desperate play from VK, but it will be SSG who come in to sweep behind, and have they just done enough, Dan?
Yes, they have. They'll cross match point as well. So we now have 5 teams there. But NRG are also closing in. 3 squads left. One more team fight. Or even a win here for NRG would have sent them through as well. And I think they know it as they wait behind this rock, as they
see a
want
cleaner
SSG and
team
Fnatic
out.
to fight. So Fnatic have already crossed it, SSG have already crossed it, but NRG are hoping, praying that they fight one another.
Well, the crazy thing for NRG is I don't think they realize Fnatic are a duo at the moment. If they do, they could send it and get those 2 KP and the placement point that would send them over the line. So for NRG, there's an opportunity here. Maybe they're just waiting for Fnatic to show, let the zone do the damage, and then play off the back of it.
Well, have they shown enough? You can see Nocturnal considering it. He's getting closer. He certainly saw 2 heads pop up. Will they be able to join and make it 6 match point teams going into the next? The zone's about to close, so they are going to be forced out slightly, but SSG are beginning to encroach on their space.
I think SSG has one of the better spots.
Nocturno!
Oh my god.
Nocturno! This man is putting on an absolute show for everybody today. 2 more for him, and that puts NRG onto match point.
Can you follow it up with a win, though? That's the real question, as now SSG close it.
SSG will move in. Nocturno
Oh my god. They made it, though.
They have done enough. NRG will hit match point. SSG, the winners.
Useless Destroyer 2009 pops out.
Boy, oh boy, did the chasing pack turn up. Now we have multiple teams, 6 in total, who will have the chance to close it out and call themselves champions.
And this is what I was worried about when I said, if you're Alliance, if you're GG, you will be kicking yourself if you don't take that opportunity in this game, because everyone was starting to get a little bit too close for comfort. But Storm Point just hasn't been the map for GG, and sadly wasn't for Alliance either. But now suddenly you have 6 teams, and a couple of those teams,
meta.
Storm Point has been a good map for them. And NRG, they may have lost that team fight right at the end, but it was job done. It was SSG though, who take the victory and go on to match point. And there's also a man on your screen who's already managed to hoist the trophy once. Can he do it again?
Zainu looking to add to the collection. He's going to need a bigger shelf if SSG manage to close out in this next game. But like I mentioned, now it starts to get to a situation where people aren't focusing the 1 or 2 teams that they think are going to be on match point, because we are now in a situation where multiple teams is almost too much to track for some of these teams to try and eliminate. We are now into the gauntlet. We are now down to the favorite bit of the tournament, I think, for everybody, where so many teams have made it. Now we look at who's going to win it.
Yeah, it's the what if, though. It's the what if another team is able to get a victory. Because if you are one of those teams in the chasing pack, the one way to secure yourself staying in the tournament is by winning a game. The only way we can do that is to go for a quick break. But when we're back, we have match 8 here at the ALGS Split 2 playoffs.
Yeah, you might be right. Next game might be a win.
Wait, they're still solo, still alive.
Shots go down.
Saku!
Saku taking the kill. What is Saku doing? And the solo!
Yeah, you might be right, brother. You might be right. We got a minute, chat. Iron Zombie, thank you so much for joining the Discord. Appreciate it, brother. It didn't go, okay, that's fine. We'll figure something out.
X Legends Global Series.
It's just so weird. I give permissions.
I'm taking 2, I'm taking 2. Nice. Listen, we just push this team up high and we chill. Okay. Pretty sure it's 2 down there, guys. Pretty sure it's 2 down there, okay? Okay. There it is. It's 2 men. I'm like, running in our front. Penguin! I can't see him. He's on the corner. That's your girls. That's your girls. High. Look, I'm Yeah. Big crack. Nice. Let's go to you. Triple down you. Got that. Nice. Look at you guys. Got the one. On me. Last one. Let's go!
After 7 games, we welcome 6 teams at match point for our Split 2 playoffs. Is this it? Is it time? We'll have to see. We still have another game on Storm Point, and the competition is getting even tighter.
So often we'll see teams get close, but not quite be able to make it over the hump. I guess you could say VKG is in that position here, hiding behind that Newcastle wall. It felt like there was a chance that they were going to walk away with that game, but they don't. I think it was 48 points. They were so close. But so many other teams do get that chance, do get that opportunity now.
I cannot believe this. First it was 2 teams, and now we welcome 4 more after our 7th match results.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have to read about it after this.
13 KP, the same space station, by the way, who had the roughest start in this.
The birthday ones were in there?
Really
Okay.
showcasing that when
Damn.
they get the ball rolling, that momentum keeps going
let's see.
forward when they are feeling themselves taking these fights.
2 bagels to start off with, but hey, like a good tennis match, sometimes it goes all 5 sets, and we are still here, still playing some good top-level Apex in match 8 of our match point finals for the Split 2 playoffs.
That's why you don't want to burn out your wins a little too early. Now being able to see the showcase of matches put on thus far, double-digit KP. As we take a look at the series results now, look at this. 6 teams, and there could be way more going into this next game. Like you mentioned, Genome, VKG, 48 points, not moist, 5 points away from also hitting match point.
And it's the global series here with EMEA, then NA, then EMEA, then APAC North, then North America, then APAC South. We've got it all to play for here, and representatives from our 4 major regions showing up and giving every place around the world, every country that has Apex fans in it, a hope that they could walk away lifting the trophy after this match.
What's crazy is I was just talking about this yesterday, the Wraith old running animation, Naruto run back, although shifting her box. Hold on. The OGs remember. Navi's not here. They were. Honestly, a shame though, but we got some of the best Apex legends in this lobby right now. The fans showing their support at the SAP Arena. But you also have to talk about the mental boom that some teams may feel where they got a huge head start. Now it's starting to stagnate a little bit. As we go on through more of these games, as we approach game number 8, we all know what it feels like when you play a lot of Apex back to back with little breaks in between.
Well,
maybe that's it.
Doing, I think they should keep doing it. It seems to be working. I mean, look, they're running.
Watch Furia win the next 2.
With the Crypto, the Bangalore, and the Fuse.
Apex tournament, yeah.
And they've picked up.
Why does the devs make Kimbos so bloody OP? I have no idea.
And if they can continue to do that,
I have no idea.
it'll be their turn for victory. But definitely some, I guess when you get to this point, Vicky, you got to think about, hey, which teams can still win that would make this series go to the next game, and there's definitely those around. We've got Not Moist sitting at 45 points. VK Gaming showing up there at 48. I mean, TSM just behind.
Okay, I think I got it. Teacup.
Interesting. You get, it'll just be every couple of games, one of these top teams will pick up, a nice bunch of points, and then they move forward.
I think I got it.
Up the scoreboard.
I think I got it. I think I got
really
it.
Is Not Moist TSM. I feel like
I
have been
think
waiting
I
for
got
one
it.
of those for a little while.
I mean, when you take a look at the way that Space Station just won that last game, landing over by Launchpad, not having so much space to have to take when it comes to making
I think
those
I got
rotates,
it.
but also looking at the teams that have already hit match
Look at this
point,
picture.
Like NRG at one point was in
I
last
set
place.
for the
Another
site.
team that was able to skyrocket after making some adjustments going from World's Edge into Storm Point.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about refueling. Look, I went and grabbed 2 schnitzels while we were waiting there, and the players got that opportunity as well after match 6 or in Australia.
Yeah, I used Me 6.
Oh, that's actually, okay, that's fantastic. That
That's
sounds
the
like
bot.
Anything, honestly. I've yet to try one yet. Hopefully I get an
MEE.
opportunity to fuel me up.
Not gonna lie, they do.
MEE 6, the number
That makes
6.
sense, right? The place to get them.
If you could find like the setup there, that
especially when you hear this crowd right next to me. The teams that are lit up, by the way, on this stage are the teams that are currently at match point. The EXO fans jumping up and down right next to me as well, just cheering for the EXO boys.
Look, even though EXO find themselves in 14th spot at the moment, not quite on match point themselves, I can't imagine they're going to walk away with this day, from this day with anything but a smile on their face. Such is the incredible support that they have.
This can't be that fucking hard.
And what, we got like 3 teams right now from EMEA sitting at match point. We're getting set up here for our game 8 as we continue on through Storm Point. Players are locked in. Look at Space Station. Getting set up, but still being able to feel that momentum as we get ready, everybody. Time to get hyped here in the arena. Are you set up for some more Apex Legends? Because I sure am. This could be it. This could be the moment. 6 teams sitting right now.
Do they score this? It's match point. So match point is 50. If a team gets 50 points during match point, if they win that game or any other game after that, they win.
Well, it'll be me and Vicky taking you through the next 2 games, and how long will we be here for? I don't know. Could be now. Could be next match. I mean, I said Moist in 10, and you know what? At this point, I'm still sticking to that, Vicky.
All right. I think we got it, Teacup. You want to try one more time?
But you know me, Gino. I'm always down for some more Apex.
This will be the last one.
The caliber that we've been seeing it thus far. We tune into Space Station after their recent dub. And also going to be able to see their loot pattern being over here by Launchpad. Maybe going a little bit more over to the north side, seeing where the circle pulls.
Okay. Next ring comes in. It's around Stormcatcher. Interesting. At some point, we were thinking about all the places we'd seen the circle so far in this series, and I remember someone saying, hey, we haven't had one, you know, up around near Lightning Rod yet. Maybe even on the hill below Thunderwatch. This one, there's a chance we get something like that, but there's still a bit of that command center hill in there as well. Either way, elevation is definitely going to be an issue.
I agree, and that is what Storm Point provides, right? The high to low ground disparity between the north side of Storm Point into that south side. And you know what, you mentioned Lightning Rod Circle. We got enough of those last year. We had to mix things up a lot after the action that we saw from TSM.
So Guild with the quick rotation, that suits them. It suits their game plan, and it suits the fact that they have just reached match point. Fnatic coming down from, or up from...
How many more matches do you guys think? Do you think this is the last one, chat?
Moist will be looking to farm points out of Cenote Caves. Hopefully, their brute strength will get them through and pick up those extra points on the way to 50.
I'm also thinking about the teams that rotate from the south side here of Storm Point and the ring beacons that
Who do you think's gonna win
during that pathing, specifically Launchpad being one of them, Echo HQ if any team wants to wrap around and play more so by the edge.
All right.
Complexity being one of those teams that have already made their rotate off the Trident into the line of sight of NRG, while not Moist being the only team here in Cenote as they do land here in this
general
live,
information.
But they'll have information with the survey beacon to see where everybody has already congregated.
Fnatic actually taking their time in Barometer, so we'll see after Moist try and grab some scans from the survey beacons on the way through. They look for those early fights. So many teams sitting on match point right now. 6 we've got. They are not going to be looking for those early fights. That much we know, unless it is for a phenomenal position. That's a big risk to take.
And that's what we see from our match point teams, playing a lot more reserved, which could be out of their actual element where they find themselves a little bit more uncomfortable We've even seen it with Gaming Gladiators getting a little excited as Jaguares is able to get away, feeling pinched though off to the other side, is able to pop, or not, rather no, Yanya was able to pop the shield back here. They lose out on Jaguares, and Nizel forced to drop down. They immediately push in, and Liquid in a lot of trouble now as Noctem is able to find 2.
11th versus 12. And then we've got over here, it's TSM coming through Secret. I think that's Makers on the other side.
I'll try again.
This is such a great spot
Go
to
in
hold,
crater
and
mode.
especially if you have Newcastle, Watson, any of that kind of composition coming for you. Gaming Gladiators, now they are also prioritizing this position, but we see Blast get picked off on the fly in.
Oh, when they were trying to go into that cliffside building, Blast now gets rest thanks to Lufka. He backs away. Get down, Mr. President, with the Newcastle wall. But this is going to be very difficult. The team not giving up the hype just yet. Looking to see if maybe there's other teams within the vicinity before they give up not only the hype, but now they're just letting Gaming Gladiators reset.
I mean, look, they do get back up and running, but they do not get that position that they were desperately looking for. You saw them, they tried to land up there on the balcony. Incredibly strong spot. Sure, they would have had to worry about Makers, TSM, those teams that are behind them. But if you can ward off those threats in a circle like this, that is one of the strongest positions in the game.
And with TSM and Makers sharing that building too, TSM still has to pay attention to their backs while looking at Gaming Gladiators, preventing them from being able to come up for free. Although you will definitely be able to hear them, it's something to note with Gaming Gladiators now forced to play behind that tree for only cover. And all of these teams have already found space on top of Stormcatcher, underneath Stormcatcher as well. So with all these squads now just completely congested from this side, I'm thinking about teams that do like to take their time, like Alliance, going to be able to rotate from that north side.
Here we get an overview of a couple of those teams on the separate levels of Stormcatcher. Most of these teams won't have too much to do for a while, but NRG looking to get a little bit active. I mean, look, almost 400 energy ammo in the bag now for Nocturnal. May as well use some of that to try and get purple before it is too late.
More than enough for him to work with while they stay posted up here. And we saw the shots onto Noct earlier because it's C9 who are also within this building. A lot of areas here actually in Stormcatcher within the building itself that a lot of teams could split hold while Bleed on the high ground. Also,
I have no idea.
Gonna be able to look down at all the teams that have gone for a slower rotate, who didn't have that POI advantage. Falcons being one of them, who are on the southeast side of Command Center, out by the tree.
NRG was such a powerhouse for such a long time. Top finishes.
Yeah, I have me
North
6
America
bot.
in the Pro League.
So
Top finishes
I'll look up
LAN, and
how to
then we
like do
had
the
a
birthday
drop-off
stuff
for
and
them.
giveaways.
There was some people I think who didn't believe. Said, hey, maybe Nocturnal's a bit too old. Maybe he should be retiring. Well, he's looking to shut them up right here and right now.
Hodstick, their coach, sitting in the back like, that is crazy.
Yeah,
He's just standing there. But let's be honest, you know, you and I were able to talk to Energy, specifically Nocturnal, and they really didn't sound too confident while we were in transit on the way over here before day one even started. Yet here they are in the finals lobby, sitting at match point, sitting in the middle of Stormcatcher. But if this circle ends up continuously pulling up towards the north, we know what that's going to mean for the teams that would have to funnel in that direction, for the teams that already have height up on top of the hill.
Yeah, exactly. If it is one of those Thunderwatch hill endings, it can be very hard to play, right? Newcastle will help you. There are some spots on the way up that hill. Usually they've got too many sight lines. You're running back and forth, popping bang smokes behind you, in front of you, trying to juggle the aggro of other teams. But all of a sudden, if you've got a permanent place to play behind with the Newcastle wall, it could be very doable. And it's Enter Force 36 and Guild, the match point team, who are currently on the northern side of that hill.
What's scary about this is, aside from Guild, on that north side, you have to imagine the other different edge teams that are also sitting at match point. Alliance over by the west side, exiting out of Command Center.
We're having a look at SSG on the backside here of Secret. Now, there's a window, but it's closing of when they can come in here and start trying to take position behind those other teams like TSM and Makers. And if SSG wait too long, they could themselves get wrapped up by Complexity or Moist.
But Complexity actually end up moving away from that DBZ building next to the Evo Harvester by Cliffside.
Yeah,
So
I'll figure it out after stream.
About a team
This is the last one, chat, you think?
on the edge of that zone until they have to move in, though. You know there's a lot of open area once that circle is forced to close behind your back, and there's teams like Dreamfire that have found space inside that building off to the side of Stormcatcher, and then even Complexity could look at them if they're safe behind that gas station.
I mean, I guess SSG have options, though, because they could go through Secret, but as this map shows, there will be a bit of space in front of them, close to the area where Dark Zero took home land.
Also have to watch out for a team that may want to end up rotating in that direction. Makers being on that low ground. TSM having to look at their backs. Now Moist, though, have actually opted to commit to rotating off through the Spider Caves south of Space Station.
This is the perfect spot for Not Moist. I think if you're coming in this late in the game, this is an area with a little bit of space and a little bit of separation from the other teams that you can try and play for a powerful spot that hopefully you don't get third-partied on. With Complexity ahead of them, they have to worry and hope that they don't start looking at their backs too soon.
Scary, though, because when you're in a position like Not Moist, when you're so close to match point and you could find yourself possibly pinched, they hear the crypto drone from Complexity flying around them, Space Station 2, looking at Not Moist. Not Moist may want to opt to just end up rotating from the south side, take a little bit of that ring damage because it's less contested, but although when that circle does end up showing where it's going to pull, this really will determine whether Not Moist stays in this spot, fights for this position, or if they want to go from the south side up the hill where Noctem is at.
And they'll get that info in less than 10 seconds. A couple of teams still within command center, by the way. Furia, Alliance, all playing around that area. They might even be able to hide in that little part where the gravity cannon comes out the top. It's a big shift. I'm not sure that was a gasp I heard across the crowd there as they realized it wouldn't be the hill, but in fact Stormcatcher and the buildings to the east of it where the circle will end.
Where all these teams are on top of each other. Guild would be forced to slide down. The same thing for Gaming, Not Moist. Now taking the shots onto Space Station after seeing the circle pull. They aren't going to wrap from the south. They want to commit to moving here, and Complexity aren't going to contest them outside the building.
I mean, you can see Waltz is actually taking a bunch of zone damage right now, just looking for that extra angle to pen SSG in. We said SSG have got options, but Moist trying to take those options away from them.
And that's the opening right here for Moist. They lose out on Phony, who cannot get away even when he was able to pop that shield bad just briefly before Walsey was trying to take it off angle. And TSM, by the way, are hearing this fight go down. They're actually appearing from the bunker doors. Not Moist. See SSG in their line of sight. We see Yuka taking shots with the Kraber. It is fighting non-stop from the south side here. Yuka gets the knock. Onto Nocturne here. Fnatic playing by the Trident. He's able to reset here with his shield. He shoots right with the Havoc on the other side. An EMP following up because VKG are also looking at this fight happening between Nocturne and Fnatic.
A lot of teams now swinging a little further south. And Fnatic, they need to clear out this position ahead of them. Zainu, the single member left alive as he fires some parting shots at Moist, who actually try and fly into the zone. They don't want the walk up. Interesting decision as we go back down south to the gravity cannon.
Oh, Yuka getting the finishing blow here. Moist currently at 47 points, by the way, after they were able to get those initial knocks into Space Station with some help from TSM. Now, as TSM fully collapsed onto Makers, it was inevitable, and TSM have now cleared
Moist needs to win.
cliffside building. They still are by the lip of the platform, but they will eventually have to move.
They could jump down. GG will be below them, welcoming them into the next zone. SSG, Zainu trying to rat now near Dreamfire and Complexity. I'm expecting this zone to shift to the east, away from the main Stormcatcher building. And yes, it goes directly on top of Dreamfire and Complexity.
Sainu's still alive, trying to make a play with the mother load. Well, the fighting now has finally begun after the teams have funneled their way outside of Command Center. Furier, by the way, are still on top of the very high ground of Command Center where the gravity cannon is, and they can actually third-party this fight if they time it properly.
I mean, let's say this game were to end now. Zainu staying alive a bit longer could mean that SSG maintain that second spot. When 5 points behind them, Fnatic and Alliance trying desperately to both catch up and finish it here and now.
Let's not forget, second place walks away with $160,000. Still having to play for that money.
Yeah, see if she can help me, because say it's a me 6 spot.
And Dreamfire towards the east of this POY. Falcons get eliminated. It is Alliance blasting away at Falcons' dreams. 17 squads left, and Furia, they take the gravity cannon. They try to time it, and they jump unlucky.
Hackett, as we said, trying to get above SSG right now. Can he do it? The EMP comes out.
Wait a minute, Hockey's trying to be the savior. He's got help from Tyler. He's able to reset his shield. Madness is out of there. You also saw in your feeds that Space Station get eliminated. Higher possibility here with Alliance now. Looking to see where that straggler is from Fury. They cannot find him. So now this has to be the chance for them to make moves because the circle's closing in.
It's insane, man.
Pressure from NRG, who are on that height. Fnatic fly in. They find space underneath a Stormcatcher, but we know how
The Mozambiques already have like 1,200 kills.
Teams are going to be watching Alliance as the zone chases them in. It's going to be a struggle to do anything more. Alliance actually getting the respawn in just at that moment. In the meantime,
I picked him up, but I feel guilty, so I throw him away.
Waiting out for his smoke nades. 5 more seconds, and he's still in the line of sight of a team on the low ground. Oh, Yuka with the Kraber. He is moving, breaking ankles, finds Madness. 15 squads left. He can't shoot through the smoke here, but he is going to try to come into the res. But Alliance are waiting right on top of them.
Meanwhile, from the north, Guild come down the hill. They sneak in. Only 1 point from a placement point have they accrued this game, but I like their position. Somehow Alliance make it into this next ring, but Tyler gets removed just as quickly as they exit from the dropship.
4 teams that are a match point are left in this lobby as Alliance get taken down. Guild being one of them, now looking at Fnatic, TSM, and Gaming Gladiators safely inside of that only northern building in that next zone. It is going to be a bloodbath.
I love to grab.
They have to rotate out of Stormcatcher.
GG take that position
This
away
is crazy,
from
like
Dreamfire. Someone who could have kept the series
that crap
running.
shot's not super crazy.
What? Madness with the clutch res.
But
he is brought back.
I love the crab, man.
Furia in this lobby.
It feels crazy that Furia are sitting down at 18th spot right now after the tournament that they have had. Someone like VKG, a lot further up, not moist, up to 49 points now. Them and VKG searching for those last few points to try and get across the line.
Look at Not Moist right now. They are sitting with 49 points. They need 1 more kill to also be at match point. Playing this methodically here on that south side of Stormcatcher, up on the high ground, the circle closing in. Can they get that KP as Fnatic are also going for a crazy res? Furia getting eliminated in 12. Guild Esports playing off the low ground by the fence line, by the buildings.
Yeah, they just sneak into this next zone. Great spot for Guild, as long as they just need a little bit here to set up, and they're going to be in such a great spot.
We're in a really good spot. This could be it.
Now, Fnatic, Cloud9, so many teams stream towards the circle, but many of them won't make it.
Can't destroy the EMP in town. Right now, Moist confirmed at 50 points. Moist at match points officially. Guilty though.
They should have
alive here on the other side.
They should have a match point teams like on the side, you know, like over here, like over here, showing like what teams are in the match point and who gets eliminated.
And we've still got so many teams, 3 left alive with the match point eligibility right now.
And Moist aren't the only team that now are sitting at match point. TSM need only one more kill to meet them in the match point club. Can they do it? C9 on the other side of Guild.
Wait, is TSM full team up?
Teams that are match point alive in this end circle out of the 7.
I think. Oh, they're. Oh, wow.
Well, we've got 2 buildings on either side of this
Wait,
zone. It's
why
actually
isn't
very
TSM match
equally
point?
Distributed. They're both
So many
going
teams?
to have to get
That's
out
weird.
of this. As they come from the south and the north, eventually they'll bleed these buildings and we'll see who will be left alive.
TSM at 50 points. They officially make it to match point.
Okay,
and
now they
Timmy
hit it.
trying to stay alive, but Moist get eliminated. But they've done enough. Now, their hopes and dreams waiting to see the outcome of this lobby.
So they had. That's why I was confused. I was like,
Starting to move around
they have
now.
50, but they're not red.
They want to clear out Cloud9 from this position. They know that their side of the fence will get taken out of the zone first, so they make a move. They're proactive, and as we can see now, Cloud9 from down the hill are going to have a problem.
So there's one team. GG, 2 teams. Energy is not match point, I don't think.
Playing off the fence line. C9 looking at Guild as C9 are going to desperately be in the line of sight of
So
both Guild and
TSM,
Bleed.
Energy have to win this.
Okay, Mozam's Eva come out now.
It's just Moses, bro. It's just fucking bullshit.
Unfortunately, the engagement with Cloud9 happens at the same time. TSM and Bleed still trying to keep this series going, but NRG are well set up here.
The TSM chants are ringing through the crowd now. This is their moment. The double catwall that you saw.
Wow.
Gaming Gladiators hiding behind the Newcastle knockdown, but he does not have a gold knockdown shield. They do not
Oh,
get
that's
the
gonna
full
be huge
reset
for them.
as quickly as they want. As now NRG are forced to collapse on Bleed.
Oh no, Bleed take a knock, and NRG looks so safe behind all of their walls. 5 teams. 4 teams now left alive. Reptar with even the overshield to help him through this last circle.
Oh my god.
Moment though, NRG in a tough position. TSM hailing from the high ground, looking like vultures. This is their moment. Unless you think we have more games of Apex. TSM versus Bleed and TSM. Keep this series going.
Let's go. They got to nerf that. All you see is Mozambique's. That's it.
Relief, elation, confidence. All of those flowing out of the different members of TSM right now. Once it would have been Raven shaking their hand, but Talmadge taking the helm.
Remember, I did say TSM and 8, except they weren't at match point.
I think you might have left something out there.
Oh, they win game 8. The sigh of relief as
Crazy,
we get
chat.
more Apex Legends at the Split 2 playoffs. They
Red
heard
Dead.
the chant. They felt your energy. Huge dub here for TSM. Imagine in that final circle, Gino.
She has to be one of the best casters. But she freaks me out when she looks in the camera because she's like stealing my soul.
Killed on top of it. How close that could have been. And just ending it right there. Now we welcome even more teams on match point.
2 more. TSM with a big win. Shoot.
That's why he got his name Zap, because look at his haircut. Goddamn.
3 points. Also joining them is Not Moist. They managed to get a respectable 6.
That guy looks like he can't even hurt the air.
51.
The fuck?
BKG still trail. They needed 2 points and they only managed 1 of them. 49 points now. Them and Bleed very close to stepping over. But
Yo, chat, we need some females up in this bitch. She needs to be playing. We need more female players. Fuck this all guy shit.
Oh, the chance.
Girls could be better than guys.
I love the pan that we saw earlier from Verho's brother in the crowd. The pop-up from the TSM fans. Imagine the story. Imagine. As the next map would be World's Edge, we take a look at the 9th match results.
He jumped the air? No, I think the air jumped him. Fuck. He went like this and pushed him right back. You guys like that?
Pretty huge.
All right, I'll
Coming
play it.
into this game,
I'll
they had
play it for you.
38 points. By no means were they guaranteed to
More teams on match point.
2 more. TSM with a big win, shoot all
Here,
the way
there you
over
go.
the top into
Look at that guy.
third place with 63 points. Also joining them is Not Moist. They managed to get a respect in stylish
If he was
fashion
sitting next
as
to me, I'd be
well.
like,
That
dude,
was a hard
like,
end
sit the
circle to
fuck
play.
down.
So many ultimates.
Like, you're ugly as shit. Just
Coming
sit down.
in at the same time, Dark Veils, EMPs, and somehow they still come out on top.
By the way, this is match 8 results. Getting a little ahead of ourselves. Can you imagine? Maybe predicting the future. You guys can't leak the script yet. But we also with 8 KP.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Emotional damage. Genome.
He must get a lot of ladies.
Match point.
Alliance went out early, but they did pick up 6 KP.
I don't know how.
And that's important because they are still now in second spot.
Maybe blind?
Ahead of
Deaf and blind?
3 different teams on 63, by the way.
Making sure that that gap is just big enough. It is getting hot here in the arena while taking a look at the series results. Look at this, 8 teams right now at match point. I mean, these match point finals, Genome, just keep getting longer and longer, but I'm not complaining. This is what makes Apex Finals as good as it is.
I mean, we've tinkered with the format a little here and there, Vicky, and I think the fact that we've taken away those advanced starting points have made a difference here.
Absolutely.
I was about to heat up.
Close BK Gaming is by a single point.
Bro, they're
Bleed
almost
again,
in
like right behind them. Slight gap, but still very possible for Complexity to have that pop-off game as we make our way over to changing up the map into World's Edge. Also shifting things here for the teams that may find that success here, but it's getting so close. I keep elaborating on this like you saw here, Genome. It's been insane, and the crowd has been going wild. I want to hear more from Peeps, who is sitting with the fans.
Vicky, thank you so much. I am here with some TSM fans. I know we just interviewed the Verhulst brothers.
Oh my God, why the fuck did they do this guy?
Listen, after that win, how you feeling?
Absolutely excited about TSM win. I'm really confident to you guys. You will get the champion today. I absolutely believe myself and your teams. Don't worry about it. I will confident it.
All right, well, you heard it here, man. That is nothing but faith. So listen, talk to the people back home.
Too much
that are watching
alcohol.
right now. What are they missing?
So for people who miss it about, TSM just win again. Absolutely outstanding. They got a really good spot. And next round, they're gonna dominate in this champion to Germany. You will be seeing about it.
All
They're
right,
like, shut the
man,
fuck
that
up.
Is passion, that is nothing but faith. I mean, I think that's it. Des, back to you.
Emotional damage. Thank you so much, Peeps. I love the energy. It is absolutely possible.
He has good
Can
energy,
you
though.
Imagine the story that could happen here if TSM get to hoist another trophy, or can it be another region here? I mean, it's the Global Series for a reason, and with more teams at match points, I'm getting excited, everyone. This is the passion of Apex that we share.
I mean, TSM have won back
If he,
to
yeah,
back
he's
to
gonna cry,
back
100%.
series, or game, should I say, to take it out before. Why not another back-to-back to win here?
Very possible with a nice flyby of our teams that are getting ready to go. Imagine with a circle pool like that, the amount of teams that were banking on a Stormcatcher pool, but honestly, most of the times that we see a zone like that, Gino, when we see that it is going through the Stormcatcher before it completely shifts either away or closer, it ends up usually pulling away.
She's
where
bang, she's
the
bang.
demise of a lot of these teams ends up being with the squads that have to force their way outside of Stormcatcher.
Confidence is
When
key,
you do
Soul.
drop down, you're still
Hey.
on that slight low ground. You have to climb uphill.
I wasn't
and
the
teams
one
have already
talking.
Found space on that lot.
Yeah, and it just doesn't finish in Stormcatcher, right? So you know that moment is coming at some point. It's just whether you were one of the teams with priority and you grabbed the buildings, or you're one of the teams who can somehow carve a space outside of that. And you saw very few teams do that. Cloud9, I mean, they tried to go down the bottom, but eventually ran into Guild. It was like, there was almost just no way for those teams to come out on top.
All right, everyone. The game
Hopefully this is the last game,
here.
chat.
The fire is out. We aren't going to take any breaks here. It's just full throttle at this point. Not holding
Because I gotta
any
watch the
momentum
babies,
for
but
our
I guess the
teams.
babies will come
Again,
up here.
As we move over to World's Edge.
Another swap of maps. With only a few teams prioritizing their picks here, Vicky, does this mean we're back to Gaming Gladiators' stronghold? Of course, they won
TSM needs it.
2 out of the, how many World's Edge have we played so far? 4, I guess? They've won 50% of the games that we played on World's Edge so far.
That's insane.
And they got so close to winning the Mirage one as well.
We were all sitting on the edge of our seat there. In a game like that, getting a little excited with little to no cover on top of that Mirage corner. Utilizing that Newcastle wall early, but not in the best position. Learning from their mistakes, we see the Legend select.
I'll set that trophy in the middle of my living room.
This will be the moment, everyone.
By the way, I think if my math is correct, they're averaging 15 points a game on World's Edge right now. That is a truly wild number. I mean, this is the hardest lobby in the world. And these guys have been dominating it on World's Edge. Can they do it here in match 9? Or will it be one of the other teams? So many that have joined them on match point since.
As the best in the world compete all together in this possible final game. The tension is high for the teams that haven't been able to perform. A team that everyone saw as the super team that are
World's Edge, baby.
sitting in 19th place with only 20.
We got to think of it too. GG's the one that won this game.
Friendly to Falcons and the way that they play.
You need a team with your Pathfinder. Yeah, Pathfinder's not good in this game though. This like setup.
No, you're right. Why are we talking about TSM getting back-to-back-to-backs when Hal has joined Team Falcons for the super team, as you said? Surely it's Falcons coming from behind who can upset this lobby. It's kind of crazy calling it an upset with Falcons, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
How are we in that spot?
It just is insane to be able to see how so much has changed with a new season in Apex Legends, a new meta. New weapon compositions with a
Why did you? Yeah, what the hell? Why just? Oh, because how they were talking, like a story.
These teams want to play for positioning in end zone.
I felt like they were reading a story to me.
Those massive changes that Apex does on the regular every season. We're getting fresh content, fresh changes, and that, of course, plays out in the top level here in competitive Apex esports. But usually we say, hey, it's the teams that have the support staff, right, that do very well. And, well, it hasn't worked out so far for Falcons.
I mean, with a northern zone like this, though, it could absolutely bode well for Guild, not Moise, even VKG that are just a point away from being at match point themselves. Gaming Gladiators that land Sky West that are going to take all the loot by Sky West and Trials, and they'll get information from their server beacon when they see everybody.
Is it good for business for the meta to change every season?
That we know so many teams can coexist in with
I would say so.
Buildings. So you can expect a very stacked end game in a zone like this.
I mean, Guild are going to be ropeable. They didn't get Beacon this game, Vicky, so they've had to hedge their bet and play from the tunnel. If they had have, they could have made a much more educated guess or perhaps rotated even faster for a better position. As is, they will be playing above teams in the Skyhawk. Now, going over to Epicenter, we've got Alliance. Of course, they get Overlook in 11th pick. That was their first choice in the entire POI draft. And it hasn't netted them a ring console either, so they have to take further time going through Epicenter. A couple of these teams on match point not blessed with a ring console.
Yeah, it does work with Alliance in this case as they like to rotate slowly here. They will have that information now and maybe even plan to engage onto Not Moist, another team that likes to rotate slowly, playing much more aggressively even when they are at match point. Alliance looking ahead as we take a look at the action over by Skyhook. In a zone like this, we've seen a few times where the circle ends up pulling towards that northeastern building. Sometimes that truck outside of the tower. Gonna have to see as Team Falcons mentality here. Trying to reset as we go again into World's Edge.
Yeah, I think you have to find 2 Mosins.
I'm probably not a fan of the gold R301.
Or if you're
just while that
lucky,
gets snubbed at the care
it would be
package,
gold.
but obviously, there we
With
go.
a 301.
Thank you. Not enough ammo next to it, who knows. But either way, they keep going. Through Monument, through Fragment, TSM have lost on reps, and it's Monsoon on the charge rifle. What a menace.
No, every time you see that charge rifle, of course it's gonna be Monsoon.
Great spot for it too.
And there, yeah, exactly. Whenever you're on top of here, you know you're gonna be blasting everybody with a sniper, and with Monsoon being the only person, the only breed of person to like the charge rifle, he makes it work best. Good spot for them to hold for now. An Alliance here, while TSM are gonna be able to bring reps in. That's big news for TSM fans to keep the dreams alive. Alliance still a lot more slower.
Find them in
and
a care package. Yep.
Information by Grandma's house.
Yeah, they're currently in it. C9.
I was
just
taking a
little bit
few
further
days
south.
off.
We have seen big pulls over here, by the way. I mean, I remember one specifically
My post
from
was
APAC
like
South where
3
almost
days
every
ago.
team went into Skyhook. It pulled directly back to Grandma's house. It was a different season, which means different zones, but you never know. Maybe Alliance get lucky on this one.
Reps having to reloot now.
That was
too.
3 days ago.
Look at his ammo right now. Did have information to see where that next zone was pulling, which is why they find themselves early in this building.
Well, Facebook's still asshole, yeah.
On the teams that maybe made
Yo, Amber, join my Discord.
Space station here as Zap is going to take some shots with the Havoc.
Download the app on your phone.
On there yet. And he's got the mother load also ready to go.
Because we just got a new bot that will 100% send out notifications.
I mean, for 2 reasons, right? One, because it's a Skyhook zone and teams have a lot of buildings to get into and set up. We don't have to worry about those rotations and fights usually until about zone 4. But the second one, of course, is we've now got 8 teams on match point. And with so many in that enviable spot, they don't want to take more risks than they absolutely have to.
Make sure you get the app on your phone.
Outside though, C9 and TSM feel pressure from the teams to their north. C9 lose out on Chaotic. Nadi's gonna be able to pop that shield bat. Again, it's like we mentioned, no one's gonna fully collapse or give up this space. They're just gonna be here and greet the other teams if they have the ammo to boost up those evos. Monsoon literally 1 shot away from purple.
Of course, Monsoon on the M&K helps him out a bit with those long-range sniper shots. He's got the 6x there, and the circle does go Skyhook. Alliance stuck in Grandma's hand. Grandma's house there have a rough road ahead of them. So too do Falcons.
Grandma's got a lot of grandkids out here. The way that we rotate through Grandma's house. Team Falcons back
Damn, that
away,
was a
though,
sex joke.
Giving respect to Alliance, but also being
Grandma
wary
was
of
a
the teams
whore.
that could possibly third party if they do want to fully engage, because Dreamfire and Liquid Alienware are right around the corner.
Now, the fact that it's gone northwest as far as Skyhook is concerned may have actually worked into Guild's favor. We said before they had to hedge their bets, and it's kind of worked out for them. But Makers and Moist are on the back side of this, and
What team
as
just
they come up
died?
from the eastern side, let's have a listen to see how Moist are going to make this rotation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we shoot. I can't see yet.
100%.
I'm here.
If I was single with no kids, I would actually go after grandmas and get into a relationship with like 4 of them and get on their good side. So if they had like a death note or anything like that,
They're trying to run up.
like a what's it called, a will, I would try, you know, feeding my goods in that will, and if they die, then I just become rich.
I'm swinging the wall.
Yeah, I'm going back.
Come back. What's happening, Timmy?
There's a team all the way at the
Sugar mamas, yeah.
I think
Nothing's wrong with them.
Yeah, I do. Come here.
Okay, then I think we need to fight these guys.
Yeah, we do. I'm just saying.
Okay. Yeah, fuse ult? Yeah, I do. I'm gonna wait for him to EMP to fuse ult.
Yep. I'm gonna ping now. I'm EMPing
But you still love them, you still care, you know what I'm saying? It's just shit, you know?
I can fuck them. I'm gonna nade the fuck into them. Nading. Watch out on me. Nice. On me. Last one. Res.
Yeah, nothing's wrong with that, chat.
Run to me, run. Am I die? What's almost cracked? Am I die? Run. What are you, Guild? Trying. Run to me, run. Yep.
Guild comes so far out of their spot in the
Oh
tunnel.
my God,
They were safe
they're
and
done.
sound, but they wanted to make sure that no
You know what
one
I'm saying.
was on their doorstep.
Get
And
on their
Moist,
will.
After winning that fight with Makers, now are in struggle town.
This is so smart from Guild because they know that if any team is going to fight on the outside of zone,
I will have to do it on my PC later. I love having to downgrade to an Android. How dare you, Ember?
Game to prevent Moist, who are sitting at match points, from clutching it out, but they still managed to get.
Let's go to App
away.
Store,
Probably could
Discord,
clutch out a res.
boom.
And remember, it was an early rotate play for Guild, so getting access to, what, 5
How dare
death
you say that.
boxes there is incredibly important for their mid to end game, as the tunnel is going to be an awesome spot for the Australian squad to play from.
Gaming Gladiators, you saw right there, just straight chilling.
Crazy.
As Falcons get taken out in 18th by Dreamfire with some help from Montana.
Dude, they're
They
shitting
know
today.
They were holding that middle sniper tower.
I mean, if you want to talk about momentum, there is a complete lack of inertia for the super team right here in our finals.
There you go. Timmy's picked up the banners. Huge change here that we've seen with
Amber,
the
all you have to
cryptos.
do is
Also huge moves here for
in your
Moist,
browser,
they're
just
one
do
of the teams that
Discord
don't
dot
have a support legend. They can't risk
is
letting
it
those banners
.com or
time out because they
/GG?
can't replicate it,
Come on.
and maybe even taking their time, depending on where Timmy wants to get the res. Perhaps
Yeah, it
by
says
surveying
discord.com/Soltek.
I mean, this is a great outcome for Guild. Not only does all of that happen, but they don't get their spot nicked in the tunnels. It's going to be such a great walk-in for them. There'll be a couple of teams they have to worry about, but now we look at Fnatic down near the zone.
What I love about this timing is that Guild cannot extend on this because of the fact that they've been out.
Well, Amber, what's your Discord? I'll just invite you then. Or if anyone has Amber as a friend.
Allow teams like Noctem to continue on from the mouth of that track.
You can't even click. Wait, Amber, can you not even click this?
Yeah, now you're, of course, talking about Guild the team, as we've just seen Guild or Guilders.
Can you click on that? Will that work?
Get respawned back in
For you?
by Not Moist. So many people in the arena right now wearing the jerseys designed by Timmy himself to support them. But can they get back in here? Maybe the bin reset will help them, because obviously they've lost so much of their loot, the attachments, everything else. But the bin reset
Struggle.
after Zone 2 could be of help to Moist. Now, we look at this zone up here, Gaming Gladiators. Interesting to note that they are all the way up the north. I've not seen a lot of people play this spot, but I think it's usually
because
the
I don't
zone
have
often
Kick
will
on my
cut
phone.
off, a little bit more southerly around where the train station is, and it's not
Here, I'll
actually
just-
in. But
I got you.
this is an awesome pick here from
I'll invite you.
the
I think.
IGL of
Hold on.
GG.
And they looted all of SkyWest by trial, so they still have a gold knock to work with. This plays into the way that they want to station up in that next zone.
Wait, how do we-
As slow as it is, they still have full blue Evos. They could pepper into the teams that poke their heads by the train station side, but I'm not expecting them to commit anytime soon until that next zone reveals itself. While other teams like Liquid, Bleed, who are in that train station, will have to coexist. Another fight here as Not Moist now have gotten ahead of Alliance. They're holding on the edge of the circle, trying to prevent them to rotate in.
Alliance are just desperately hoping that
Didn't
zone
work.
would pull south.
Double check
And it doesn't.
that
But
username
they
is
have
correct.
At least a Kraber to their name, which is probably a lot more than Moist have in their hands. As Ziprail comes out, a nice Kraber shot. No EMP, follows up.
Oh, beautiful! And then the follow-up here, too, from Tyler. Gets another Kraber shot. Hockeys, 3 for 3. Sends out the nade here to clear up the space. Sending out Unlucky to clean up Not Moist. Out of this lobby and knocked them now. Looking to get involved. The Alliance cannot fully reset yet unless Hockeys can make a huge play with this Kraber. Misses the shot, and that was detrimental. Losing on Hockeys, only up to Tyler. He gets one knock.
One more hit.
The other one flesh.
He got it.
Gets fire shots. He gets 2. Can he pull it off behind both knockdowns? Here he's playing through, but the barrel shove into him doesn't let it happen as Atnam comes out and another third party rolls in.
And the train rolls on. This time it's
Wait,
SSG coming
Teacup, did you
in.
invite her?
And knocked
I did it. It worked.
hurt and injured already from the alliance fight, that SSG will easily take that, helping them into third spot now with 64 points.
That is 2 teams that were at match point, now eliminated from the lobby, all in the same choke. While Space Station have cleared that south side, this circle's pulling all the way to the north. Monsoon, beautiful tracking here as he's trying to line up his charge rifle shot, but that drop-off, man, could hurt. As I'm getting word that VK Gaming have now officially
But the birthday thing is wrong?
point.
Wait, did we fix the birthday thing?
But there's 3 teams who aren't on match point, Vicky, that are in the train station. There's every chance we go to 10 here, I'm just saying. Liquid Alienware, Bleed Esports, Dreamfire, even Furia, who have now taken up position inside the zone. It's really all of them versus Gaming Gladiators.
Because Gaming Gladiators are in the safest position. They don't have
Hey, why
to
do you have
worry
my
about
birthday?
a team wrapping up behind them. There is no space for another team to coexist unless a squad just ints on them.
As the zone starts to close now, we see SSG having to make their way in. Teams are fighting for supremacy up the top here. You can see that even the Newcastle walls getting blasted through as Complexity Guild SSG move further into their positions. GG are getting stepped on.
They know.
Oh my God.
GG. The EMP, but Light is playing off of a beautiful head glitch.
Oh my God, that nade though. That arc.
But here comes a nade.
Back up.
The arc star, but a huge wall.
Newcastle's nuts, bro.
The gold knock to allow GG to reset, but nobody wants to commit, even with those nades hurtled in their direction.
They're just so good at turtling every time.
Yeah, I deleted it. You're
Someone
good.
throws aggression their way. GG.
Yeah, I tried
and then come out on top. Guild Esports. We talked about them. That fight they took earlier has at least got them some of the way
Ember,
to purple.
I did it. Oh, you did it? Okay.
They're going to be going up against a lot of teams
Ember, you're here.
with better armors than them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Still quite a few teams who have been sitting within that train station, playing a little more passively. Sure, they're still on the blues. And we do have to remember,
Thank you. Amber, if you have the app on your phone or whatever, right, that will literally give you a notification when I'm live. And then I'm going to do a lot more things through the Discord, like giveaways, tournaments, and sub-games and all that crazy stuff. So
we may see one less with Fnatic holding on to dear life. Leica still alive. E36 still with those full blue evils, like you mentioned, Genome. Still so many teams.
12 teams left, chat.
Lacking that health diff. BKG now playing underneath the tracks. Guild having to be careful because Space Station are
SSG is here.
Right there on top
Oh, this could be a good play for them. Very good play.
Where do they go?
They're taking this nice wall.
But there's already another team up here.
Oh no.
Zainu has to work out. Takes too long to make the decision. Doesn't drop.
That was a miscommunication right there. He was the first one to drop, but the rest of Space Station landed right behind him.
Spinning in circles.
They didn't know. They wanted to
Go
make
punch
sure
him in the ass, dude. What the fuck you doing? Throw nades up there.
Get eliminated as you see Furia holding on to the high ground. With that zip line, they were able to also go on the other side. Now they can hold a different angle.
Zainu drops. They get the red.
I think Furia is going to win.
C9 sharing that though. So many teams inside of this station.
I think Furia
Bleed
has height.
C9 now, as they were able to get the reset. VK Gaming
It works.
still fighting on the outside. They take out one from Guilds, and they finish off Legacy.
Most of these teams are fighting.
Okay, good. But it didn't show the big thing, right?
Meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators have got a mansion up north. Expansive grounds, everything that they could have.
Okay, hopefully it works now.
The teams that could keep this going is the solo member of TSM. E36 is out of here. Furia still alive, trying to hold down the high ground, but Space Station have made their way up on top. Coinball cleans up the fight, finds Furia.
Oh, wow.
You hear the hemlock shot. VK Gaming now looking to third party who have now taken up on height. They're also one of the teams that could keep this Apex going.
Still quite a few teams in that position. We're seeing a few of them here. Fighting each other brings us closer to an end.
C9 meeting them, having to slide right back down to the safety that they built up for themselves and the Watson. You saw the Nemesis shot from the other side. Bleed have now officially hit match points. So many teams now, though.
Guild's done amazing things. As
Yes,
a rat, MT on that crypto. Some have called him
Just
the
imagine
best
if you
rat
could go
in
prone.
the game, but it's just him. Unfortunately, they don't make the rotation with all three.
And
That's just
TSM
crazy.
get eliminated. Look at this chaos. While Gaming Gladiators are completely uncontested
BK Gaming could be really a good spot right now.
They were, but then they lost access to the weather tower, so they try and hide behind this tiny part of rock.
All eyes on VK Gaming. The nades. The different angle. Gaming Gladiators down to 1. C9 engaging on a fight. It is Team Liquid who are still alive in here.
Only one left alive for Guild and for GG until now. It's a respawn.
The clutch is res from GG here. Trying to, at least on the other side. It was Gale that had gotten the clutches res, bringing both members back. Bleed still inside the train station.
I think MT lost his drone, so instead of being able to stay in Viz longer, he gets revealed.
Oh, finds a Mirror Guild Esports on the sticks, and Team Liquid get
Bro.
whiff of the res. They completely pull out. They
I think
look
VK is gonna get
alive and
this.
healthy. Gaming
If they
Gladiators
jump,
eliminated from
if
this
they
lobby. Only
jump
Guild alive.
super late.
And we get more Apex. We're going more.
Wow, there's more.
We got more, everyone. Bleed dropped down. Liquid, Bleed, and VK Gaming have seen us through. Our last 3 squads, VK Gaming do it.
Okay, this could be
Liquid Alienware trying to put respect on their name.
Liquid is match point now too. Jeez Louise. All right, let me go get my kids real quick, chat. Give me a sec, I'll be right back.
Self on top, getting the dub. That was so crucial. They were sitting in 15th overall before that. Waving the flag. Viva Mexico! The beautiful Nessie, but this is how it starts. Look how many teams just hit match point, Genome.
3 more. We've got VKG, who picked up 16 points. They move up into 5th spot, continuing their incredible run and take match point eligibility. They are joined by Bleed, up to 60 points now. And Team Liquid with that 7-kill win, that gets them to 51 points.
Surely, how can I expect it to end there, Genome? When I'm on the mic? That can't happen. You can expect it to always go to another 2 games when we're up here. But I wouldn't have it any other way when it comes to seeing more teams pop off, skyrocketing themselves in the overall standings, sitting at match point. I cannot believe we're about to go to a game 10.
Blast tried so hard to drag his team with him there. He's been ripping amazing catwalls left and right. Just like he's been ripping apart other teams. He added 5 kills to his total there. But still, it wasn't enough for Gaming Gladiators. They had such a killer spot for the first 4 zones, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get over the line.
I feel like now, as we close the book on Game 9, that this has to be the most games we've seen in a playoffs finals. This is just absolutely insane. The tensions get even higher. And you can also just imagine with teams like GG, who were sitting at match point so early on within this series, that they are feeling a different type of way. There's so much to break down. I want to hear from you guys on the desk.
Thank you, Vicky. Love you, my friend. And thank you for that great cast as well. Who would have thought it would have continued to go on? I did, because that's basically what happens when we're here at an Apex Legends Match Point Finals. 9 games gone by and 10 coming right up. Right now on the desk, Glitter Explosion, Jamerson, and Snipe Down. Guys,
say hi.
It's hard to say reactions because everyone's, our whole bodies are reacting to this.
Say
We can't
hi.
believe it, Lauren.
They're here.
But we
Say
go
hi.
yet again. This is quintessential Apex.
We have been sprinting out to the desk since match 3, waiting for somebody to close this out, and instead the exact opposite happens. Every single time you think it's about to
Say hi.
end,
Yeah, there you go.
one
Say
of the
hi.
2 remaining teams that isn't on match point, manages to clutch it up and keep us going.
It's like that
You wanna
slippery
say hi
slope,
too? All right, come say hi.
Jamerson, you know, and then somebody goes and throws
Over here.
more soap
Go,
on
over
it
here. Around.
and wets it up, and it's just like we keep
Say hi,
falling into
chat.
chaos. Will this ever end, is what I'm wondering.
What's insane is that every single match after after GG ended up securing match
chat.
point first, we're adding more and more and
All right.
more teams. In game
you get
number
your
8, we
tablet?
added another 4.
All right.
We add more here. It's absolute insanity at this point.
And Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, this is why match point format is the best format in any game that's out there. I don't think there's another game that has the anticipation and hype that this does. I've always said I get more nervous as a player watching than I do on the stage playing because you're so focused. And like you said, we've just been sprinting out here nonstop thinking the game's going to be over. I thought it's been over about 5 games in a row. So
I'll tell you what. This would be a good day to wear my Apple Watch. Unfortunately, I have a different watch on, you know, one my parents gave me, but I'm getting my steps in. I can already tell you. Let's head over to our match results after 9. It's crazy to say of what happened in that one. Team Liquid Alienware, Viva Mexico. That was one of the most amazing finishes, especially seeing our match point teams.
All right, I've got to
one
make her a
after
bottle
one.
real quick.
Guild Esports, Gaming Gladiators fighting each other as solos. Blast, the last one alive, but it was VK who really put them in that position. Liquid Alienware might have ended up winning, but the battle for height, Lauren, was what made that so impactful. VK coming in after SSG, after Cloud9, and then cleaning that up. That was essentially what put Gaming Gladiators into the dust.
Absolutely, and the clutch nades out of VK also completely melted them. I mean, we watched them try to recover, but Liquid Alienware had been in that station for quite some time, holding that position, seeing what they could do with it. When all of the other teams started landing on the roof, I was worried that they might end up getting collapsed on, considering how many people were around them, but they did a really solid job of just kind of defending their position.
And there's 2 pulls really in that area, Jamerson, that it could have gone to. It ended up going exactly towards GG. There's got to be something about it where you feel they're getting the right zones, they're making the right calls. But it's frustrating how it's just these little things end up going. How many times can that keep happening before you start to say, should we change anything up?
I mean, I don't think they should change anything up at all. I don't think so at all, because they are making the right calls on the zones. They are playing aggressive when they need to. We've been seeing them since they hit match point really not change up too much in their playstyle, and they're consistently getting themselves up into the top 3, top 4. That's why there's so much drama when it comes to this entire series, because they are always there. But now that we have so many more teams there at match point, it has to end soon, right? More than half the teams are on match point now.
You would think, but we've been wrong like 3 times now at least for this. Snipe, as we see Gaming Gladiators take the lead, 90 points over SSG. SSG may be the most interesting story here, 68, now in 2nd place, the narrative of continuing to go and go. But Alliance, TSM, a big name with a fan base, they got to win. VK Gaming coming out of nowhere. Fnatic as well staying in the pack. NRG, I thought it could have been their moment.
yeah, NRG's come into the finals a couple times. They were back-to-back 2nd places. They had a chance to win the tournament on that last game. And you're looking at this, the difference between 2nd place and 8th place is 4 points. So the way this leaderboard is right now, we're definitely going to see it switch up a bit. Obviously, there's 11 teams on match point, but if you look at the rest of the leaderboard, a lot of these North American teams are stuck on the bottom half. And to see Falcons in 20th is quite concerning.
Yeah, I think a lot of this would be concerning as we take a look at the final circles while we give our players a little break, a well-deserved break as well. If you're in the crowd at Mannheim, it's okay to take a break right now. Grab a beverage, grab something to eat, come back into your seat. Matches will resume in just a few minutes, but let's start going through the circles. Again, each one of these games, we have match point eligible teams. We've had Alliance, we've had Gaming Gladiators. Now it starts to look like SSG are in the mix. This is the one they do actually make match point on, Jamerson, and it puts them in a great position to continue the momentum, which has now led them into 2nd.
Yeah, we've seen this typical
Little mini me, yeah. Tell me about it, man.
Going a little bit towards that devastated coast, but SSG just had full
100% a little
control
mini
here.
me.
NRG, I believe, we're also playing off to their eastern, or excuse me, to their west just a bit. But SSG just had a nice
100%.
angle, plenty of headies to utilize off of here. You can see
Aren't they
Zyno
getting
feeling
so big,
extremely
chat?
free, here on the right side. Phony's going to go ahead and back him up as that push gets made by NRG to try and clear out Fnatic. SSG, no, we've got the victory here. They instantly pounce on them, and then they ride that momentum.
I would say that when you look at this, Lauren, these fights, they give you so much confidence because they're difficult, but you know that you just do the right things and you execute, you win. when we head over to match 8, the aspect of being able to execute is the thing that separates winning a match point or not.
Absolutely, and that aspect is exactly what kept us going into a match 9 after this finish, because we make it here to a top 4 situation and we were staring at Bleed, NRG, GG, and TSM. 2 teams on match point, 2 teams not at match point. But based off
full
of where
send.
this zone landed, TSM up there at
did
L1
you
had
join
a
my
really
Discord,
good
brother?
opportunity to get in here and find a good spot. Now, a lot of people thought NRG being on the other side had a
I should actually
really
put that as
good
like
position,
a
and they did
one.
on that low ground, but so much chaos started happening when
gonna
everybody
put that in a
was
bot
forced to drop
tricks.
down and get into these fights. And all
So it
of the
automatically
teams
does it, like,
fell
here
at
and
once.
there.
And we heard the crowd
They
chanting
went crazy.
TSM the second they saw that it was a possibility for them to close this out. And with TSM still being the one remaining up above everyone, it was a quick cleanup for them, and it's what kept us going.
Height has certainly won. You actually see it in Game 7, you see it in Game 8 and Game 9. It's not that every zone or every circle in Apex Legends is as cut and dry. Sometimes low ground, sometimes inside does actually win, but it has been Height, and that's where VK Gaming controlled this one. That's what put GG and Guild in such an issue. Liquid Alienware, though, Snipe would come out and make a major play. This is the Liquid Alienware we expected all week long, but we're not getting as they climb from the elimination brackets all the way here into match point finals. They now are putting themselves in a position to maybe take it all.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the story of Liquid Alienware this entire tournament. Is it seems like, you know, in the Game 6 where they were about to get eliminated, they got all the way and they got the win to get the 10th place, and now here they are in 11th place but still on match point, and that's what it's all about. And it just seems to me that they are just not hesitating when it comes down to them being in a bad position. They're like, all right, well, we got nothing to lose at this point. Let's just start doing everything we can and getting some KP.
The
All right,
thing about
that should be it.
executing here is, and Jamer said, this is where I start to agree with you, because you kind of changed my mind. I thought GG, it's going for a while, but they're in that final fight almost every single of those matches. I mean, that's as good as you can hope for, and then you got to just execute it.
Yeah, for the most part, they're playing aggressive where they need to play aggressive. But when you get the zone coming to you extremely close, you have to take that priority position. They haven't, you know, played it that often where they have to play for prio. They do succeed extremely well on edge, but you basically have to play with what you're given, and that's what they've been doing extremely well. It's just, at this point, it seems like, you know, there might just not be enough fuel left in the tank. I mean, we are heading into match number 10.
I know, it's strong words. He's right, though. I mean, you have a lot of great
there you go,
awareness
chat.
of
It should
what
play like every
means,
10
I think,
minutes.
to do the right thing, but also sometimes you're out of gas, you're out of fumes. Can they summon something from deep inside that might just make the difference and change their legacy in Apex Legends forever? GG, still with a chance to make history. However, a few fans that want to live in the present right now are standing by with Tiff. I think we got some good representation on either side of you, Tiff. What's going on?
Oh, we have so much representation down here in the crowd. Right now, I've got a Moist fan over here on my right and Liquid Alienware on my left. So, guys, I need you to introduce yourself, tell me your name, where you're from. I'll start with you.
So my name is Kirby on PC. You might know me from Ranked on Apex. And I'm 22 years old and I'm from Germany.
From Germany, a homeland. Let's go. How about you?
I am Niels. I'm from Germany as well, just a few meters out actually. So I couldn't resist when they asked us if we want to go to Mannheim. If they didn't want to ask us, but if when oh fucking shit.
Hey, it's all good.
When I figured out it was in Germany, I was so excited that I couldn't resist going.
I couldn't resist going either, especially to cheer on Team Liquid Alienware. All right, so now that we've hit match number 10,
I hate their accent.
predictions. How far are we going, and do you think Not Moist can close it out?
100%. Especially if my boy It's Timmy gets his Kraber. He's gonna kill everyone and win the match for sure.
All right, kill them all. Let's go. You also
This guy's
sign.
accent's
Can
fine.
we
His
flash
other
it?
friend's accent is a little bit too much.
So I have one question for my boy Waltzy. What's your max bench?
I don't know, man, but it's got to be a lot.
He's like, what's
And
it?
for you, Team Liquid
It's like
Alienware,
too much air.
They had that massive clutch to get even into the finals
I
on
sounded
Sunday.
Chinese there,
What
but
do you want to say
there's
to
like
them
too
to
much
get them
air.
to bring it home?
I think they say vamos in their language, so I would love to see that. 51 points, they just broke it, so they are on
Too
match
much
point as
air.
well. I want to see them win. Let's fucking get it.
Let's get it. All right, on set, Gaskin, take it away.
Well, who's ready for match number 10? We are into double digits here. In our
Easily.
match point finals, it keeps on going. Another game to get a little bit closer to deciding who
Too
our
much air.
champions is going to be. I had a feeling it would be a bit of a long day today.
Just one of those days, I mean, with the increased amount, or I guess the decreased amount
It's
of
either
match point
no. I think
thresholds,
Boston's
but
accent
the
is
lack of
worse.
advantage points really has shaken things up here in Mannheim, and it's just been so difficult for any of these teams to get across the line because there are so many teams here who have been able to put victories on the board across this tournament. It's not like previous tournaments where sometimes teams just limp through without victories.
I mean, match
everyone
point,
has been able to
mad cursing, yeah.
slam their way into this grand final.
I mean, it's crazy, right? All the talk of the town at the start of this year, the start of this season of the ALGS was Team Falcons. If you needed an example of how good this lobby is, Falcons down in dead 20th at the moment and only managed to put 20 points on the board. And I'm sure there's some issues
I don't
there
know.
that they're going to have to try
We'll definitely
and sort
see.
out. But it just shows the level of competition, right? We have GG, SSG, Alliance, TSM, VK, Fnatic, NRG, Guild, Bleed, Moist, Team Liquid, all on match point. To kind of summarize how many teams that is, it's 11. It would have been easier for me to say who wasn't.
It is 11 teams indeed. Can someone get the job done here in match 10? It's going to be World's Edge though, and that has been Gaming Gladiators' playground throughout this tournament. There are a few teams that have still yet to find a World's Edge victory though. Will we be able to someone change that script? Liquid Alienware were able to take us into match 10. Imagine if they could go back to back to win this entire thing.
They take themselves the victory home, and they put themselves on match point by doing so. We're now getting to the point of this tournament where you look at your teammates, you look at the coach, you look out at the fans who are supporting you in the crowd, and you just think to yourselves, let's go and get this done. Let's reach out. Let's put in the one performance that people will remember as the one that
I
gave
could
us the
explain
chance
if you
to
need
walk
help.
up to that trophy and lift it above their heads. To everyone on that main stage right now, that's what's going to be going through your head. Make some noise in the building here as we head into match number 10.
That trophy is in touching distance for 11 teams, both figuratively and quite literally, with how close it is to those booths. But who has the bottom to get it done here in match 10?
Team Liquid Alienware send us to another game. They send us into double digits. Match number 10 is where we find ourselves, and we are back onto World's Edge. NRG, one of those many teams now who are on match point.
Match point.
64 points they have in total. They were involved
Did they say match point yet?
in a couple of scuffles towards the end of that previous game as well. And I will say we saw Nocturnal walk past us.
Amber.
Just as he went for the break.
These are all professional
And he
teams
said to me,
versing each other for crazy amount of money.
I mean, the only difficulty really here for NRG is
She needs
we've
to
yet
fix
see a team
her skirt.
win from Monument
Ooh.
this entire tournament. So they would have to break records if they were going to win it. Let's jump into a listening though with NRG.
To be fair,
a
I
little
haven't
bit
watched
later
you in a long
because we
time,
have
so I
a
don't even
pause.
know
Would have been a bad
what
time.
this game
I
is.
saved us.
Oh. Apex.
Well, we'll get everything sorted
Apex
for all
Legends,
the
where
players
it's like
on the main stage.
all the teams are fighting
talk about
to be the last man
about
standing. Or
I've
last
learned
team
my lesson,
standing.
don't I?
It's a BR.
That means we have to talk about other stuff.
So
That's
you
not
pick a
Apex,
spot,
right? I
you
mean,
land there,
you know.
Well,
you
as I
loot
mentioned,
up.
right,
Loot is basically
Monument,
different kind of
we've yet to
guns and
see a
stuff like
team
that.
Win from Monument this tournament.
Zero
You
box
could say the
card.
same
Oh my-
about
Amber, I'm
Staging.
done
You
with
could
your
say
ass.
The same about Tree.
She just said
Say the same
Apex
about Big
zero
Ball.
box
There are
freaking
4 or
card.
5 POIs
I'm done with
here,
her.
occupied by some
I'm
big
done.
teams, but we've yet to see anyone find a win. And I know that can definitely change with how these zones have been going. But when we look back to the previous zone, the previous chance, I mean, the likes of Gaming Gladiators really did have an opportunity there.
Wait, is my daughter sleeping or
Well, good
holding the
news
bottle?
is we're
still?
not going to have to hang around too long here by the sounds of things. Production are feeding back in my ear that we'll be getting back
I
underway
think
in
she
just
fell
a few
asleep
moments'
with the bottle
time. So
in her
only
mouth.
a brief pause, hopefully, as we see the timer in front of us. Countdown with me, everybody, from 3 as we head into match 10. 3, 2, 1. Game back on. Let's get into this.
The EXO clan fans are still as loud as ever. Maybe it could be them, EXO, to take us to match 11. because it is becoming increasingly more likely now that someone will get the job. Over 50% of the teams have reached match point. But now it's about actually locking in and securing it here. Now the zone, we are going to be heading north, back up to Skyhook yet again here. Fantastic news for Gaming Gladiators.
I will also say fantastic news for the teams who are desperate to chase down match point. Yes, obviously our attention will be on those teams who can close this series out now. But if you're going towards Skyhook and you know there is at least playable area, there is multiple floors of multiple buildings for you to be involved in an endgame, like we saw in the previous game, it means someone like Team Liquid Alienware can come out of nowhere and potentially send us to a game 11. A lot to talk about with this zone, and when we look at priority, we also have to mention that this is a great zone again for Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators for Guild. We even see Enter Force 36 from Countdown move incredibly quickly, by the way, up into Skyhook, as Guild also will arrive and find themselves a building to call home.
Chat,
Maybe
what should we do for my birthday?
Here. They're going to opt to go for the
22nd
and hope that it does continue to pull north like it did previously. It is a somewhat different circle. It's not going to be identical, to what we saw in the previous. There is a chance it could shift that little bit further east, and that could definitely benefit teams that are arriving a little bit later, like Not Moist, like NRG, who are now approaching the zone.
Yeah, I really like the spot that NRG have taken, actually. You can see some of the teams who have taken the prio positions, Bleed Esports being one of them. You've got Guild, who we saw. But NRG's position, they were walking through the train tunnel.
Hot tub stream,
they can play the stack building, which is it's always an interesting one because you feel like you've got height, but the height of this building is kind of dwarfed by a lot of the buildings around it. So if you do go up onto that height, it's kind of a little bit
getting married on your birthday.
You find yourself taking some pretty comfortable damage from a lot of other teams. GG, though. A massive chance, an opportunity as they find themselves in train station. They've accumulated 90 points, 40 more since they hit match point. But it doesn't really matter because they are yet to get over that line.
Well, one thing that Gaming Gladiators are securing is minimum
run, brother.
By keeping
Girls are crazy.
Points on the board, and
all of them are crazy.
A lot of prize money to go alongside that, and that won't really be their main consideration, but will always be in the back of your head. You don't want to just sit at match point and then drop down that leaderboard, not hit it, and then only walk away with a top 8, for example. But this is ExoClan. This is the team I was talking about approaching from the south.
It's my second one. I ran from the first one. All right, there you go, brother.
They will manage to
so is this one different?
NRG were in this building a few moments ago. The question is, are they still?
This one's
like they might have
a little bit above normal.
Which means that Not Moist can now take
under normal
control of this building in Skyhook. Now,
that's a rare find, dude.
I would say they had a really good kind of. It felt like
that's like going to Walmart and finding a diamond on the ground.
Points, but since then, been pretty quiet. You remember they got across the line with just 1 point, I think they needed from a game, and they got that 1 point. But since then, they've only been able to kind of put a few more on the board. But this is a good zone for them. This is an opportunity for them. So
100%. Okay.
Maybe
so the first one was abusive and psycho. Got it.
Already. And with the way they've been fighting, any good position at the moment, if you've
every day you came home from work, she bitched at you.
Becomes a lot less.
Or vice versa. You stayed home. It was your day off. She worked. She came home. You did all the dishes. You cut the grass. You cleaned the house. But you forgot 1 cup on the freaking counter, and she yells at you for the cup on the counter. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
The dizzy heights that maybe were expected of them. I still wouldn't count them out, and that's the scary thing. Being in 20th position, they could still find a victory and could still keep things going. But it must be so hard mentally, knowing you are that far behind to try and.
I don't know why females are like that.
They really have to face both themselves and the game if they're going to find
why are
else.
females like
Let's
that?
not forget the TSM went 3 back-to-back when Imperial Howl was on that team to come out of nowhere to become a champion.
Guys come home. So hey babe, how you doing? Nothing
However,
affects us. We don't care. We don't care, right? If you're tired, you're tired.
36 now, 22
right?
points on the board for them.
You're laying on the couch, not doing nothing. We don't care.
They move very fast
if we do it,
after they got
get the fuck up.
And actually, it might be a position that
cut
teams try
the grass. You forgot to do the dishes. You forgot to do this, that. Then you guys like force us to do it, so we just shut you guys up.
Trying to give him a little bit of cover, and we'll be able to
right?
do so. Nicely done. As Naughty, no, he tries to launch back to his teammates. And instead,
but then if we don't work and you guys are out of work, coming home, we do everything, make it clean, except 1 damn cup.
Chaotic, he's going to have 3 players flying out pretty soon.
And the cup that's on the counter is the cup that we're drinking.
held back ever
I can't
so
say every
slightly,
girl,
but I think
but
the Makers should be able to finish off this fight, and I
lots of
imagine
females.
we're going to see Cloud9 falling very shortly indeed. Try as you might to escape, but Makers were on the charge, and it's two teams
I did get
who are
bitched
not
at
on
the
match
cup.
point going toe-to-toe there.
So a back look over of where we believe this endgame is going to be taking place. And you can see everybody starting to stack up. Let's talk about what's outside of the zone, though. Liquid
That one
Alien
cup-
over at Lava Fissure. They're hitting a ring console at the moment, or waiting to, which is going to give them Zone 3 info, which is going to be very, very interesting. As they will be able to play for that spot afterwards.
But not really that important Zone 3 information. You're not going to learn that much here.
I'll vow
With
to
that
never
ball, I mean, that
bitch
just confirms,
in
yes,
this
we're going
league
to
again.
Skyhook, which everyone really knew. Zone 4 information would be ideal, but if you want to achieve that, you're going to have to play for Countdown and then get late.
And then I could speak, right? But like when females are pissed, and they're not pissed off at you, but they're pissed off at you. It's been 10 years with my wife. Hey, there you go. Let's fucking go, brother.
As Alliance now make their way downtown through the tunnel towards the north side of Skyhook.
Now, it's definitely a consideration for a lot of these teams to position yourself in a spot that has loot bins
Falcons,
as well.
yeah.
When that Ring 2 does close and the loot bins turn into legendary bins and you get all
That
of the
she's-
gold attachments, you are definitely going to miss those if you have played into an early area and you don't have access to them. However, when you go into Skyhook, there's going to be a lot of buildings that won't have said access.
It's all right, blood.
Would you rather
You know
play
what
in the train
happens
station
to our
on the east,
wives?
where you would
We just
get
take our
all
anger
of
out
those
in bed.
attachments and have a far more
Maybe stop,
high
too
success
deep,
rate
fuck
when you
you.
get into those fights
Yeah.
later.
Alliance using the balloon in the tunnel.
And they can't do shit because it feels good.
Scouting out the middle building, they can certainly see
Motherfuckers.
some beautifully arranged fences up
How about
there,
that
which are gonna
fucking
make it very
cup now,
difficult for them
huh?
to play, but
That fucking
they are
cup.
in
Oh, yeah, that
Skyhook.
cup,
Now,
bah.
I'm interested to see where this zone actually pulls, because we talked about Zone 3 info, right? It's not really giving us anything. It's essentially saying the entirety of Skyhook is still in it. Now, we have shifts. We have so many zones within Skyhook that are played from different positions that end up on different sides of it. If it shifts towards the west, which would be, I would say from what we see on our screen, a little bit of a violent pull. Yeah. Not something we haven't seen before, certainly
Show them
today
who's
we've seen it
boss,
a few
hell yeah.
times. Then it means the position that Alliance have taken becomes a much more valuable one. The same can be said about the position of Team Liquid Alienware. But if it does go the way that the majority of these teams are stacked up on that eastern side, then Alliance and Liquid will have to do some hard work to get anywhere.
Yeah, usually it pulls north up towards the cake.
No wonder I
Sometimes
get
they
shit
pull a
on.
little bit
He
further
took his
southeast
anger out on
down
me.
where the
That's
likes of
crazy.
Exoclan and VK
Don't
Gaming
fuck with
find
him.
themselves as well, but Fnatic,
I've
they
never-
can go for the...
I've never heard a man shitting on a female. That's the weirdest shit. He took his anger out on you, so he shat on you. That's just... That guy's fucked. Look it up. Yeah, let me look it up so my wife could go on history and see what I'm looking up. Thanks. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Babe, why are you looking up a male shitting on a chest? You're sick fuck. If you ever do that, I'm a fucking fist your asshole.
Info essentially is going to be pretty crazy to watch, because
No.
everybody is kind of, the majority of teams think it's going to the east, but there's a lot of teams that have also positioned themselves on the west. Now that would suggest that there's a little bit of maybe confusion about where they believe the zone is going to be going, or maybe it's just a case of so many.
This, bro, Teacup, your ex-husband was like, all right, good. She pissed me off. All right, let's frog on her and go, ugh! Just fucking bitch yelled at me for a cup and I cleaned the whole house. Ugh! Like, watch out for that fucking guy. Put a restraining order on him and his ass. Fuck that sick
This
fuck.
shifts anywhere west.
I
That would be a
can't
big
believe.
surprise.
No.
My.
Okay. Okay.
That one hurts for 10 teams that committed
That's
a little bit
sick.
further east there. But amazing news still for those who committed to the cake building. And you mentioned it, Alliance. They went all the way over to the west side. TSM also in the northwest. They have one of the strongest buildings to hold right now. 'Cause it
Movie
can continue
43,
to pull
dude
that
drinks
northwest side as well
laxative
after this.
before shitting on his girl.
Give us ring information. They get ring
Bro,
information.
that's not shitting.
And for
That's
the
a
benefit of
mudslide.
everybody who's watching right now, regardless of where you are, Yuka has found a Kraber. This man hit some of the nastiest shots earlier on Storm Point. It was Honestly, an absolute pleasure to watch him go to work, and now he's going to have the chance with the Turbo Havoc and...
Teacup, if I ever meet you in person, I'll hug you twice.
It is still only Fnatic and Falcons that are not
because that guy gives guys bad name, dude.
Looting themselves up to the gillies right now, and they are going to be more than prepared for any fight that may occur. Dreamfire have also just pushed themselves out here.
Wait, a crab?
We'll take a mythic bin, thank you very much.
Wait,
they
a
also
crab?
have a Kraber to work with.
In a crate?
Big moment here for Fnatic. Remember, they are on match point. There's so many teams stacked up inside of Skyhook already.
That's not bad as the Alabama Hot Pocket.
The low
People really are sick. The fuck is the Alabama Hot Pocket? It's a gold bin, so... A myth, wait, is that gold or red? What the fuck is the Alabama Hot Pocket?
You want to be holding this area either. I mean, in Newcastle would be
Google
perfect
it.
here. At least they have the
These
Bangalore to
fuckers.
smoke off some
Yeah,
of those
Google it.
sidelines. But they're just rotating around this cake until they can find somewhere to call home. EXO have just pushed out because Falcons have started to arrive and Zero's just gone down.
Zero's gone down, Falcons down to 2. EXO Clan will claim a KP2 themselves.
You know, you guys are trying to get me fucked up or murdered. So, if my wife goes on my Google and checks history, right, and there's nothing there, she's going to say, what the fuck, why did you delete your history? Or if I don't delete it, then she's going to see Alabama Hot Pocket fucking shitting on a female's chest. You guys are fucked.
You see, they have the mobile res here, so it
Just
is
do
not
it to her?
done and dusted just yet for Falcons, and they answer back onto Fuda.
This whole
alongside
chat went left.
VKG.
I want to Google that, but I won't.
So Zero will be back in the game, but as you can see from the zone pool, it's going to keep going to the north. Now we see a fight taking place. Furia versus Noctum.
What is it? I'm not looking up everything. Fucking tell me what it is.
Being a problem as well. That will be Noctum Scan eliminated from the lobby as our second team to fall.
And the zone is going to continue to pull towards that cake building, by the way. Enter Force 36, who moved right at the start of this game to the top tier of it, are in arguably prime position as Furia eliminated in 18th position. That's another squad not on match point being taken out of the game as Alliance are going to have to fight their way here from the southwest up towards that cake building we keep talking about.
Well, Fun's just gone down and been finished for NRG, so they've got some decisions to make themselves. You can see there's a care package down, which I don't think anyone is going to be brave enough at this point to even consider going for. But speaking of brave,
you can just put it in chat. I promise I won't ban you.
Moist. They land inside of the building, on top of the building.
Alabama
Hot
Pocket.
Excuse me, no, they flew past the building that was occupied by Alliance. And even though this won't be safe,
let me just think about it.
At least they will be able to avoid all of those teams rotating later.
You eat a lot of corn, shit in her pocket,
Gaming, Sports,
come in it,
EXO,
and
Liquid, Falcons,
hit
not
the
Moist.
pants.
You all have to move here as round 4 begins to close. Do you get down and dirty and try and take a fight, or do you just try and surpass everyone here? Hope to find a gap, hope to find a little bit of space. There's a lot of open area where you won't really find a place to call home.
It's a really interesting situation developing here because you see the GG have made their way into zone.
Bad timing, cool then.
Trying to do what he can, but Falcons' bad day continues. They will be out the lobby as well as we see Jaguares reintroduce himself to it.
Hot Pocket, you eat.
Now GG laying down some
Alabama
damage. They've been
Hot
on match
Pocket.
point since match 3 as VK Gaming. They get eliminated. That's one of our match point squads. Out.
GG got to watch their backs here. Make sure they don't get wrapped.
I seen 2 girls, 1 cup. It started out pretty nice, right? And then I see fucking shit in cups. And then, yeah, that just kind of ruined my shit. I googled it. Tom, don't do that.
Out of here. Blast is left on his own. Blast is praying, but no prayers will be answered as GG will fall and Fnatic will stay fairly healthy.
Don't do that, Tom.
Here comes TSM. They're moving in from the north.
Yeah, Fnatic
This is a match point, but there's 12 teams left.
They are down
It's
as
bad.
well. As TSM can now control this
Hey,
side of the
I'm
map.
not feeding
It's
into
only
the
Guild,
bullshit
other side of
chat.
the train station that maybe they have
I'm
to
not
worry about.
Googling
Makers,
it.
Alliance, and Dreamfire all on the southern side.
Because knowing me, I'm going to have like a meat spin background. It's going to lock my screen. And then when my wife gets home, she's going to say, can I see your phone? And it's going to be fucking meat spin on the
This is why I
background.
was talking about Enter Force 36 at the top of that building.
I'm good.
They can watch all of this unfold, and no one dare will try take it off of them.
I'm good.
Alliance taking a fight here. Team Liquid Alienware have been eliminated in the meantime. That's another match point team who have fallen. Dreamfire taken out by Alliance.
Did I ever tell you what that's what I did to my friend's computer? I put meat spin in his background.
here on World's Edge.
Well, it's complexity.
And then his dad came home, went on the computer, and all he saw was 2 dicks.
Who are not on match point that are still alive, and Exo's just gone down. So that makes it only 3
Don't look
teams
it up.
now who are not on match point.
That's Hot Pocket.
6 squads can still
I
win it
ain't
here,
looking
TSM
up.
being one of them. And they
I haven't stopped shaking my head since.
Here come Alliance with a classic Alliance zip. They play the outside of the second level.
Hal's playing with Dark Zero? Yeah.
There are teams still
King.
in and around them.
That's his new team.
Have to take a second here just to pop that battery
This is
to
the
make
last
sure that
game.
they are pushed, that he's going to be able to
TSM,
fight back. Makers now making a
match
move
point.
on their own.
I think like 8 teams are on match point right now.
West side of TSM.
I looked it up. Come on,
TSM
Soul.
have this
Don't be
stair
scared.
case to use as a head glitch, and
I'm
they've
not
got
scared.
The bang ult just to stall it out, but now the flank is coming in. Reps is taking
Promise
a
I'm
huge
not
amount
scared.
of damage. They have some armor swaps available, but it's Guild.
I'm not
This was
scared
a
to
worry
search it
point
up.
for
I'm scared
TSM.
for my
The
wife
Guild
to
would wrap them.
find out that I'm
Everyone's
searching that
starting
shit
to
up.
look a little bit nervy now. If you make one mistake, if you step your foot in one wrong position, there could be someone just to wipe you off the face of World's Edge. But
Oh no, dude.
Makers are sending it. TSM, Verhol still get 2. But are they able to reset it? It's a clean wipe from TSM for Guild Esports.
Holy
now
shit.
looking to take advantage, but the hold is good enough. The fight is over.
Holy shit.
Quick enough that TSM can recover.
Tell her daddy had said it was okay.
Enter Force 36. And Verholst!
Oh my god, the nades.
Verholst wants to win this.
Meat Pockets from Alabama are the best.
They take out one member of Guild. They take out one member of NRG. That's the 2 teams who potentially were pinching them. As now we look at Alliance.
Alliance have taken a lot of damage, but TSM, they take out another team. NRG now go down. Alliance take down Complexity.
Dude, TS,
as well.
oh my god.
6 squads remain. 5 are on match point.
5 of them are match point, 6 of them. Oh my god.
Force 36 win this game from the top of that cake building that they took right at the start. We will find our winner right here, right now.
How many times, by the way, are Guild just going to be allowed to respawn?
SSG's in a really good spot.
Not for the
Very
first
good spot.
time we've seen it. Phony's going to get a knock here for SSG, who are trying to progress forward. Not sure if they managed to finish it off, but here comes Guild to get a little bit of a helping hand. Shuby's going to try
TSM needs to
that
move in.
second level and will manage to do so.
TSM needs to move in on these guys.
Phony from SSG reduces them to 2.
It's nervy times for every single team, for
Dude.
every single member of this audience.
It's gonna be so
for you
bad.
and I, for everyone watching at home. TSM
'Cause they
have
got the
Northwest,
furthest-
but they have to approach now as E36.
They need to fight the
sits
team
on
on the
this high
right.
ground, may I add.
100% they
And
need
keep that
it.
in mind.
The only team who is not on top or inside of one of the levels of the building in front of TSM
This is actually a really good spot. I didn't see this.
TSM. Everybody will have to leave. Everybody will have to fight.
Yeah, TSM is a really good spot right now.
TSM
But I think the wall's gonna hurt them.
Their time.
They can bide their time, but also enter Force 36 are on the high ground. Now Alliance as a 2, trying to deal the damage, trying to pin back the team here. To survive, to give themselves a chance as a duo.
You have a nade?
It's a 2v2. Dropped and Shuby. They're going to find Mr. Mozambique and Co. Tyler will go in. Can't quite finish, but the zone surely does the damage.
Nice.
These spots will die. They will fall out of this lobby and Alliance will live.
And E36 have the
They're sending it. They're sending it on to TSM. TSM have to hold. Reps will go down. Verholst down. Snap, it's all up to you. Can you clutch for TSM as a solo?
Oh my god, what the fuck?
5 squads now remain. Koifel. TSM are out.
No,
SSG
dude.
go forward, but they take damage. Guild has been eliminated. Alliance still as a duo, by the way. Might be dropping here. Unlucky on his own. Won't win it, but SSG will become your champions here in Germany. And Zainu becomes the 2-time.
Jeez Louise, dude. Huh. Hey, turn off the lights, Omar.
So SSG out of nowhere, it feels like. And it's not 1, but 2 for Zainu. but a first for his teammates. Alliance, a valiant effort as a duo. But we finally conclude our match point finals here in Mannheim, Germany. And it is Space Station Gaming. At one point, the question was even, will they get any points in this match point final? The first two games of today, they were on 0. But they slowly crawled their way back to 50. And then when they got the opportunity, boy, did they seize it.
So the title goes back to North America. EMEA stood up, but it's the NA powerhouse, the team that was dubbed the second super team when it came together, who finally put it together to call themselves champions. Space Station Gaming, it's a final zone they will remember for the rest of their lives, and it's a moment certainly that they will remember for the rest of their lives as well.
I don't know what she's doing.
We need to see replays ASAP of what happened to Enter Force 36 because they tried to take the high ground. I don't know if they got blown off it or what happened, but certainly they then full sent it down onto TSM, almost deleting their chances of winning it. But let's look back at that winning moment and see just exactly what did happen, because we were kind of in different POVs as it was going on. Was Alliance going to have the opportunity to do it as a duo? But then SSG were kind of waiting for them to arrive on the low ground.
Yeah, it certainly were. It felt like they just had the cover from the teams above. They won the team fight down on the low ground, which allowed them just to watch the final members of Alliance dropping. You have to wonder, if Alliance are a 3, are we calling this an Alliance win? But it wasn't. Ifs and buts don't count for much. As it's SSG on this low ground, was certainly helped out by the leap from Enter Force 36 onto TSM.
But you saw there, up in the sky, they pinged where Enter Force 36 were. And you would imagine that E36 wanted to delay this as much as possible. But was it that EMP? Something caused them to suddenly just full send it onto TSM. And then with that, SSG had the right cover to be able to manipulate the map to stay alive a little bit, bide their time. And all you need at this point is 2 Mozambiques and a little bit of Zainu.
So it comes down to Koifel and Phony. It was a 2v2 right at the end, but just knowing that Alliance had to drop, they can get that first damage. They were already weak,
close,
and
man.
SSG have a simple job.
How's your boxer puppy doing? I had to give it away to other family member.
I mean, you look back at the previous events, SSG
I missed that dog.
They just get over the line in certain groups. They just get over the line to
I had to get rid of it. But I didn't want to get rid of it to someone random. So I gave it to one of our family members.
No, I mean, their reputation is going to be talked about for quite some time now. They are champions.
And I cannot wait to see the faces, especially of Phony and Koifel, when they lift that trophy, because we know it is like nothing else. But for Zainu, he gets to do it a second time.
And now he's going to get to lift that trophy for a second time as well. We're going to send it down to the floor. SSG, it's time for you to pick up that trophy.
Crowd, let's welcome out our Split 2 playoff champions, SSG!
Crazy. Good play on them, though. Aw, damn, Nick. My bad, brother. That's so fucking sad, dude. Hey, Nick, did you join our Discord?
I can see the emotion in your faces, all right? What does this mean to you? I mean, this was an insane journey. Not a lot of people expected it, but here you are.
I don't think nobody expected it, I'm gonna be real. This is actually so surreal, bro. I love these boys to death, and I'm glad that I was able to do it with them. It was amazing.
All right, and Koi, I gotta ask you. You guys are the 4th only team in the 5.5-year history of Apex to lift this trophy. Talk to me about your journey.
All I can say is You may not believe in God, but God believes in you. I trusted his path for me, and I just kept to it. I kept grinding, and this is where it got me.
All right. Crowd's loving it. Zai, come over here. Zai, through the ups and downs.
Yeah, just do
of being a
exclamation
pro
mark
player, right?
Discord.
Everybody needs a support system. Everybody needs somebody they can talk to. You got
Nah,
your
bleed.
fans. You
They
got your
did absolutely
family,
horrible.
Your friends, your teammates. Who was that support for you, and what do they mean to you?
Honestly, my mom, like overall, she's just like the best person ever. I wouldn't be here without her. I've said this in my last time winning. Like she got my PC and everything. I just wouldn't be here without her. Shout out my mom.
And I still remember the days of ranked grinding. It's insane. Don, come over here. Coach Belichick, I see the medals as well, man. First team ever in the history to win these medals right here. Don, talk to me about what it's like coaching players like this at this caliber.
I mean, these three players, everyone in the game knows they're amazing. They struggled the last two lands, but, you know, they brought me on to the team to try and make things work, and we're glad it worked, you know?
Again, I see the emotion in your faces. Fellas, lift that trophy one more time.
Well deserved.
Sky high, no, out of orbit. Space Station Gaming take split 2 playoffs, and that man Zainu right there does it for a second time in a row. Koifel, the youth, the immeasurable skill, and Phony, his leadership, his dedication. They've gone to the top of the mountain, and they raise that trophy with pride, knowing that they are the kings of Apex Legends. What a moment, guys. Back on the desk.
Congrats to them.
Relishing in the crowd, Lauren. I always like to soak this part up.
It's an incredible feeling for anyone who gets to experience this live in person. You can sense the emotions that the players
Well, that
are
was
feeling.
awkward.
You can
What?
feel the crowd. It was electric the entire time, wanting another match, wanting to see who could get onto match point alongside some of our earlier squads. This is one of the longest lands we've now had as far as our match point games go, and it was worth every second.
It certainly was. The crowd, you could see the reactions. Anybody winning this tournament would have been hyped, but there's a little something special about these guys. It was a long journey even today for them, Snipe. After the first 3 games, Space Station Gaming had 2 points. They end Game 10 with 85 and a trophy in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about it all weekend. We said that this is a momentum team. We talked about it on the very first show about how them and Falcons were the 2 teams that were considered the powerhouses, you know, the super teams, and we had not seen that from Space Station yet. And we come to this event, they started off slow. I don't know what was said. I can't wait to figure that out. But something was talked about with that team, and they came out, they gained momentum. In 4 games in a row, they were averaging 15+ points, and then they got near the end game, put themselves in a position to win, and then finally in that last game, things fell in their favor. The plays were made, and they got the win.
The second win that they won in this tournament, and the first one was not when they were on match point. So they had the confidence to move forward. And you need confidence in moments like this.
In front of the camera,
when it's
yeah.
down and out and you're looking for who is going to step out of the pack and make a name for themselves. These guys already well known within the scene, but now across the world, the globe of the ALGS.
Jeez.
As this final match ends up, some of the scores.
Bro, that's
Alliance,
so
they were
fucked.
close. Enter 46. What happened with them? Force 36. We were trying to figure out how that worked out. Guild, wow, they had won a game earlier in this tournament in that exact same position. And TSM, maybe one of the bigger stories. We thought it was going to be them, but it wasn't. And on the other side of things, a little bit of despair. I told you, some would leave with a promising future. Some would look at this and see a little bit of darkness maybe. Lauren, hopefully not, but Team Falcons with a 0 there, coming in 20th place overall.
Bro.
This is not what we expected. The player on that Team 0 is the defending
20th
Split 2
place?
champion. And you look at this and say, this is got to mean something happens differently for the super team.
I think definitely a learning experience, right? Especially because we talked about it heading into the series. This was one of the most difficult lobbies we've ever seen
start
in
a
match
fire
point finals.
under
We ended up with
Falcon's
half
ass.
of that difficult lobby all on match point eligibility, and it could have gone any way. Like you were mentioning, we saw how much Alliance and TSM wanted it. They were aggressive this round. I mean, they both had double-digit kills, and it came down
Don't be surprised
to
if Alpine
the solid gameplay of SSG.
Nah.
And make sure, if you are still here and you want to know the location of Champs, do not go anywhere. We will be revealing that very shortly. So if you're leaving, you're going to take a break, this is not the time to do it because Champs will be announced. It's one that you want to stick by. Jamerson, welcome back. This is what we live for in the ALGS, and it just happened again to a team maybe a little bit unlikely in SSG, but certainly deserving.
I love it. I love it because I have a history with so many of the players here, right? While I wasn't with the ALGS, during my time off, I was still casting Apex Legends, and one of the things was I was casting a weekly tournament with Phony in it twice a week, 6 games a night. I was casting his games, and that man has just gone on to do such amazing things. So many of the players here, but Phony getting this victory really does hit me in a special place.
Phony's story is one I've been privy to. I actually love the journey that he's been on, from me calling him My Little Pony. That's right. I said My Little Pony, and I think that just flashed me back to childhood toys that were around. And it was really My Little Pony. And I remember messing that call up for so long, and it played in every highlight. Well, from that moment, we knew he was a winner. And as we look at these final moments of how that last game went, anybody could have been a winner, Snipe. That's kind of what made this game so important. It looked for a moment, though, just to relish a little bit about TSM's performance.